Third person. The pups were so exhausted after facing the anaconda and the landslide that they stopped for the night shortly afterwards, taking care to carry a few mangoes with them as they clambered up into the branches of a rubber tree, safe from the dangers of the forest floor. The next day, they woke and made a breakfast of the sweet yellow fruit before continuing to trek downhill. Around midday, the endless sea of trees and vines finally broke, giving way to rolling green hills and fertile pasture land. As Riley, Parker, Paisley, and Ryder plodded through the muddy fields, each feeling more exhausted and hungry than they'd ever been in their lives, they tried to figure out what to do next. "I don't know how we can make a plan when we don't even know where's we are," Parker sighed, feeling as though their conversation was going round in circles. Every time one of the siblings came up with an idea, the same wrench seemed to get thrown into the suggestion that they were well and truly lost. "Do you think Mommy and Daddy know we aren't in the city nigh more?" Ryder questioned nervously. "I bet they do," Riley mused. "They're really smart, and Daddy's such a good tracker. But we made it impossible for Anita to track us, and that goes for Daddy too." Paisley reminded the others, "He'll never know to look for us here, wherever here is." The others nodded forlornly, but then Parker, who was leading the way, pulled up short. "You guys, look!" he exclaimed, pointing to the terraced landscape ahead of them. "What are they?" Riley gasped in awe, staring at the strange creatures dotting the fields they approached. None of the pups had ever seen animals like this. They were tall, easily as tall as their mommy, with long necks, long legs, and very furry bodies. They had 2 little ears pointing up on top of their heads, and the curly white fluff covering them from head to toe looked as soft as a cloud. "They look like sheeps on stilts," Ryder suggested, desperate to get a closer look. All 4 pups inched closer to the nearest animal. "They're so fuzzy." Paisley observed with a lopsided grin, "Do you think they're friendly?" "They haves to be," Riley confirmed. "They're so cute I could scream." "Don't do that," Parker objected. "It might scare them off." "I didn't say I would scream, just that I could." Riley answered, sounding affronted her brother might think she'd do something so foolish. "I want to hug 'em," Ryder announced. "Maybe if we're really nice, they'll let us." The animals in question were watching the approaching pups with unbridled curiosity. They smelled like the people who cared for them, but they looked very strange indeed, covered in mud, insect bites, and bruises, and moving like tiny predators trying to sneak up on some unsuspecting prey, with their small paws raised in front of their chests as they tiptoed forward. When Parker came within reach of the nearest creature, it craned its long neck down to sniff his head. Apparently decided it liked the way the pup smelled. The fuzzy animal soon began nibbling his hair. Parker giggled delightedly. "Is eating my hair!" Thankfully for the young boy, his siblings distracted the creature before it could make a true meal of his dark locks. Paisley was gingerly petting one of its woolly flanks, while Ryder circled his plump arms around its long neck, and Riley clambered all the way onto its back, sprawling her short arms and legs on either side of its body and burying her face in its soft fur with a happy sigh. The animal jerked its head up in surprise to be suddenly covered with puppies, unintentionally carrying a laughing Ryder with it. "I love it," Paisley murmured with a beaming smile. "Is so soft." The animal huffed, and Riley followed the direction of its gaze, staring into the distance as her sibling continued to play. Her eyes widened when she saw movement in the distance, movement headed right towards them. "There's a man," she announced in a frantic whisper. "He's coming this way." All at once the atmosphere shifted as the pups went into emergency mode. "Hide!" Ryder urged his siblings. "Where?" Parker fretted, looking around for anything they could use to conceal themselves from view. "Under the tall sheeps," Paisley suggested. One by one, the young shifter gathered beneath the animal they'd so recently been cuddling, but it seemed they were too late. The man had stopped a few meters away, kneeling down onto his haunches and cocking his head as he studied the dirty children. "It's all right," he called softly. "You don't have to be afraid. Don't listen to him." Paisley instructed her siblings. "You know how strangers are. They can't be trusted." The others nodded in agreement, huddling closer together. Meanwhile, the man was searching the field behind them. "Where did you little ones come from?" he asked, truly bewildered. Where are your parents? Don't tell him anything, Parker murmured. I don't like the looks of him. Are you lost? The man pressed. There's not much around these parts. I don't have the faintest idea how you got all the way out here. When the pups didn't respond, the man attempted to inch closer. However, this sent the wary children running to take shelter under a different animal, one who seemed remarkably unbothered by their presence. Maybe we can try to ride one away, Riley offered, thoughtfully studying the creature's long legs. I bets they move real fast. I dunno, Paisley frowned. I don't think's I'd like to be ridden. It might throw us off. What are your names? The man called, not giving up, still moving closer. Go away, Parker shouted, stomping his foot when the stranger continued to follow them. You like my llamas, huh? The man asked conversationally. I don't blame you, they're friendly critters. What's a llama? Ryder asked, earning a light smack from his sister. Don't talk to him, Riley scolded, but the truth was that she was curious too. Why, it's the animal you're under right now, the man shared, giving them a welcoming smile. I raised them for their wool. Soft, aren't they? The pups exchanged glances, subconsciously clutching the creature's fuzzy wool for comfort. Paisley, intrigued by the idea that the tall sheep might belong to someone, peeked out from behind the llama's front leg. Do they have names? Some of them do. The man confirmed, sitting on the ground now that the children weren't actively running away. That one doesn't, though. You could give it one, he offered. The pups exchanged another series of serious looks. Really? Riley questioned suspiciously. Any name you want, the man nodded, and I can introduce you to the others too. What should we call it? Parker whispered. We shouldn't call it nothing. Ryder frowned. Is probably a trick. Right? How could naming a llama be a trick? Riley countered. Stop saying it like you knew what it was, Ryder argued. For all we know, they could be evil. That's crazy, Paisley scoffed. Cloud's not evil. She shrugged when her siblings furrowed their brows in confusion. I thinks we should name it Cloud. Cloud is an excellent name, the man praised, startling them all when he appeared a few feet closer than before. And your sister is right, they aren't evil, and neither am I. He promised. My name is Thomas, and I'd like to help you, if you'll let me. We don't need help, Riley declared stubbornly. No? Thomas asked, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. When was the last time you ate or had water? When's the last time you had a bath or slept inside? We don't like baths, Parker announced, as if this decided everything. However, almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth, his stomach growled loudly. Uh-huh. Thomas nodded. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to go back over the hill to my house, where my wife Mary is making a nice big lunch. You're welcome to come along. You can even bring Cloud if you like. I won't make you come inside or take a bath, but you can have some food and water, and I swear no harm will come to you. Ryder pursed his lips. We need a minute to think about it. Thomas raised his palms in acceptance, giving the children a bit of space to confer. I think it's a bad idea, Ryder began. I mean, I'm as hungry and thirsty as you, but we can't afford to trust another grown-up. I dunno if we have a choice, Riley frowned. I don't think we can make it much longer on our own. He seems nice, Parker shrugged. I don't get a feeling from him like I have with other baddies. Ryder looked to Paisley. Of all the pups, she had the most experience with untrustworthy adults. Paisley, what'd you think? I think Riley's right, she grimaced, reaching for her sister's hand. We don't have a choice. Okay, Ryder nodded. Let's go. Jane. The last few days have passed in a dizzying haze. I've slept through much of our journey, and though Ethan has remained by my side in my waking hours, I do have to wonder what he, Eric, and Linda have been planning while I rest. Today we've finally reached a midway port to resupply for the rest of the trip, and when Ethan wakes me with the news that I can finally get off this boat, I can't move fast enough. When I emerge from his luxury cabin and feel the blaze of the unforgiving tropical sun for the first time, I can only think of my babies. Would the traffickers give them sunscreen? Would they have enough water? The worry consumes me so quickly and powerfully my knees go weak. It's almost too tempting to return to the drug-induced haze I've floated in the past few days. But I know that isn't right. It's a selfish inclination to save myself having to feel these things. When my pups don't have any such luxury, I tell Ethan as much as he helps me off the boat. I don't want any more medications when we board again, Ethan. His strong arms are around me, guiding me forward down the gangway. Sweetheart, you'll be sick as a dog without them. Then let me be sick. I state simply, I shouldn't get to avoid suffering when everyone else around me is stuck with their pain, when the pups didn't have that privilege. Jane, Ethan sighs, dragging his hand through his hair. You dying of dehydration isn't going to save anyone any suffering, especially not the pups. It doesn't feel right, I insist. You want what? To hurt? Ethan guesses, hitting the nail square on the head. Yes, I confess, my throat thick with emotion. I want to hurt because I know they're hurting too. I want to hurt because I deserve it. To Ethan's credit, he doesn't say a word about my drastic mood swings. I think he understands that my grief is sending me spiraling from one extreme to the next. The fact is, I can't even come to terms with the abrupt shifts myself. One moment I'm begging him to take away my pain by making love to me, and the next I'm wishing for nothing more than the freedom to wallow in my misery, and each end of the spectrum feels so surreal and strange that any other headspace seems like an impossibility. Ethan pauses us right in the middle of the ship's boarding ramp, gathering me to his chest. It's much too hot for our bodies to be pressed together this way, but his solid strength grounds me like nothing else. You don't deserve it, Ethan murmurs. You don't deserve any of this. I open my mouth to argue, but he stops me before I can reject his comfort. You've trusted me this far, Jane, so please trust me now. I wouldn't lie to you, not about this. Looking up at him with wide eyes, I realize he's right. I have trusted him thus far, and he hasn't given me any reasons to doubt him. Though I was incredibly disgruntled at the time, I'm grateful that Ethan didn't give in to me the other night. The memories are still fuzzy, but I know I admitted more than I'm comfortable with, and I hate to think what else I might have let slip in the throes of passion. He wasn't wrong. I feel safer with him knowing he didn't take advantage of my altered state, and it makes it easier to believe him now. The more time that passes, the more I see how badly I misjudged Ethan. Still, I have a hard time accepting that he's telling me these things because they're true, rather than because he doesn't want me to be in pain. Somehow I bite my tongue, leaning into him as we continue off the ship. So what happens now? Now, Eric goes ahead on his own. Ethan explains. This island is governed by Nightfang allies, but Amon is bound to have a few spies running around. So you, Linda, and I need to find disguises, and Eric is going to sail on a different ship to avoid us being associated with one another. As we step off the gangway, I expect to feel my stomach instantly settle. After all, we're no longer swaying to and fro on the water. However, I'm disappointed by solid ground. I don't find any relief from the sour churning in my belly, and belatedly I recall that it can take some time to regain one's land legs. How long will we stop? I inquire, wondering whether it's better to give myself time to recover when I have to get back on a damned ship and start the wretched illness over again, or if I should try to get the entire journey out of the way at once. Just long enough to get the disguises, Ethan announces, seeming to read my mind. The sooner we reach the Southern Isles, the better. Linda's not going to be happy about Eric going ahead without her. I muse. From what I remember of my brief visits with my friend, she'd been working hard to convince the prince to take her along on his advance trip. It might have been easier for her to accept his refusal if he hadn't claimed her during their long lovemaking sessions on the ship, but it seems that once he opened his blind eyes and finally saw the woman who'd been standing in front of him all along, he hadn't been able to resist. Now they were almost as good as mated, and he was still planning on leaving her behind. You can say that again, Ethan purrs in my ear, nodding to the dock on our left. As if they'd been reading my mind, Eric and Linda are standing there nose to nose, arguing about the plan. Tell me the truth, Linda demands loudly. Did you claim me just so you could make this decision for me? Of course not, Eric insisted. I claimed you because I love you. Oh, just apparently not enough to introduce me to your family, Linda argues back. Because my family are lunatics. Eric shouts, I'm not introducing you because I don't want them to kill you in your sleep. No, you're just going to leave me behind so someone else can murder me. Linda bites back. No one is going to murder you as long as you stay with Ethan. Eric growls. Ethan is the one your family wants dead more than anyone. He's the reason this is all happening. How am I safer with him? Linda reasons. As curious as I am to continue eavesdropping on their argument, I'm more concerned with the impact my friend's words might have on Ethan. Looking up at him, I can see the tension gripping his features. His jaw twitches dangerously. She's right, you know, he grumbles. That's why I wanted you to stay home. And it's also why I had to come. I murmur, clenching my eyes shut as I feel my stomach rise in my throat. Not only because of the pups, but because you need someone to watch your back. You were worried about me? Ethan arches a brow, petting my sides when he sees my greenish expression. In part, I shrug non-committally, for once grateful that my traitorous stomach is giving me an excuse to change the subject. Goddess, I think I'm going to be sick again. I lunge for the nearest trash receptacle, and Ethan holds my hair back and croons sympathetically. Tsk, I really hoped being on land would help. He frowns. Just give it time. I gasp, coughing and retching, wishing I hadn't let Ethan convince me to eat so much breakfast this morning. A moment later, Linda storms up to us, looking entirely annoyed but sympathetic to my plight. Still feeling dismal, huh? Yeah. I groan. And you? Pissed, she admits, glancing at Ethan when his phone begins to ring. I've got this, she promises when he hesitates, looking in my direction with concern. Thanks, Ethan says. I'll only be a few moments. Linda rubs my back and gives me a sip of water when I finish being sick. Does it ever get easier dealing with alphas? I actually manage a laugh. No, they always think they know best, and sometimes they do, but other times they're as blockheaded as any other man. You can say that again, she mutters, but I also see her smothering a smile. Are you happy, though? I ask, feeling thoroughly out of the loop. Her romance happened so fast, and I missed all the important stages. Before I fell ill, Eric was still oblivious to Linda's interest, but a few days of seasickness, and all of a sudden, they were glued at the hip. Deliriously, Linda beams. I know it happened really fast, and we aren't exactly agreeing about what happens next, she hedges, earning a snort from me. But I've wanted this for so long. As long as we're together, I have everything I need. Ethan returns to my side then, an indecipherable expression on his handsome face. I just got a report from one of my agents in the Southern Isles. There hasn't been any word of the pups, or any signs that the king knows they're missing. What does that mean? I ask, feeling lightheaded. Ethan looks like he doesn't want to answer, but eventually caves. I don't know. And Eric? Linda asks urgently, looking around for her newfound mate. Ethan sighs. He's already gone. Jane, what do you mean? He's already gone? Linda demands, her mouth hanging open in shock and disbelief. Mere moments ago, she'd been telling me how happy she was with Eric, and now she looked as if her entire world had been turned on its head. There was an earlier boat departing, Ethan explains warily, gesturing towards a ship steaming out of the harbor. And he thought you would try to go with him if you knew. So he just left me? Linda gasps, sounding as if the words are catching in her throat. He might be going to his death, and he left me without even saying goodbye? I'm sorry, Linda. Ethan professes, his deep voice full of sympathy. He wanted to protect you, that's all. I wince, knowing how well this announcement will be received. Somehow men never seem to learn that making decisions for their mates under the guise of protection never goes over well. Sure enough, Linda's hands curl into fists as her cheeks flush scarlet, but she stomps away down the dock, having enough sense not to explode at Ethan. I immediately try to go after her, but Ethan catches me around the waist. Not so fast, you. How are you feeling? Well enough to go talk her down. I state simply, not turning to face Ethan for fear of letting him see how pale I am. Let me handle this. Can you get the disguises without us? I'm not worried about the disguises. I'm worried about you. Ethan corrects, trying to get me to look him in the eye. I don't like leaving you alone when you've been so sick. I'll be okay. I promise, starting to lose my patience. It's just a bit of seasickness and Linda needs me, says the woman who insisted she was dying a few days ago. Ethan sighs, releasing me. All right, we'll plan to meet back here then, in half an hour? Deal. I agree, but I'm already following Linda. When I find her, curled up in the windowsill of a seaside shop and glaring at everyone who passes by, I can tell she's on the verge of tears. "I'm so sorry, honey," I tell my friend. "What can I do?" "You think there's anywhere on this island to find a stiff drink?" Linda sniffs, crossing her arms over her chest. "I can guarantee it," I say, though the idea of alcohol makes my insides roil in protest. "Come on," I encourage, wrapping my arm around her shoulders and pulling her up. "Let's go find a bar, and we can talk all this out." A little while later, when we're ensconced in the corner of a quaint brewhouse, Linda with a tumbler of liquor and me with a glass of ginger soda, she lets her sorrows roll off her tongue freely. "I've waited for him for so long," Linda admits, taking a swig of her drink. "Years of watching him moon over you, and years of being invisible. Now he finally wakes up and gets his head out of his ass, and he just leaves me behind like I'm nothing." "You know that's not why he did it," I soothe, squeezing her hand. "I mean, look at Ethan. He tried to leave me behind. Men always want to run off and slay dragons while we stay safe at home. So they get all the adventures, all the fun, and we just bide our time like good little housewives." Linda gripes, "And I'm not even married." "I know." I sigh. "It's infuriating, and it isn't fair. We have just as much right to be here as they do. We should make a pact," Linda suggests, emptying her glass. "That no matter what happens on this trip, we won't let them leave us behind. We won't let them exclude us, and if they try, we'll find a way to get back in, even if we have to go it all on our own." "That's a pact I'll gladly make," I smile softly. "There's no way in hell I'm going to let Ethan keep me in the dark about his efforts to rescue the pups. I think he knows better now than to try, but I wouldn't put it past him if things changed somehow. If the odds shifted out of our favor and he believed I was in danger, I know he might try to pull the same sort of stunt Eric did." We clink our glasses together and make a toast to seal the deal, for the pups. I smell Ethan before I see him. I can feel him approaching behind me as if his body is an extension of my own, as if my every nerve ending is coming to life just being in the same room as him. "We've got company," Linda murmurs, eyeing something over my shoulder. "I know," I answer, trying to appear nonchalant as my mate approaches. In the next moment, Ethan's massive hand settles on my nape, circling the back of my neck in a possessive hold that tells every man in the room I belong to him, as if his mark didn't already. The modern, independent woman inside me wants to object, but my inner Omega loves it, preening with the knowledge that such a powerful man chose me above all others. I turn my face up to Ethan's, offering my lips for the taking and hoping he won't notice the tension he's interrupted. He obliges, extracting a few lazy kisses from my mouth before straightening up again and glancing between Linda and I, suspiciously. "You two aren't plotting mischief, are you? So much for distracting kisses. Us?" we say in unison, our voices full of abject innocence. "We'd never." Ethan rolls his eyes and takes the seat next to mine, tucking me into his side. "I knew it was a bad idea to leave you two alone." "If you want to blame anyone, blame Eric," Linda mutters. "He brought this on himself." "Brought what on himself?" Ethan questions, his eyes narrowed. "Nothing." We chime again. "Goddess save me from scheming she-wolves," he grumbles, flagging down a bartender. He places his order and looks back to us, his smile tightening slightly. "I don't blame you for being upset, Linda." Her eyes glint dangerously. "Alpha, if someone did to you what he did to me, you'd rip them to pieces." "That's why I don't blame you," Ethan remarks, flashing his fangs. "All I ask is that you not forget that there's more at stake here than your relationship. The pups' lives depend on us. They depend on Eric convincing his family to trust him again. And it might be easier for him to do that without bringing home a strange she-wolf." Linda finishes the thought for him, looking slightly mollified. "You're right." She agrees after a moment. "I'm sorry. I was being selfish." The distraction of Linda and Eric had pulled my mind from the pups for an unforgivably long time, but now that I've been reminded, I can't think of anything else. "What do you think it means that there hasn't been word of the pups in his kingdom?" I ask Ethan, thankful he's finished his task quickly so that we can discuss these new developments. "I mean, we know they were headed to the Southern Isles." Ethan scrubs a hand over his face. "It could be any number of things," he shares grimly, My spies might not have the inside track anymore. Eamon might be farther ahead of us than we expected. He could be keeping things very quiet, or it could even mean that they escaped. Escaped? I repeat, not sure whether this idea is more comforting or frightening. Do you really think that's possible? We're not going to know anything until we arrive and get the lay of the land, Ethan announces. I've got everyone in my employ looking into it, but the Southern Isles span hundreds of miles. Depending on where the traffickers were keeping them, how they were transporting them, what they planned, there are just too many possibilities to know anything at this point. When he says it like that, it makes me think that the pups might actually have been better off going to Eamon. At least then we'd know where they are. What are we still doing sitting here? I jump up abruptly. We have the disguises. Why are we wasting time talking when we could be back on the ship? Because the ship doesn't leave for another hour. Ethan reminds me in a low, even tone. We're going as fast as we can, Janie. It's not fast enough, I exclaim, the urgency of our situation slamming into me with full force. It was different when we thought the pups were headed for the capital, when our plans were always going to depend on besting Eamon, not tracking them down across hundreds of miles. They could be anywhere. I choke. They could be lost or injured. They could be in grave danger at this very moment. My breath is coming in gasps. My lungs can't seem to draw in enough air, and soon Ethan is standing beside me, trying to comfort me, even though we both know there's no use. How are we ever going to find them? Third person. When Mary Laurent looked out her cottage window to see her husband Thomas trudging across the terraced hills of their remote farm with 4 young pups toddling after him, she had to do a double take. At first, she thought she was imagining things. They'd had all manner of strange creatures show up on their lands over the 30 years of their marriage, but this was something entirely new. The children were covered in mud from head to toe and following her mate at quite a distance. They seemed to be taking the journey in sprints, crossing the open expanses of green pasture land at a trot, before stopping to hide behind various objects, from trees and farm equipment to the couple's prized llamas. She might have thought they were trying to sneak up on Thomas, only it was clear he knew they were behind him. He was pretending like he was completely oblivious to them, though she could see his face crinkled in concentration as he drew near, as if listening carefully to ensure they were still following. They must have come from the jungle. After all, it surrounded their land on all sides. Still, she had no idea how they'd gotten there, let alone escaped the deadly forest. When her husband finally reached the door to their modest home, she met him with her hands braced on her plump hips. "What on earth, Thomas?" she asked in exasperation. "Trust you to go check on the herd and return with a whole litter of pups. Gently now, my love," he cautioned. "They're more than a bit skittish. I don't think they've had an easy time of it." "Gently," she snorted. "I've raised more than my share of pups, Thomas Laurent, and I'll tell you right now that a scared babe needs a firm hand in care, not wishy-washy cajoling." She marched out of the house and right up to the muddy children, who were unsuccessfully attempting to conceal themselves among the baby llamas in the nursery pens. They'd zeroed in on a small brown calf and clearly imagined they could camouflage themselves against its dark fur. "Well, what have we here?" Mary asked pointedly. "Llamas." A small voice whispered back. The proclamation was followed by the sound of a dull thud and a whispered, "Llamas don't talk." "How do you know?" the first voice hissed back. "You're not a llama expert." "'Cause they would have said something by now. A third voice reasoned. So I have pups hiding among my crias, do I?" Mary observed. "We're not pups," a fourth voice put forth meekly. "I mean here. We're not here." Mary shook her head, smothering a smile. "All right now, no more hiding. You little ones need to come inside and get cleaned up so I can get a proper look at you." For the first time, a tiny head covered in dark hair popped up into view, peeking over the back of the young llama, and revealing a pair of bright green eyes narrowed distrustfully. He promised we wouldn't have to take baths. Mary crossed her arms over her chest and arched her brow. "Did he now?" she asked. "Well, I'll not have muddy pups in my clean kitchen. You'll have baths, and I don't want to hear another word about it." The pups exchanged uncertain glances, clearly trying to decide what to do. Hop to it now, Mary urged them, clapping her hands. The sooner you're clean, the sooner you can eat. This announcement, spoken in the uncompromising tones of an obvious mother, got the pups moving like nothing before. They obediently followed Mary into the cottage, pausing at the door to let her pull off their dirt-encrusted shoes and clothing, and before long, all 4 pups were soaking in a warm bubble bath. Though they still huddled together nervously, they let Mary wash and dry them, trying to fight the urge to cry or ask for cuddles when she fussed and lamented about all their bug bites, scratches, and bruises. She treated their wounds and bundled them in blankets before bringing them steaming bowls of homemade stew. "Don't eat too quickly now," she scolded as they began to scarf down the food. "You'll make yourself sick." "But it's so yummy," Parker complained. "And it's been ages since we had food," Ryder added mournfully. "Poor wee lambs." Mary crooned sympathetically, "Can you tell me what happened to you? Did you get separated from your parents somehow?" "Yes," Paisley nodded, sniffling but not saying more. Mary, whose sharp wit had singled out Paisley as both the most guarded of the children and the most vulnerable, zeroed in on the girl. "What's your name, my darling?" Paisley shook her head. "We can't tell you our names." "Why not?" Mary pressed. "'Cause we don't know you." Paisley frowned. "And we don't trust grown-ups we don't know." "Well, that's very wise," Mary praised, exchanging a worried glance with her husband. For most children, the principle of stranger danger was entirely theoretical, but she had a bad feeling these pups had learned not to trust the hard way. "Still, Thomas and I want to help you. How can we do that if we don't know your names?" Riley shrugged, a challenge coming to life in her mischievous eyes. "If you really want to help, you'll find a way." Thomas choked on a laugh, covering it with a cough as Mary cut her eyes to him. "Well, aren't you the feisty one?" she observed, turning back to Riley. "Does that mean you're brave enough to tell me how you ended up lost in the jungle?" "We scaped," Riley informed her vaguely, yawning and stretching now that her belly was full. The other pups were becoming drowsy too, cuddling closer together in their blankets as Mary and Thomas watched. "Escaped what?" Thomas pressed, but it was too late. The pups were already fast asleep, their bowls abandoned as they snuggled themselves into a puppy pile and passed out in pure exhaustion. For the first time in many, many days, they rested without fear of being attacked or eaten, with full bellies and smiles on their faces. By supper time, Thomas and Mary had gone around in circles 6 times about what to do with the stray pups who landed on their doorstep. If they'd thought the children were orphans, they would have kept them in a heartbeat, for the couple loved children and their own pups had been out of the house for a few years now. Yet despite how skittish the little ones seemed, it was clear they'd been well loved at one time, and their tearful expressions when Mary asked about their parents spoke volumes. "We should take them into town this weekend," Thomas suggested. "That's probably where they got lost." "The girl said they escaped. If they got lost in town, I'm not sure we want to take them back there," Mary fretted. "I think they just need some time. They'll come to trust us and eventually tell us their story." "Mary, think of their parents," Thomas admonished. "They'll be out of their minds with fear and grief. We have to try to reunite them as soon as possible. It might be different if we were going to keep them, but someone is out there looking for them right now." "You're right," Mary sighed. "It just makes me nervous. They're not exactly inconspicuous, and if we start asking around about them, it will call attention to the fact that we have them. What if the person they escaped is there searching for them? We'll have to be careful about it." Thomas nodded. "Maybe we don't take them with us. Maybe we just go to market and see if there are any rumors about missing pups, then go from there." "It won't be faster, but I expect it will be safer," Mary agreed. "Do you think they'll wait that long?" Thomas's mouth quirked. "I don't think they have much choice in the matter, do they?" "Mark my words, Thomas," Mary declared. "Those pups survived the jungle and who knows what else. They're bright and strong-willed. If they want to go home, they're going to do whatever they can to get there." "Well, we can't allow them to run off on their own," Thomas whispered worriedly. "They're much too little." "I know that, and you know that," Mary frowned. "But babes never see it that way. Little did they know, but the pups were listening to every word of Mary and Thomas's conversation, and they were already plotting what to do next. "They seem nice," Ryder murmured, looking hopefully at his siblings. "They want to help. Or they want us to think they do," Paisley corrected. "What town do you think they're talking about?" "I dunno, but we can't let them ask questions. Anita will be looking for us, just like they said. Maybe we can ask them to take us back to the Night Fang pack," Parker suggested. "If we do that, they'll find out who we are." Riley frowned. "That's how this all started. People want to use us to hurt Daddy, or they'll be so afraid of getting blamed they'll try to get rid of us." Paisley nodded. "She's right. If we're going to get home, we're going to have to get there on our own." Ryder and Parker murmured their agreement. "Okay, so when they take us to town, we make a break for it, yeah?" "Yeah," Riley sighed, looking sad. "What's wrong?" Paisley questioned her sister worriedly. Riley offered her a forlorn expression in reply. "I'm going to miss the llamas." Jane. I'm relieved to finally be back on the ship, speeding towards the Southern Isles as fast as the powerful ocean currents can take us. My stomach, on the other hand, is less than amused. Our time on land was no reprieve, and the moment we returned to the relentless swaying of the sea, I became as sick as before. Despite my continued protests, Ethan put his foot down and insisted the medic administer her drugs. I was in tears before it was over, but Ethan held me as I cried myself to sleep, murmuring sweet nothings in my ear and promising it was better this way. As soon as the soothing embrace of slumber took hold, I disappeared into the fog of my dreams, my tormented subconscious dragging me many years into the past, to a time when things were so much simpler. After almost a year of marriage, Ethan and I had become finely attuned to the warning signs of an oncoming fever, from my heightened emotions and variable moods to the strange compulsion to nest, cleaning and organizing our home with near obsessive detail. Still, there was always a margin of error. Sometimes, when we were lucky, it came later than expected, and Ethan was already by my side, all his responsibilities delegated for the duration of the cycle. Other times, like in my dream, my fever arrived early, which meant I was restless until Ethan could tie up all the loose ends of his job. In the memory, he had texted me, informing me he had finally escaped the office and was on his way home, and by the time he arrived, I was almost mad with the need for his presence. Beta guards were posted outside our apartment door, but Ethan dismissed them as soon as he stalked in, his focus entirely on me as I rushed into his arms. "There's my restless little mate." Ethan greeted me in the dream, holding me close and breathing in my scent. I clung to him, my arms wrapped around his powerful body as I tried to power through the discomfort. "What took you so long?" I whined, burying my face in his chest. "I'm sorry, baby." He professed. I got away as quickly as I could. His strong hands held me securely while he nuzzled the curve of my neck, his presence a comfort as his protective instincts rose to the surface. "The real question is, why are you so worried? You weren't here." I sulked, holding him tighter. "Oh, my poor, neglected Luna." Ethan crooned, his voice full of affection as he looked down at me. "So neglected," I complained, reaching for my mate as a fresh wave of restlessness overtook me. "I know, sweetheart, I'm here now," he promised, his voice a low, soothing rumble. A little while later, in the hazy memory, I lay sprawled across Ethan's chest, trying to rest. "You know, the council wants us to have a pup so that I'll stop needing to take time away every month," Ethan told me, stroking my back in soothing patterns. "Your responsibilities are every bit as demanding," I countered. After a moment, the rest of his words sunk in, and I wrinkled my nose in distaste. "Wait, you talk about that with the council?" Ethan laughed, and I was reminded how much I loved that carefree sound. Not willingly, but they're an opinionated bunch. "And you, Alpha?" I prompted, snuggling closer. "What do you want?" "Oh, I don't have any problem being here for you every time," he teased, evading my question. "I'm serious," I pressed. "We've talked about having pups one day, but never when that day might come." "We've only been married a year," Ethan mused, "and you're still in school." He looked down at me, his handsome face overflowing with love. "If you were to tell me you wanted a babe now, I'd be happy, but I wouldn't mind a few more years of just us," he continued. "Once we have pups, our world will change. We won't be able to be as spontaneous." "I do," I agreed. trying to finish our discussion before we became lost in the moment again. So we wait a few more years. I'll keep getting the shots, and we can just be young and together in the meantime. Ethan laughed, the deep rumble vibrating in his chest and making me smile. I like the sound of that, he agreed, holding me closer. When I blink my eyes open, Ethan is sitting in a chair by my bed, and I flush with the memories still swirling through my head. "Good morning, gorgeous." He greets me, putting down the book in his lap to lean over and kiss my forehead. "You sounded like you were having a good dream." His knowing tone makes my already flushed skin burn scarlet. "It wasn't anything special." Is that why you were sighing in your sleep?" Ethan questions with a gentle smirk. "That's right," I retort saucily, wanting to give him a taste of his own medicine. "Nothing special." "Oh, ouch," Ethan jokes, pressing his palm to his chest as if he's in pain. Such a ruthless little mate. My heart swells slightly when he calls me his mate, and I have to tell myself not to get ahead of myself. It's only too easy to get carried away with our feelings right now, when everything is going wrong and I'm desperate for any source of comfort. However, seeing if we can successfully be together when life goes back to normal is another matter entirely. All our emotions are heightened at the moment, and I'm sure my body is out of balance. Although, a little voice says in my head, "You weren't on birth control during your last fever. For all you know, things could have changed." The idea is so sobering, the smile slips right off my face. No, I think it's not possible. Except I know it is. Ethan is a young, virile alpha, and omegas are hyper-fertile to begin with. Back when I was getting the monthly shots, the doctor always had to give me the highest dose. Of course, even that proved insufficient in the end. Ethan and I managed to have 4 pups despite the precautions. Ethan is watching my expression closely, no doubt reading every feeling that's flitting across my face. "Hey, are you all right?" "I'm fine." I lie smoothly looking towards the balcony. It's dark outside. "Are we there yet?" "No, baby," he frowns, still studying me anxiously. "I'm afraid it's going to be a few more days." Nodding, I snuggle further into the blankets. Still, it's not enough. "Will you lie down with me?" I request softly, wanting to feel Ethan's strong arms around my body, especially now. The idea that I might be carrying another life has shaken me to the core. That would really complicate things. I can't even begin to process how I might feel about the idea, not when everything else in my life is an absolute mess. That depends. Ethan arches a brow, but he's already rising from his chair. "Are you going to let me get some rest?" "Do I have to?" I reply, purely for the sake of keeping his suspicions at bay. I can't let Ethan see how unsettled I am. If he senses something is wrong, he'll gently pry until I tell him everything. Shaking his head, he stretches out on the bed beside me, staying safely above the covers while I'm nestled below. "You're incorrigible." Even as I curl into the comforting cradle of his arms, I have to wonder about this illness of mine, about the mood swings and my emotional state. Is it all because of the missing pups, the drugs, the ship, or is it something more? Could I be pregnant? Third person. "How are we going to get away?" Paisley asked her siblings, watching Thomas and Mary out of the corner of her eye. The shepherd and his wife were loading their truck for a trip into the nearest town, a visit they planned on using to try and track down the pups' parents. Of course, the pups were more than a little afraid that the well-intentioned couple would end up landing them in even more trouble than before. They didn't understand everything they overheard during their time with Anita and her goons, or even everything Thomas and Mary discussed about their plight, but they knew enough to realize that calling attention to themselves was a bad idea. Yet at the same time, they wanted to go home more than anything. "Are you sure we should?" Ryder asked, having second thoughts about their plan. "It's really scary being on our own, and they might be able to find Mommy and Daddy." Riley was already shaking her head, understanding her brother's hesitance, but knowing they couldn't give in to their fear. "The first place they're going to go is to the police," she reminded him. "But why's that so bad?" Ryder wondered. "They might not be like the Nightfang police. They might be nice, but the police answer to the king," Parker declared. "And if we tells them who Mommy and Daddy are, they'll tell him." "They're right," Paisley sighed. "Anita was going to sell us to the king. That has to mean he's bad." I just don't see how running away again helps us. Ryder grumbled. We don't know where we are or how to get home. Listen, every tiny bits of progress we make is one step closer to home, Riley encouraged. We don't have to know the whole plan, just the next piece. It's like Daddy says, Paisley nodded. When a problem seems too big, just takes it one step at a time. I think this problem is too big even for baby steps. Ryder frowned, watching Thomas and Mary finish loading the cart. And it feels bad, they've been so nice to us. They have, Parker agreed. But you know grown-ups, they thinks they know everything. They'll never let us search our way. I guess that's true, Ryder conceded. He'd seen the way adults always seem to trust other grown-ups over children. His mommy and daddy were rare exceptions, but friends, teachers and strangers never seemed to trust that such little pups might know things they didn't. So how are we going to do it? I say we wait until their backs are turned and make a run for it, Paisley declared, as if that decided matters. Ooh, or how about a looky-loo? Riley suggested. What's a looky-loo? Paisley asked, not yet familiar with all her siblings' schemes. She was learning them as fast as she could, but it was very different being part of a team than doing everything solo. She loved having other pups to share the fun with, but it was still an adjustment. Paisley wasn't used to consulting and sharing ideas. Usually she just made up her own mind and ran with whatever plan she liked. A looky-loo is when you create a distraction to make someone look in one direction while you set up a prank or run away, Riley explained. And if it's a really good distraction, they won't notice what you've done until way later, Parker added. That seems safer. That Ryder agreed. We need as much time as possible to run before they start looking for us. Okay, so how do we distract them? Paisley questioned. All 4 pups studied the truck, searching for inspiration. The vehicle's cargo bed was piled high with raw goods, while the towing hitch was linked up to a llama-filled trailer. We could dump out all the stuffs from the back, Parker mused. No, that's mean. Ryder frowned. We shouldn't make a mess. What if we lease the llamas? Riley countered with a devious grin. They would have to chase them, but it wouldn't make a mess, and we could make it seem like an accident. I dunno, Paisley fretted. What if they can't get them all back? They will, Parker promised. They're too big to lose. Sides the llamas know the shepherd feeds them. They won't go far. I like it, Ryder praised, sporting an identical grin to his sister. So it's a plan? Riley checked. When we get to town, we lease the llamas, and while they're wrangling them, we makes a break for it. Agreed. Ryder and Parker nodded, looking to their youngest sibling for confirmation. Paisley? Her little face scrunched up in thought, and she sent one last remorseful glance towards their rescuers before nodding as well. Let's do it. A few hours later, the small trading village of Alta Montagna was awash with rogue llamas, who, upon release, proved much more rambunctious and far less loyal than the pups predicted. It hadn't been difficult to free them. After Mary gave the children stern instructions to stay put while she went to the police station and Thomas unloaded the truck bed, Riley hopped down and snuck around to the back of the trailer, quietly unbolting the doors and pulling them open. She scampered back to the truck, just in time for the llamas to break free, pouring out of the back of the cart in a woolly tidal wave. "Oh my goddess!" Thomas exclaimed, shooting a worried glance towards the pups. "Stay right there, I'll be right back." As he scrambled to chase down his flock, the mischievous pups slipped out of the truck and darted away, taking refuge in a nearby alleyway. "I feel bad," Paisley murmured as they paused to watch the kindly shepherd flit around the town square in a panic. "It had to be done," Riley reminded her. "Look." The others followed the direction of her pointed finger, seeing Mary trotting back to the truck with a few police officers in tow. Immediately, the detectives set about helping Thomas, not seeming to notice that they were straying from their original task. Only Mary seemed to realize what was happening, taking in the empty vehicle and chaotic scene, then spinning around and scanning the square for signs of the children. "We have to move before she catches our scent," that Parker advised. "We need to find something smelly to cover it up," Ryder added. "There's lots of trash in that bin," Riley noted, wrinkling her nose with distaste as she inhaled the fetid stench of days-old garbage. However, before any of the other pups could ponder hiding places or indeed contemplate Riley's unpleasant suggestion, a voice sounded behind them. "Who are you hiding from?" The voice clearly belonged to a child. It was high and feminine, but while the young pups always muddled a few of their words, this being was clearly a bit older, for her articulation was clear as a bell. All 4 pups swung around, taking in the sight of a little girl further down the alley. She was a pretty little thing, if a bit worse for wear. Her clothes were ratted and dirty, and her face was smudged with soot. She looked like she might be 7 or 8 years old, and stood at least a full head taller than Parker and Ryder. "What?" The pups squeaked in unison, not sure what to make of the strange girl. "No one. You're obviously hiding from someone," the girl replied skeptically, scanning the huddled quartet. "Nuh-uh," Riley argued stubbornly, crossing her arms over her chest. "It's okay, you can tell us." For the first time, the pups realized the girl was not alone. A young boy stood behind her, using her tall form as a shield. However, as soon as the girl acknowledged his presence, his little blonde head peeked out by her elbow. "We don't know any grown-ups." The pups exchanged curious glances. "Why do you say that?" The older girl rolled her eyes as if the answer was perfectly obvious. "We've all had to run from adults at one point or another," she sighed. "They only ever want to hurt or trick you." "Not all grown-ups, not our parents," Paisley argued, though she wasn't entirely sure why. Hadn't she and the others just been discussing how bad strangers were, how fruitless it was to trust them? The girl's eyes widened. "You still have parents?" "Yes, and we're trying to get back to them," Parker announced. "Do you know how far we are from the port?" The girl's brow furrowed. "Which port?" The pups looked back and forth between one another hopelessly. They hadn't even considered that there might be more than one. But of course there was. There must be hundreds spread out over the islands. "We dunno." The girl was frowning deeply, looking past them to the scene in the main square. "Well, if you want to get there, you need to come with us now. The police are coming this way." The pups glanced over their shoulders, quickly realizing she spoke the truth. "Why should we trust you?" Ryder asked, even though they all realized they didn't have a choice. "Because I've been escaping grown-ups since I was your age, and I know these streets like the back of my hand." She shrugged. "But suit yourself. It's your funeral." And just like that, she disappeared through a hole in the wall of the building next to the dumpster. Riley, Ryder, Paisley, and Parker watched as Mary and the police officers drew closer to the mouth of the alley, and without saying a word, they set their mouths into hard lines and followed the mysterious girl into the darkness. "Jane, I can't be pregnant. I can't. It's too soon, too complicated. I don't have the brain space to focus on such a momentous possibility, let alone figure out what it would mean for Ethan and I. We're already stuck in a holding pattern, trying not to get ahead of ourselves with feelings while our lives are in shambles. At least I am. Ethan seems as determined as ever that we be mated for the rest of time. I've been terribly anxious ever since the possibility entered my mind, and as much as I want to find out whether my fears are real or just paranoia, I'm afraid to find out the truth. Under different circumstances, I'd go to the doctor at the first opportunity, but I'm not sure I can cope with one more worry on my plate. Maybe it's a completely escapist mindset, like an ostrich sticking its head in the sand. But as long as there's a chance I'm not pregnant, I can go on pretending like everything is normal. The moment I find out otherwise, however, there'll be no ignoring it. It's not as if it's outside the realm of possibilities. After all, I've always struggled with motion sickness. It's more the fact that I haven't gone back into heat yet, but that can easily happen with stress. Another time I might be ashamed of the impulse to hide and ignore my problems, but I'm protecting myself now. If I put any more weight on my overburdened shoulders, I know I'll crumple under the pressure. When I left Paisley with Ethan, I got very good at compartmentalizing my emotions, and those skills have come in very handy over the last few days. I put the possibility of pregnancy into a lockbox in the back of my mind and focused solely on getting my pups back, but every now and then the idea escapes, slipping out of its secluded corner to torment me at the most inconvenient of times, like now. "You okay?" Ethan asks, searching my features as I try on potential disguises. "Are the clothes too hot?" No, it's fine. I lie, giving myself a little shake as I study my reflection in the mirror. What do you think? He turns me to face him, even though he could see me perfectly well before. I think he just wanted an excuse to touch me. After a moment's consideration, he shakes his head, still not releasing me. You're too pretty. I snort, turning back to the mirror. Those are the last words I'd use to describe myself right now. I'm wearing boys' clothing, with my breasts bound and my hair piled up under a wig and cap. My slender figure has lost any semblance of femininity in the baggy garments, and while some women might look stunning in pixie haircuts, I am not one of them. You don't have to flatter me, Ethan. I tell my mate, it's okay that I don't look my best. I'm not trying to flatter you, Jane. Ethan replies seriously, you're too pretty to pass for a boy, this isn't enough. I think you're biased, I tell him wryly, turning my head from left to right and studying the lines of my face. I'm not, he insists. Linda, can you come in here? My friend promptly emerges from the bathroom, dressed up in a very similar getup. This is ridiculous, she grumbles when she appears. I feel like an idiot. Despite her words, she doesn't make a half-bad page boy. She's considerably taller than I am, and while striking, her features are more masculine than my own. If I didn't know any better, I might think she was a particularly pretty boy. Linda, you look great, Ethan tells her. If we give you a beard, it will be perfect. Now what do you think about Jane? He asks, turning my body towards her. This time he doesn't remove his hands after positioning me, keeping them firmly on my waist and scalding me straight through my top. Well, I'd believe it more if you weren't subtly groping her. Linda chortles, but it's not quite believable anyway. Her features are too delicate. See? Ethan says, his lips grazing my ear. I think we need to put you both in some facial hair. And what is your disguise going to be? I ask saucily. A ball gown? No, he replies with a small smile. I'm going to age myself up a bit. Gray hair, a cane, full-on whiskers. Instead of an alpha and 2 she-wolves, we'll be an old man and 2 boys. No one will recognize us. Maybe not by sight, Linda remarks. But what about our scents? We're both marked now, she reminds him with a charming blush. I have some cologne to disguise that. I share, slipping out of Ethan's hold long enough to do some digging in my bag. It hadn't been easy to create a new scent on this journey. Surprisingly, the ship's supplies provided half the ingredients I needed, and Ethan found the rest in town. But supplies weren't the hard part. Doing chemistry when I felt like death warmed over was absolutely miserable. Still, I managed for my pups. I tossed the perfume bottle to Linda, who sprays a bit on her wrist and inhales, coughing when it hits her senses. My goddess, that's like bottled testosterone. Yup. I confirm, moving back to Ethan's side and letting him slip his arm around me again. That's the idea. Okay, so we have our disguises. Linda grimaces. Assuming you two can keep your hands off one another, that is. Ethan arches his brow. Why? We could pretend to be gay. Rolling my eyes, I shake my head. She's right, we'll draw more attention as a couple. Are you saying we're a couple? Ethan asks, waggling his eyebrows at me. No, I'm saying that's not an option. I correct, giggling despite myself. Spoil sport, Ethan teases, dropping a kiss on my neck. I thought it was only going to be one, but I suspect after so many days in close quarters, with me begging him to give me a bit of attention and he steadfastly resisting my wiles, Ethan is beginning to cave to temptation. Because instead of a single kiss, he ends up nuzzling my skin and nibbling my throat, dropping kiss after kiss and seeming to forget we aren't alone. Ahem! Linda clears her throat pointedly. Ethan pulls away from me at last, looking completely unrepentant. Sorry, Linda. Yeah, sure, she mutters, though I think I see a hint of a smile on her face. Jane, can you help me with the beard? Of course. I agree, pulling free of Ethan and following her into the bathroom. All right, Spill, she says once we're alone. What do you mean? I ask, blushing. What's the deal with you and Loverboy out there? She asks. I thought you hadn't made a decision about your relationship yet. I haven't. I hedge, studying the packaging of the fake facial hair Ethan purchased. It's just been difficult with all the medications I'm on. They're making me really loopy, and he's been so strict about not taking advantage. I think we're both just a little... Sublimating all your anxiety about the pups with sex? Linda suggests shrewdly. Well, not actively, I mutter, feeling her words slice into me. Is that really all this is? Ethan and I trying to distract ourselves from our fear and grief by focusing on each other? Do you think it's terrible if we are? I ask her, feeling my stomach begin to churn anew. I mean, is it completely twisted to be preoccupied with each other when our lives are falling apart around us? Maybe, Linda replies honestly. But then again, what's the alternative? Falling to pieces, ignoring the problem? She shakes her head. You can't do anything until we make port. I don't think it's wrong for you to try to distract yourself. I think the question is, what happens when this is all over? You don't want to lead him on now if you're going to leave him in the end. I don't think I am. I share softly, painfully aware that Ethan is still on the other side of the door. I mean, I haven't decided anything yet, but I don't think this is just stress or misdirected emotions. I don't understand. Linda frowns. What's changed? I have. I realize, strange as it seems, I'm not the same woman I was when I came back to town, Linda. I continue, staring at my own unfamiliar reflection, yet feeling as if I'm seeing myself for the first time in ages. For the first time in a long time, I feel like my old self. Like when you were Ethan's prisoner? Linda questions skeptically. No, like before. I correct her. Before Eve ruined everything, before I became afraid of my own shadow, and there's a reason Ethan and I were together then. I reflect, wondering if he can hear me and not giving a damn whether or not he can. Whatever else happens, we have an undeniable connection. We may not be divine, but we chose each other over everyone else, and sometimes that means even more than fate. Well, in that case, Linda replies, offering me a wide smile, welcome back. Jane. When the Southern Isles finally come into view, they take my breath away. Not because they're beautiful or how eager I am to be back on solid land, but because I know my pups are waiting somewhere on their shores. Finally. I breathe, standing at the ship's railing as the distant lands draw closer and closer on the horizon. I'm already in my disguise, feeling absurd and sick to my stomach beneath the prosthetics, yet knowing it's for the best. Ethan is by my side, looking equally comical in his old man getup, but entirely believable to those not in the know. I keep seeing him reach towards me out of the corner of my eye, only to stop himself at the last moment when he remembers we're supposed to be travel companions and not lovers. I might think these efforts are completely overboard if I didn't know just how far King Aemon goes when it comes to spying. Honestly, part of me wonders if we took these precautions too late. After all, there might have been spies back in the Nightfang territory who watched us board the ship. Granted, they would have seen Ethan and Eric alighting the gangway while two strange women inchwormed up the rigging, but the outcome remains the same. Ethan insists that making the voyage by sea was the best bet for staying under the radar, but we haven't exactly been low profile on board. My illness has meant that everyone from the captain to the chef knows what's going on in the owner's suite, and even now I'm struggling to keep my breakfast down. How are you doing, little wolf? Ethan asks, taking in my pallid complexion. I can't stand the waiting. I admit, I want to be there already. I want to feel better so I can find my babies. I want this all to be over. My voice cracks on the last word, and despite our cover, Ethan shifts closer. I know, baby. He assures me, his deep voice low and soothing. It's just a little while longer. He promises, by this time tomorrow you'll be good as new, and then we can do whatever it takes to get them back. I hope you're right. I moan, resisting the urge to lean into him for support. I don't think I can take another day of feeling this way. Ethan chuckles, leaning his head against mine. I'm always right. He teases, his sultry tones filling me with warmth. And you're much stronger than you give yourself credit for. It'll all work out, you'll see. 48 hours later. You lied. I whine pitifully, retching into a bin at my bedside. You said I'd feel better by now. We made landfall yesterday, and though I've been trying to regain my land legs ever since departing the ship, I'm not feeling any better. Ethan checked us into a seaside bed and breakfast, but I haven't been able to leave the room even once. I know it's not something Ethan could have predicted, but I've never been much of a trooper when it comes to being sick. I know, I'm sorry, sweetheart. He croons, stroking my spine and holding my hair back. Do you want me to fetch the doctor? No. I groan, telling myself this is just delayed seasickness, like before. I'll be okay. It will take me a while to get my land legs, that's all. I keep repeating the same thought over and over again, praying I'm right. Are you sure? You're awfully green, Janie. Ethan frowns. No doctors, I insist, somewhat manically. As much comfort as I take in Ethan caring for me, the idea of a doctor terrifies me right now. I'm all too aware that they might tell me this isn't seasickness after all. Okay, no doctors. Ethan agrees, taking my chin between his thumb and forefingers. For now, if you don't get better soon, I won't make any promises. Fine. I grumble sulkily, collapsing back on the bed. Of course, in my head I'm not nearly so calm. This complicates things. If I want to keep the physicians away, I'm going to have to rally whether I feel up to it or not. Poor baby. He commiserates, leaning down to kiss my sweaty brow. I hate to leave you like this, but I want to get out and look for the pups before dark. Will you be okay on your own? That gets my attention. I'm sitting up instantly, trying to find my clothes. I'll come with you. No, you're in no condition for that. Hey, Ethan cautions, encouraging me to lie back down. I'm well enough to look for the pups. I insist, fighting his strong hands. Jane, look at me. Ethan encourages, kneeling down beside the bed. I'll gladly welcome your help looking, but only once you're recovered. You need to rest so that you can be there for the pups when we find them. I can't just stay here and do nothing, I murmur, suddenly feeling as though I might cry. I have to help. I open my mouth to argue more, but Ethan presses a dinger to my lips. This is what I meant about letting go, Jane. You can't do everything all on your own. Trust me to handle the search so you can focus on getting better. You'll be able to help a lot more once you're well. He stands before I can think of a response. I'll be back before you know it. Just call me if you need anything. I'm still sulking and staring after him when the door to the adjoining bedroom opens a moment later, but Silas and Linda slips inside. You okay? She asks me, clearly having overheard my conversation with Ethan. No, I admit. I know he's just trying to take care of me, but I can't stand the idea of staying behind. Would you feel better if I went out and looked too? Linda offers. It'll take me a minute to get my disguise on, but if you can manage on your own, I'm happy to go. Yes, please. I request, a devious thought sparking in my mind. I know Ethan was counting on Linda backing him up and keeping me in bed, but if they're both out searching, there won't be any bossy babysitters left to stop me from breaking out. That would be wonderful. I listen carefully as Linda gets ready and wave her off when she stops by one last time to make sure I don't need anything before she leaves. The moment she's gone, however, I'm out of my bed and stumbling towards the wardrobe, praying the room will stop spinning long enough for me to don my own disguise. If I play this right, I can get out and back before either Ethan or Linda realizes I left. The port city isn't huge, but the more noses out tracking the pups, the better. Besides, I know how my kids think better than the others. Ethan might love them to pieces, but he's only been around them as a pack for a short while, and they work differently together than when they're on their own. I'll have to be careful not to cross paths with my mate, but it's worth the risk. Checking to make sure the coast is clear, I sneak out of the bed and breakfast and scent the air, heading in the opposite direction Ethan and Linda traveled. We're staying very close to the marina, and I try to think like the kidnappers and my pups at once. If the traffickers truly intended on taking the pups to Eric's father, they would have needed to transport them somehow, and if I know my babies, they'll have attempted to escape at the first opportunity. But would that opportunity arise here, or after they were already on the road? As I consider the options, I realize that none of the ships in the marina ferry cars or other vehicles, so unless the kidnappers were originally from the Southern Isles, they would have needed to rent one after they arrived. I pause to ask a local for directions, lowering my voice as deep as possible and earning myself an odd look which tells me I need to practice sounding like a boy. However, despite the stranger's clear confusion, they direct me towards a car rental company down the block. It's only a few hundred meters away, yet by the time I arrive at the rental business, I feel as if I've run a mile. Swaying on my feet, I head inside and show the woman at the counter Anita's photo, asking if she's seen her recently. Yes, she answers promptly, making my heart race. I remember because she's the only person I've ever seen wear leather in the tropics. You did? I exclaim. How long ago? Was she alone? About this time last week, the woman replies. She was alone, but she rented a cargo van that seated 5, so I doubt she was traveling solo. Can you give me the vehicle information? I request eagerly. The woman narrows her eyes, and for the first time I realize that dressing as a male, even an adolescent, to ask for these kinds of details was a mistake. This woman probably thinks I'm some sort of stalker. I'm afraid that's against company policy. She answers stiffly. Please, I beg, throwing caution to the wind. It's incredibly important. Sir, I can't give out that information. She repeats coolly. Now if you don't have any rental car needs, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. I can't do that. I press, brandishing the photo. Please make an exception, just this once. I'll pay you any price. I promise I have no bad intentions, but I desperately need to find this woman. The clerk gestures to someone behind my back, and when I turn, I see a security guard approaching me. Don't move, I'm calling the police. Ethan. I'm by the marina when I catch a familiar scent, and my mind instantly transports me back to the alley where we lost track of the Pups' scent in Cité de la Nuit. My wolf howls in my head, and I immediately begin following the trail. It's a struggle to continue hobbling along in the guise of an old man, rather than breaking into a run and chasing down my prey. Somehow I find the patience to go slowly, following the scent to a dive bar just off the pier. Peering inside, I see a few rough-looking men gathered at the bar, smoking and drinking huge pints of ale. I cock my ears towards the sounds of their voices, trying to match the scent to its owner. It's your turn to get the tab, Griff. One of the shifters grumbles. I can't. You know our job went bust. The man in question answers bitterly. I'll be lucky if I get paid before we get back to the continent. Yeah, the first man scoffs. It's always the same story with you. You roll into town every few months and mooch off of us, always leaving someone else to pay off your debts. I don't know why we put up with you. Because without me, you'd run out of merchandise. Griff replies, putting enough emphasis on the word to make me think whatever he provides them isn't legal. This shithole wouldn't be nearly as much fun without our girls. That's true enough. Another barfly agrees, but you didn't bring any this time. It was a special job, I already told you. Griff explains, Anita said we'd make our usual shipment on schedule. This is just a one-off. A failed one-off. The first man frowns. Where is Anita anyway? She went ahead to the capital, and thank the goddess I hate being around her when she's in a foul mood. Talk about no fun. Griff chuckled. I've heard enough. There's not a doubt in my mind that this Griff person was responsible for taking my pups, and my wolf is going berserk in my head, begging to be let out so he can destroy the slime ball. Truthfully, I wouldn't mind destroying all these ruffians. It's clear they all take part in abusing trafficked women, talking about them as if they're nothing more than items for sale. Still, I can't afford to blow my cover, and leaving a trail of dead bodies in my wake would certainly do that. I don't know if the goddess was looking out for me, or if it was pure dumb luck that I happened upon them in the middle of such an incriminating conversation, but I'm not going to waste the opportunity. Pondering how I can extract the trafficker from the scene without drawing attention to myself, I study the small bar, noting the exits and dark corners. After a moment, my eyes land on the grimy restrooms, and I realize all I have to do is wait. Eventually, Griff will have to relieve himself, and then the only challenge will be keeping him quiet while I beat him bloody. It takes the better part of 20 minutes for the man to step away, and the more time that passes, the more I struggle to keep hold of my wolf. I'm feeling more bloodthirsty by the minute, especially as I continue to listen to the despicable men carouse. As the minutes tick by, I also try to untangle the meaning behind his statement about the job going bust. We already knew King Ayman hadn't bought the pups. Did the job end because something went wrong, or were our suspicions about the pups escaping correct? When Griff finally stands and begins weaving his way through the chairs and tables towards the restroom, I follow closely, trying to keep my cane quiet as I tail him. When I step into the bathroom, I'm pleased to see that he's the only man present and that there's a lock on the door. I quickly slide the bolt home and approach behind him at the urinal. Extending my claws, I swiftly bring them to his throat, taking cruel pleasure in his shock. He freezes in place, even ceasing to urinate midstream. "Hello, Griff." I greet him, my voice little more than a guttural growl. Who are you?" he demands hoarsely. "What do you want?" Ducking my head to his shoulder, I inhale deeply, catching the unmistakable scent of the kids, even if it is a few days old. "Tell me, scum," I begin ominously. "Why do you smell like my pups?" If I thought he'd frozen before, it's nothing compared to the way he shrivels up now. Alpha. It takes me a moment to realize that he's wet himself. The stench of urine was already so strong in the air. "That's right," I confirm darkly. "And if you want to live, you'll tell me where they are." "I don't have them?" he assures me nervously. "Who does?" I demand, thinking this is even easier than I expected. It's amazing how spineless even the worst criminals can be. Then again, I could rip his throat out at a moment's notice. I'd even enjoy it. "No one. They escaped," he tells me, his voice shaking. "We were taking them to the capital, and they convinced us to stop so one of the boys could be sick. Then they ran away into the jungle." All of a sudden, I remember Jane's nightmares about the pups being alone in the rainforest, and my stomach sinks. Were those only bad dreams after all? Or was she having some sort of premonition? "Where exactly?" "On the King's Highway." He chokes, "just past the turnoff for Alta Montagna." "You didn't go after them?" I snap, trying to imagine the scene. "We would have, but they threw nails all over the road. I still have wounds in my feet." He whines, as if he thinks I might be a sympathetic audience. "Good." I scoff, picturing him howling in pain while my clever pups escape. I'm both proud and terrified for them. It's a relief that they aren't with the king, but Jane was right. They're too little to survive on their own, especially in a hostile environment that challenges even the most capable adults. "Why has Anita gone to the capital?" I inquire, remembering this detail from his conversation. "She doesn't tell us her plans," Griff mutters, sounding a bit sullen. "But if I had to guess, she's gone to tell the king the pups are here, so that we can still get paid for our efforts." My insides, which have been in knots for days, wind themselves even tighter. "Do you have a way to get in contact with her?" "All I have is a phone number," he shares, quickly rattling off the number. "Good," I state grimly. "Now this is how it's going to work, Griff," I announce, scraping my razor-sharp claws over his carotid artery and listening to his pulse race. "I'd like nothing more than to rip your head off your worthless body. In fact, I've been imagining doing just that ever since I caught your scent." "Please don't," he begs. "Please, I'll do anything. I can be of use to you." "And that's the only reason I'm going to let you live," I inform him coldly. "When I walk out of this room, you're going to put your tiny dick back in your pants and go back out to your buddies like nothing happened. You will not tell them or anyone else that we met. If you do, I will find out, and you will lose the right to continue breathing." I threaten. "So you're not going to say a fucking word, but you will not forget, because one day I'm going to come back to you and call in this favor." What favor?" he stammers. "Letting you live." I hiss, digging in my claws just enough to break the skin of his throat. "Oh, of course, he panders weakly. "Good," I snarl. "And if anyone asks if we ever cross paths again before I'm ready to cash out, you'll pretend we've never met. Is that clear?" "Yes, Alpha," he promises. "You have my word." "Good," I answer, seriously debating taking a pound of his flesh now, out of pure spite. In the end, I regain my control enough to release him, striding out of the bathroom while he continues to tremble in front of the urinal. Despite our interaction, he never got a good look at me, so while he may recognize my scent, I hang around the bar long enough to watch him emerge. He's flushed crimson. The front of his trousers are soaked through, and his eyes are darting around in fright. As soon as I hear him lie to his companions about being so drunk, he couldn't reach the urinal in time. I slip away, confident he won't spill the truth. Just as before, it's a challenge to move slowly when every fiber of my being is overflowing with urgency. But I manage. I can't wait to tell Jane what I learned. However, when I arrive at the bed and breakfast, I find both bedrooms empty. She's gone, third person. The pups huddled closely together as they followed the strange girl they met in the alley, not feeling at all comfortable. especially given their past experiences meeting people in alleyways. Still, the girl was also a pup, and she seemed to understand their position better than any of the adults they'd met. She and the little boy led them into what could only be described as an underground maze, a catacomb of tunnels running beneath the town. "What is this place?" Riley whispered anxiously. "It's the old sewers," the girl replied as if this was perfectly normal. "The city put in a new system a few years ago, and this was left behind." "The sewers?" Paisley repeated. "Ew!" "It's not so bad," the girl answered with a shrug. "They haven't been used in ages. It doesn't smell great, but no one ever comes down here either." "What's your name?" Parker asked, looking around at the dark, dank walls surrounding them. "I'm Sophie." The girl tossed a smile over her shoulder, then gestured to the boy at her side. "And this is Bailey. We've been on our own for a long time now." "You don't have parents?" Parker questioned. "No one down here has parents." Sophie scoffed. "There are other peoples down here?" Ryder asked in wonderment. "Sure," Sophie exclaimed. "There's lots of orphans here, and eventually everyone needs a safe place to go when the orphanage or foster homes get too bad." "This is safe," Riley muttered under her breath. "Safer than with grown-ups," Sophie quipped. "We have a warm place to sleep, and there's almost always some kind of food around." "But aren't there like rats and things?" Ryder inquires, gazing around with wide eyes as if he expects to see some coming around the corner ahead of them. "Sometimes," Sophie confirmed, sounding entirely unbothered by the face. "But what about school and activities?" Riley asked. "Don't you miss having a bed to sleep in and someone to take care of you?" "I never had any of those things." Sophie frowns. "Most of us didn't. Besides, Fabian takes care of us." "Who's Fabian?" Parker wondered aloud. "He's the oldest one here," Sophie explained. "Fabian's been living on the streets longer than any of us. He knows all the ins and outs of the city and all the tricks of the trade, so we kinda made him our leader." "What trade?" Ryder questioned. "Grifting, pickpocketing, cons of all kinds." Sophie answered simply. "Are you talking about stealing?" Paisley asked, recognizing some of these words from films and TVs. "Say what you like, but it's a living," Sophie chirped. "But stealing's wrong," Paisley objected. Sophie snorted. "Right and wrong are for rich people. If we don't steal, we don't eat," she explained. "You'll see soon enough, nothing here is as simple as you might think." "What happened to your parents?" Riley asked. "Mine abandoned me when things got too hard," Sophie announced, speaking as unemotionally as if she was talking about someone else's life. "Bailey's died, but we all have a story." "How many is all exactly?" Ryder prompted, amazed that even one person could live this way, let alone multiple. "Oh, there are dozens of us working for Fabian," Sophie explained. "It's not easy out there for a pup, so he protects us, cares for us, and shows us how to make money." The pups exchanged glances. A moment ago, Sophie had made the mysterious Fabian sound like just another orphan, but now it seemed like he was their boss. That idea didn't sit well with the clever pups, who had never thought about friendship or protection being something one bought or exchanged. "We just want to get home," Parker told the older girl. "I get that," Sophie stated. "But you've got to find a way to make ends meet in the meantime, right?" "Make ends meet?" Paisley questioned. "Eat, drink, find a safe place to sleep," Sophie elaborated. "If you want to survive, you have to learn to prioritize, take care of the most important things first, then figure out the rest." "Our parents are the most important things," Paisley argued. Sophie paused, looking into their young faces with more understanding than the pups could appreciate. "I know, but if you want to see them again, you have to learn to survive first." They had to admit her words made sense, but all four of the children had an uneasy feeling churning in their bellies. They didn't like the sound of this arrangement, though none of them could really place their finger on the reason they felt this way. "Okay, so what's first?" Riley asked. "First you meet Fabian," Sophie explained. "Then you get to work." On the other side of the kingdom, far from the northern port or mountain villages, Eric was struggling to keep his face free of emotion when Anita walked into his father's throne room. It hadn't been easy to get close to the king again, especially not when he was considered a traitor. After jumping over dozens of obstacles on his journey, Eric finally arrived in the capital and fought his way past the guards and gatekeepers who surrounded his father at all times. It was only this show of strength which convinced King Aemon to hear his son out, and even then he hadn't made the task easy. Eric had been forced to kneel before the king and denounce Ethan and Jane, stating that everything that had happened over the last 4 years had been a terrible lapse in judgment, and that he'd finally seen the error of his ways. King Aemon wasn't convinced, believing his weak offspring had only returned because Jane threw him over for Ethan. Still, in the years they'd been apart, Aemon's oldest son had been killed in battle, leaving him without an heir. Other than Eric, he had only daughters, and they'd all been married off years ago. He agreed to give Eric a trial period to prove his loyalty once more, but decided to reserve judgment until a later time. Now, Eric could practically see the slowly budding trust he'd been working to cultivate between them slip away before his very eyes. He knew he was in trouble the moment Anita opened her mouth. When she entered, she immediately protracted herself on the marble flooring, speaking in a fawning tone he knew his father would eat right up. "King Aemon, it is an honor to be in your esteemed presence," she declared. "Thank you so much for taking the time to see me." The king nodded with a gracious air that made Eric want to gag. His father was many things, but gracious was not one of them. "And what can I do for you today, my dear?" Aemon asked Anita, gesturing for her to continue. "I have information for you, sir, and an opportunity," Anita replied, clearly struggling to speak in such a submissive tone. There was a hardness in her eyes which Eric could see fighting to get out, and he doubted the king was fooled either. His mind raced as he tried to come up with something to delay this conversation. As soon as Anita told the king about the pups, Aemon would have reason to suspect Eric wasn't being honest about his return. At the same time, if he tried to stop her from speaking and the information still ended up being shared, it would appear even more suspicious. "Well, by all means then," Aemon answered sharply. "Share your news." "Sire, you're so well connected that I'm sure you already know Ethan Blackwell's children are missing," Anita began slyly, waiting for Aemon to confirm this before continuing. He did, but not before shooting a surprised glance at Eric before waving her on. "And though I can't tell you how I came by this news," Anita demurred, "I have it on extremely good authority that those same pups are in the Southern Isles and were last seen around the village of Alta Monanya." "Is that so?" Aemon rumbled, turning his full attention to Eric. He didn't take his eyes off his son, even as he spoke to Anita. "And why should this concern me?" "Well, I would never presume to know your mind, my king," Anita proclaimed, "but I thought you would want to know that another Alpha's children were lost in your territory. After all, if we find them, you can use their rescue as a bridge to build goodwill with the Nightfang pack, or their ransom to break it," she added, her voice dripping with cunning. "We?" Aemon repeated curiously. "I'd like nothing more than to help you, sire," Anita lied. "I live to serve." "And how is it that you came by this information when even my best spies did not learn of these particular developments?" Aemon asked. "Let's just say I work in the shipping and transport industry," Anita replied simply. "I have certain connections who prove very useful in matters such as these." "And if I were to ask you to retrieve the children at all costs and bring them to me instead of their parents, what would you say?" the king prompted. Anita's cheeks split in a horrible grin. "I'd say your wish is my command." "And you, Eric?" the king demanded, glaring at his son. "What would you say?" "I would do anything to help the Southern Isles, father," Eric insisted. "Now why do I find that hard to believe?" King Aemon hissed. "Perhaps it's because you showed up here mere days before this little bounty landed in my lap, and you expect me to believe these things aren't related?" "I swear I didn't know," Eric claimed, staring the king straight in the eye. King Aemon laughed, a low, humorless thing. "We'll see about that," he declared. "You, my boy, have just earned yourself some time with my interrogators." Eric paled, in his father's book interrogation translated to torture. However, before he could object, Aemon was already gesturing to the sentries by the door. "Guards, take him!" "Jane, the security guard at the rental shop is bearing down on me, and the woman behind the counter is reaching for the phone, preparing to call the police." "No," I exclaim. "Please, I'll leave. I'm sorry if I caused you trouble." "I think we should let the police handle this," the woman argues, looking to the guard for support. He's clearly following this woman. I'm not, I tell the guard, praying he'll take my side. At least not the way you think. She's my girlfriend, and I'm afraid she's having an affair. She told me she was going away for the weekend, and I'm sure it's to meet her lover. I just need to find out the truth. I don't want to hurt anyone. The guard crosses his arms over his chest, studying me closely. My only hope is that he's the kind of overbearing man to think such actions are reasonable, if not justified, and that he'll side with another man over a woman assuming the worst of one of his brethren. To my immense relief, his broad shoulders untense after a moment, and he nods. I've been there, he admits with a sigh, turning to his colleague. It's okay, let him go. Love makes you do crazy things, and he's just a kid. But the woman gaped, clearly more concerned for Anita's welfare, which I can't help but find ironic given the situation. It's okay, Kathy. The security guard insists. I can tell he's a good kid. Kathy, to her credit, looks less than pleased. Still, she sets down the phone and closes her mouth. Just go then, but you should know your behavior is beyond creepy. Sorry, I mutter, rushing out before she can change her mind. My heart is racing as I make my way back towards the bed and breakfast, worried about how much time has passed. I can't imagine Ethan is back already, unless he found something like I did. As I make the journey back, I'm surprised at how much distance I actually covered. It's a testament to just how weak I've grown on this trip that I'm exhausted by the time I finally arrive, feeling lightheaded and dizzy as I climb the stairs. I'm so preoccupied by the idea of having a nice hot shower and taking a nap that I don't even notice Ethan at first. I unlock our door and push inside, walking towards the bathroom with single-minded determination. It's not until I see movement in my periphery that I pause. Turning towards the large bay windows, I realize that Ethan is sitting in one of the oversized armchairs in the living area, and he looks absolutely furious. Hello, Jane. He greets me coolly, his deep voice rough like gravel. Ethan, it's not what you think. I wince as the words come out of my mouth, knowing how damning it sounds to start out with excuses before he's even said anything about my absence. Really? He replies, arching one dark brows, because it looks like you went out searching for the pups without me and without Linda, despite the fact that we agreed you weren't well enough. Deciding that there's no use denying it, I cross my arms over my chest and dig in my heels. We didn't agree, you decided, I argue. A low growl sounds in Ethan's chest, and I can feel my wolf instinctively tucking her tail between her legs. He unfolds from the chair, rising up with raw power radiating off of his muscular form. He crosses the room in a few strides, coming to tower over me, resting his massive hands on his hips as he glowers down at me. Would you like to try that again? He asks, sending an involuntary shiver down my spine. Ethan, you would have done the exact same thing if the tables were turned. I tell him resolutely, swaying slightly as blood rushes in my ears. He swears and reaches out to steady me. Look at you. You can barely stand on your own 2 feet. So what? I'll have you know I got a lead on the pups. I inform him, swatting his hands away. I might be sick, but I'm not useless. Ethan gives me a foreboding look when I continue to push him away, and my wolf caves to his dominance even though I want to keep fighting. I let him help me into a chair, feeling slightly guilty when he kneels down to remove my shoes. No one ever said you were. Ethan responds after a moment. But what if you passed out on the street? What if something had happened? There are traffickers and scoundrels roaming this port like you wouldn't believe. Something terrible could have happened. Then it's a good thing I look like a boy. I quip, trying to smile, but discovering I simply don't have the energy. Jane, I'm serious. Ethan scolds. Wait a minute, I stall him, his words finally clicking in my head. Traffickers and scoundrels, how do you know that? What did you find? I'll tell you in a minute, he declares, clearly trying to be patient. We need to talk about this. Talk about what? I interrupt. What could possibly be more important than getting the pups back? You and I have to work together if we want to get them back. Ethan admonishes. We agreed we were in this together from here on out, but you went behind my back again at the first opportunity. If we were really in this together, I wouldn't have been able to go behind your back. I growl, because I would already have been with you. That's not working as a team, Ethan. It's leaving me behind, again. I didn't leave you behind because I didn't want you with me, and you know it. Ethan rumbles, I was trying to keep you safe. I'm still trying to keep you safe, and you won't let me. He drags a calloused hand through his black hair, looking positively beside himself. Why won't you let me? For a moment, I don't know how to answer him. It's not that I don't want his help, or even that I don't know how to accept it. It's simply that I can't. I can't stop moving. I can't rest until my children are safely home. Because it's the pups. Nothing else matters. Even me. I finally murmur, meeting his foreboding gaze and hoping he can understand. You matter to me, Ethan replies, pausing in his effort to get me out of my disguise. At this point, I'm only wearing the oversized tunic, my underthings, and my beard. In all honesty, I'm amazed Ethan can have such a serious conversation when I look this way, yet he manages without pause. And I guarantee you matter to the pups, he continues, his hands resting on my thighs. They need their mother. They're going to need you well and able to care for them when we find them. That's what I have to tell you, I say, trying to turn the conversation back to our children. I found the company where Anita rented a van to take the pups to the capital. They wouldn't tell me anything more, but I bet you could get the information out of them. I'm afraid that doesn't matter now. Ethan sighs, his mouth forming a hard line as he looks up at me. Before he says a word, I know I'm not going to like what he has to say. Because the pups aren't with Anita and her goons anymore. I found one of her men today, and he told me they escaped. They did? I squeak, trying to figure out whether this is comforting or even more frightening. When? Where? Ethan frowns, and now I'm even more afraid than before. Baby, he said they went into the jungle near some town called Alta Montagna. The jungle? I repeat, feeling my heart slam to a stop in my chest. All of a sudden, horrible images I've all but forgotten burst into my head. In the fugue state I entered on the journey, I managed to forget my nightmares, but now they come rushing back to me all at once. Oh my goddess, my dreams! I moan. All those nightmares about the pups in the rainforest, surely they weren't real. They can't be, right? Ethan shakes his head. I honestly don't know, sweetheart. I've already booked a car so we can go to Alta Montagna and look for them there. But you have to let me help you now. He presses. If we have to go into the jungle, you're going to need your strength. You can't keep fighting me this way. I'm not trying to fight you. I confess, I'm just so afraid and angry. I hate feeling so powerless. I know, he croons, stroking my hair. I do too. And I know you can't just flip a switch and magically trust me again, but you have to try or we'll never get through this in one piece. I nod in agreement, wishing I was in his arms instead of kneeling in front of me. Are you done being mad at me? Ethan chuckles. Not entirely. Why? Can I have a cuddle? I ask meekly, knowing I don't really deserve one, but needing it so badly I could cry. Ethan huffs out a laugh, and the next thing I know I'm wrapped up in his chiseled arms. Always, he says in my ear. You know you never need to ask. I'm learning, I tell him softly, closing my eyes and soaking up his strength and affection. After a few minutes, when I'm fighting the impulse to fall asleep, I add, So when do we leave? As soon as Linda gets back, Ethan answers, I've already packed our things. By this time tomorrow, we'll be there. Third person. Riley, Ryder, Parker, and Paisley gazed around the dimly lit underground chambers where they now stood. Sophie had led them deep into the bowels of the old sewer system, finally stopping when they reached what could only be described as the headquarters of Alta Montagna's unofficial orphanage. The entire space was littered with old mattresses and discarded furnishings, with more than one half-starved pup looking on at the new arrivals with open curiosity. Sophie guided them forward through the melee, seeming completely unbothered by the unpleasant sights and smells. For the quadruplets, who had only ever known comfort and safety, the sights were truly horrifying, but they knew better than to judge. Young as they were, they realized none of the children around them had chosen this life, but had been forced into it by circumstance. All four offered shy smiles to the other pups in the dank sewers, even as they descended deeper into the eerie space. The other pups, however, did not return their friendly expressions. I don't like this. Paisley murmured in her sister's ears. The other kids look really grumpy. She's right, Ryder agreed. I don't feel good about this. We're ready in it. Riley replied, taking Paisley's hand and giving it a squeeze. We can't really back out now. I mean, we could, Parker countered, and if they try to stop us, then we know it's not okay. You have a point, Riley conceded, leaning forward to tap Sophie on the shoulder. However, before she could make contact, Sophie rounded the corner, leading them into a new corner of the sewers. There was a high vaulted ceiling and an iron bridge over a steady stream of black water. On the other side of the bridge, a teenage boy sat in an ornate chair, watching their approach with bright-eyed interest. "What's this, Sophie?" he asked. His voice was clearly in the middle of transitioning from child to adult, cracking a squeaking awkwardly. "I found them in the alley," Sophie announced, offering the boy a wide smile. "They were hiding from the police. And so young," the boy remarked, seeming pleased by this fact. "Quadruplets, too, that'll be good for business. I thought you might appreciate them." Sophie blushed prettily, seeming suddenly much less jaded than before. "What are your names?" the boy asked, looking between the pups. "You first," Parker countered, leaning into his siblings for support. "I'm Fabian," the boy stated simply, surprising no one. "I've been living here for more than 5 years now. I can help you with whatever you need, assuming you pay me my due respect." "And what spect is that?" Riley asked. "We don't know you, so it's not like we owe you anything." The other pups in the room exchanged worried glances, which did not go unnoticed by Ryder, Riley, Parker, and Paisley. The more they saw of this place, the less they liked it. Sophie had made it sound like a safe haven, but the other children here didn't seem all that happy. In fact, they seemed rather intimidated by Fabian and his schemes. "You will," Fabian proclaimed, his smile never slipping. "If you stick with me, I'll show you how to survive here. I'll help you in any way I can." "We don't want to survive here's." Paisley repeated the same sentiment they'd expressed to Sophie. "We want to go's home." "And where is home?" Fabian asked. "The Night Fang Pack." Ryder answered promptly, not pausing to wonder when he'd stop thinking of the Dark Moon territory as his home. The moment they found Paisley and Ethan, home became wherever their family was, and he wasn't about to question that. "That's a very long way away." Fabian assessed, his brow wrinkling with confusion. "How did you get here?" "We were pup-napped," Riley shared. "And we appreciate you letting us hide here, but we don't want to stay." "Are you sure?" Fabian pressed. "You could have a good life here." None of the pups were old enough to know how to handle such an awkward situation. The truth was that their life in the Night Fang Pack was 1,000 times better, but they didn't want to insult their potential allies by pointing this out. "Thanks," Parker murmured, "but we just want to get back to our mommy and daddy." A few of the pups scattered throughout the space inhaled sharply. "You're not orphans?" Fabian questioned. "No," Paisley answered softly. "We're just lost." "Well, that's all right," Fabian decided, gesturing for the other children in the room to settle down. "Either way, you're going to need some money in order to make it back home, and there's only one way for pups to make money in this town. We don't want to steal," Ryder said, trying not to offend their hosts, but not knowing how else to express this sentiment. "No one wants to steal," Fabian scoffed. "It's not a choice, it's just a way of getting by." "Can we has a minute?" Riley asked him, not sure why she was deferring to a teenager's authority, but realizing it was the right thing to do nonetheless. "Of course," Fabian agreed, giving them his blessing to consult each other in private. The pups huddled together, exchanging worried expressions as they contemplated their options. "It's not as simple as he's making it seem," Parker insisted. "Especially not for us. If we're caught, we'll be taken to the king." "I don't think many of these pups worry about being caught," Riley reasoned. "It seems like they get away with their schemes, otherwise they'd be much more afraid." "You have a point," Ryder contributed, "but I still don't like it. Fabian seems awfully slimy." "He does," Paisley confirmed. "I don't like the way he looks at us, like we're some kind of trophy or experiment, and he's only just met us," Riley added, "so it's kind of creepy." "Is defiantly creepy," Ryder confirmed. "So what do we do?" Parker cut in, trying to reassert some order in their discussion. "I dunno," Paisley grimaced. "I mean, we do have to eat and sleep, and he's offering us a place to stay." "I think we should stay," Riley put forth, "but I don't think we should trust him." "I agree," Ryder said. "I don't like the way he looks at us, but I dunno what else to do." "Is agreed then," Parker decided, turning back to Fabian. He straightened himself up to his full height. Technically the oldest of his siblings, he was also the most dominant, if not the most mischievous. So in times like these, it was only right that he take control and speak for their small pack. Still, he'd never felt the kind of pressure he did now, for they'd never been in such a dire situation. "What do we have to do?" he asked Fabian, hoping against hope that the answer wouldn't be too terrible. "That's excellent news." Fabian grinned, looking to Sophie. "Let's set them up with their own corner, and then we can see what they're made of." Sophie nodded eagerly. "I like it, and as cute as they are, they're bound to bring in lots of cash." Half an hour later, Riley, Ryder, Parker, and Paisley were gathered at the end of a narrow street in the village, nervously looking around for signs of the shepherds or the police. "What do we do?" "It's really simple," Sophie answered, pushing a collection bin into their hands. "Just look really pitiful and beg for money. Some pups sing or put on little shows to try and bring in more money, but it's only your first day. Tomorrow I'll teach you how to pick pockets so sneakily that no one will ever suspect they're missing their wallets. But today let's just focus on testing your cuteness." "Our cuteness?" Riley repeated, crinkling her nose. "Yeah, the cuter you are, the more money you make," Sophie reasoned. "It's not the best system, but it definitely works." "How much of the monies we make do we get to keep?" Parker asked, all too aware that part of their earnings was going to be handed over to Fabian. "Well," Sophie hedged, looking as though she didn't really want to answer. "It's hard at first because it takes a little bit of cash to get set up, and there's 4 of you, that's a lot of supplies." "Are you saying we don't get to keep any of it?" Paisley guessed, eyeing the older girl with fresh suspicion. "Just for now," Sophie nodded. "I know it's not ideal, but in time you'll learn to love it here." "We aren't going to stay long enough for that," Riley reminded her. "Oh, right." Sophie blushed, instantly sparking the suspicions of her young protégés. "I'm sorry, most of the pups who come through here stay for the long haul." "If that's true, then how is Fabian the oldest?" Paisley questioned. "I mean, he's bigger, but it's not like he's that grown." "Maybe not, but he is in charge," Sophie reminded them, "and you don't want to cross him." "Why not?" Ryder inquired. "You don't," Sophie remarked grimly. "Just trust me on that. Now are you okay? Do you need me to stay with you a while longer?" "No, we've got it from here," Riley announced, wanting to be rid of the older girl quickly so that she could talk with her siblings in peace. As soon as Sophie departed, the pups turned towards each other. "Does anyone else have the feeling that these pups are bad news?" Ryder asked. "Maybe not all of them," Paisley amended, "but Fabian and Sophie seem very suspicious." "I agree," Parker nodded. "We can't trust them, they're up to something." "You're right," Riley affirmed, "but we still have to find a way to get out of here, and we can't do that without monies." "Are you really suggesting that we steal?" Paisley gasped. "It's like they said," Parker sighed. "We don't have a choice." Third person. The mountain village of Alta Montagna sat so deep in the rainforest that unless one was standing at its center, they might never realize it was there. It was well known throughout the kingdom for its beauty and artisan wool goods, but it wasn't the sort of place many southern islanders went unless they were trading or hoping to soak up some time in nature. While tourists poured into the town from regions far and wide, the area's raw natural beauty struggled to tempt locals, as more often than not, the entire mountain was covered in clouds. Even when it wasn't raining, it was a normal occurrence to walk out the door only to disappear into a blinding haze of white fog. Needless to say, it wasn't a good place to lose one's possessions, as finding them again could prove very challenging. This was part of why the city's orphan gang proved so successful when it came to pickpocketing and swindling. It was easy to hide among the clouds and grift money from unsuspecting tourists, for even when their mark realized something was missing, they certainly couldn't see to track down the thieves. This was also how it came to pass that Ethan and Jane managed to come within feet of their lost pups without ever realizing it. They arrived in the village in the early hours of the morning, having driven through the night to reach their remote destination. They had no way of knowing whether or not the pups were somewhere in the small town, but it was the closest corner of civilization to the jungle where the children were last seen. I don't know about this, Jane murmured, gazing around the quaint village. If they went into the jungle, maybe we should start looking there. This is an awfully long way from the turn-off. I know, Ethan sighed, but somewhere here might have seen them. There's no telling where they might be in the forest, and they're smart kids. They'll have tried to get to people for help. As beautiful as he found the landscape here, Ethan was less than amused by the constant downpours and relentless cloud cover. It made picking up on the children's scent, let alone tracking them, all but impossible. Jane was not convinced. She nervously gnawed her lower lip as she scanned the village, trying to put herself in her pup's shoes. She knew they were smart enough to try and find food and fresh water, but would they trust strangers? Would they go to adults for help after everything that they'd been through? Sometimes she worried there was too much of her in them, or that she'd unintentionally imposed her own insecurities onto them, and that was before any of this began. She scented the air for what felt like the 1,000th time, but like Ethan, the flooded streets and dense fog prevented her from smelling anything but damp and mud. It was so powerful, in fact, that she was struggling to even smell Ethan. Her wolf was anxiously pacing in her head, and Jane had to wonder how anyone tracked anything in such an environment. "Why does anyone live here?" Linda exclaimed, swatting at the dozen mosquitoes happily sucking her blood. "It's hot and miserable and just... arg! This morning I found a tarantula in my shoe! A tarantula!" Jane glanced at her friend. She wasn't doing well with their change of scenery, but she couldn't really blame Linda. It had been days since they'd heard from Eric, and even then, Ethan had been the one to make contact. Jane could only imagine how difficult it must be for her to be separated from her mate so soon after forming their bond. "I know," she commiserated. "I hate to think about the pups handling it all on their own." "Hey, they're probably loving it," Linda suggested, seeming to realize she'd accidentally increased her friend's concern. "You know how they are with bugs in nature. They're not nearly as high maintenance as we are." Ethan pursed his lips, thinking of Paisley. Unlike her siblings, she had never had much opportunity to explore the outdoors. Her heart had always been too weak to go on adventure hikes or exciting excursions, which meant she was probably as unhappy as Linda. Still, he didn't want to make things worse for Jane. So he swallowed his concerns and continued to scour the area for signs of the pups. Little did they know that on the other side of the cloudy town square, the pups were standing hand in hand, listening to Sophie instruct them on the art of thievery. "You have to be lightning fast," she advised, "and only use your pointer and middle fingers, never your thumbs. Pinch them together like tweezers and your mark won't feel a thing." "Our mark?" Paisley asked in confusion. "You know, mark, like target, whoever you want to steal from," Sophie explained impatiently. "But I don't want to steals from anyone," Paisley grumbled sullenly. Speaking over his sister, Parker eyed the older girl with resignation. "How do we choose a mark in the first place?" he wondered. "Well, tourists are best because they never pay attention to anything and they always have lots of money," Sophie reasoned. "Plus the locals know what we're up to. You can tell who's who just by the ways they act. If someone is from here, they walk around like they know the place, with a purpose. The tourists bumble and look around at everything like they're on some alien planet. But we can't see what anyone's doing." Riley objected, feeling equally as sulky as her sister. "I can only see people's feet through the fog." "I know, but that's our advantage." Sophie turned them around, pointing through the thick white haze. "We're low enough to the ground to see what the grown-ups can't, and the feet are all you need. Rich people have really nice shoes, and you can get really close without them ever knowing you were there." "But what if we get caught?" Ryder objected. "You won't be. There's 4 of you. If one of you gets pinched, the other 3 can help fight off the baddie," Sophie suggested. "Honestly, you're lucky. Do you have any idea how many times I wished there were 2 of me so I could fool a mark? That's why Fabian's so excited about you." "He is?" Parker asked, wrinkling his brow. "Yeah, we can do so many more cons with twins, and there's 2 sets of you," Sophie informed them with a big smile. "Besides, you're really little, so the adults won't ever suspect you and they'll be distracted by how cute you are." "But we're not going to stay here very long," Riley reminded her. Just until we can make a little money so we can find our parents. Sophie pursed her lips. Well, that will take a little time. Your first few scores have to go to Fabian to pay for your spots in the gang. We have to pay for our spots? Paisley questioned. Well, yeah, everyone has to do their share. Sophie shrugged, seeing nothing wrong with this idea. We're like a big family. No one gets a free ride. Well, why do we have to be part of the gang? Ryder inquired, why not just do this on our own? Because it's safer with us. Sophie shared, only half paying attention to the conversation. The older girl was busy scanning the street for potential targets, and she'd given this speech so many times she knew it by heart. Otherwise, you'd have to fend for yourself. Find some place to sleep in the forest where you might get eaten. And Fabian can't allow any competition, because if someone else in town is making money that doesn't go to the gang, everyone suffers. That doesn't sound very fair, Parker mused aloud. Well, nothing in life is fair. Sophie responded dismissively. It's not fair that we're all orphans when you still have parents, or that you're lost this way. Survival isn't about fair, it's about doing whatever it takes. The pups exchanged worried glances. At least they tried to. In effect, they simply peered through the gloom in the direction of one another, hoping the others were thinking on the same wavelength. The more time they spent here, the more it seemed like they were going to have to escape yet another safety net. They didn't understand why their luck never seemed to get any better. They could only pray that it would change soon. Even as they thought this, a voice sounded in the distance, one that sounded so much like Jane that all four of their heads whipped around. Ethan, I don't, the pups, Forrest. They only caught bits and pieces of the sound, but the pups were immediately on alert. Was that? Riley murmured, too afraid to say what she suspected and jinx them. It sounds like Mommy, Paisley whispered in reply. Where's it coming from? Ryder added eagerly. Over there, Riley exclaimed, pointing into the clouds. Let's go. Third person. The pups started to race towards the sound of Jane's voice, but at the last moment, Fabian appeared in front of them, blocking their paths. Where do you think you're going? He demanded. The pups looked around in confusion, not sure where the older boy had come from or how he'd found them in the fog. It's our parents, Ryder told him excitedly, trying to run around the shifter so he could find Jane and Ethan. However, Fabian lashed out quick as a snake, snatching up Ryder and Parker and nodding to Sophie. Get the girls. But Fabian, if it's their Sophie tried to object. As said, get them, he repeated harshly, interrupting her. Sophie reluctantly took hold of Riley and Paisley, but unlike Fabian, she didn't think to cover their mouths. Riley immediately screamed at the top of her lungs, Mommy! Shut her up! Fabian scolded, struggling to subdue the boys. We can't afford to lose 4 earners. But together, they dragged the struggling pups into the sewers, where they knew their scents would be completely obscured by stone, water, and decay. Across the square, Jane and Ethan jerked in shock. Was that? Jane squeaked. It sounded like Riley. Ethan nodded, feeling his heart begin to race with hope and worry at once. It came from over there. Linda pointed in the direction of the scream, and all 3 adults went racing through the mist. Of course, by the time they reached the point where the pups had been standing, the children were long gone. Oh, goddess, I can smell them, Jane whimpered. Riley! Paisley! Ryder! Parker! She shouted their names as she spun around, searching every inch of space within her sight. Before long, Ethan and Linda were yelling too, but they were met only with silence. Little did they know that the pups were fighting to reach them deep beneath their feet, in a part of the city they didn't know existed. Is everything all right? A strange voice asked from behind Ethan and Jane. When they turned, they found a man and woman in their 60s, wearing wedding rings and simple clothing. We're trying to find our pups, Jane shared, on the verge of tears. Have you seen them? She pulled out her phone and showed a photo to the elderly couple. The couple exchanged a curious glance, eyeing Jane suspiciously. These are your pups? That for the first time, Jane remembered that she looked like a young man, but she'd been speaking in her natural voice. The strangers must have thought she was an incredibly dubious character, but they also hadn't denied seeing the pups. Throwing caution to the wind, Jane ripped off her wig, hat, and fake beard. Yes, I'm sorry, I don't have time to explain the disguises. Have you seen them? The man seemed convinced, but his wife narrowed her eyes. She could see the resemblance between Jane and the girls, but the disguises were too much of an oddity. The littlest one? What shape is the scar on her chest? That's Paisley, Ethan exclaimed. She has multiple scars, but the biggest is a straight line down her sternum. The woman relaxed slightly. We saw your pups all right. They came wandering out of the forest onto our farm earlier this week. She sounded as if she disapproved, and a moment later she made it clear this was indeed the case. I wouldn't mind knowing how they ended up all alone in the jungle. They were kidnapped and they escaped. Jane felt as if she was about to pass out. Where are they now? Do you still have them? We heard Riley scream. As soon as Mary heard the children were taken against their will, not that Ethan and Jane were simply negligent parents, she softened entirely. Oh, you poor dears, I'm so sorry. They ran away from us when we brought them to town. I'd gone to the police, and when our backs were turned, they caused a distraction and took off. Jane's knees went weak, and she slumped against Ethan. I can't believe this. Ethan caught her easily, holding her tight. They did the right thing. They knew not to trust the police. And that means they're here somewhere. We've been looking since yesterday, and so have the authorities, Thomas explained with a frown. I'm afraid there's quite a problem with orphaned children here. They probably found the local gang and are hiding with them. How were they? Were they hurt, frightened? Ethan questioned. They were a little banged up, but they're a strong bunch, Mary told them gently. They had lots of fun making friends with our llamas and didn't seem too traumatized, just skittish. Why did you say they can't trust the police? It's the same reason we're in disguise, Jane confessed. If the police find out who their father is, they'll be in serious trouble. Thomas and Mary frowned at Ethan. Are you not their father? Yes, I am. Ethan shared, studying the pair closely. He was both frustrated. Jane had risked their cover by revealing herself, but he understood her desperation. Now it was his turn to make a snap judgment about whether to trust the pair. He'd always believed he was a good judge of character, but Eve's deception had shaken his confidence slightly. His instincts were now to never offer someone his trust without it being earned. Let's just say if King Aemon knew the pups belonged to me, they'd be in danger. Thomas and Mary exchanged a thoughtful glance. They were no fans of the king, but they also didn't know what to make of the strange couple. In the end, it was the pups who convinced them to help the pair. No one who raised such sweet children could be too bad. All right. Mary nodded. We'll help you in any way we can. The last time we saw the pups was yesterday afternoon. I doubt they've left the city, but no one knows where the orphan gangs live. Some people think they retreat to the forest. Others swear there are secret parts of the town forgotten by time. The good news is that you often don't have to find them. There's always a few children hovering around corners waiting for the opportunity to steal some money or food. Are things that bad here? Jane fretted, her heart going out to any pups forced to endure such a life. Thomas shrugged. The King's Highway is a major transit zone. I don't think yours are the first pups to escape the clutches of dangerous people. That, and there's no resources here to help those in trouble. If children lose their parents to disease or the jungle, there's no one to help them, Mary added. That's terrible, Ethan grimaced. Why was Riley screaming then? Jane murmured, feeling more nauseous by the minute. If she thought she heard us, why did she stop? I don't know, baby. Ethan frowned, trying not to jump to conclusions or make Jane more afraid. His wolf was aching to get out, but if he shifted, he'd lose his disguise. Is there any place you see the orphans more often than others? Maybe if we catch one? He trailed off, realizing how grim this sounded. Maybe we can see if they know anything. Jane finished for him, perking up at the idea. Let's split up, Linda suggested. The more spread out we are, the more chances we'll have, and the more likely they are to approach. Ethan emitted an accidental growl, holding Jane more tightly. He did not like the idea of being separated from her one bit, especially with her illness. I'll be fine. Jane promised him, reading his thoughts and rising on her toes to press a kiss to his cheek. Everyone keep an eye on your pockets, Thomas advised. They're very quick. Just call out if you catch one. They all nodded, and Linda, Thomas, and Mary immediately took off in different directions. However, when Jane attempted to step away from Ethan, she found she couldn't budge. "Ethan, it's okay," she insisted again. "I wasn't joking when I said I wasn't going to let you out of my sight, Janie." He rumbled, clearly conflicted. "You have to at the moment," Jane reminded him. "I promise I'll be back with you before you can blink. Just be careful," he instructed, "and don't go too far." Jane couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Sometimes I swear you treat me like I'm one of the pups." "You're naughty like the pups," Ethan teased. "Can you really blame me?" "Yes," Jane answered, offering him a saucy smile. "Now come on. I'm worried about Riley." They separated only after Ethan dragged Jane in for a kiss, and for once it seemed that luck was on their side. Jane hadn't been gone 5 minutes when Ethan heard tiny feet tiptoeing up behind him, and as soon as he felt his wallet twitch in her back pocket, he lashed out. "Gotcha!" Ethan easily caught the little girl, who was doubtless shocked that such a seemingly elderly man could move so fast. He lifted her up by her small wrist, looking into the face of the shabby child with sympathy, until he smelled his pups on her clothes. "Where are they?" Third person. "Where's who?" The scrawny pup squeaked, her scent becoming completely overpowered by fear. "My pups," Ethan growled. "Riley, Parker, Paisley, and Ryder." The child's eyes widened, and Ethan called over his shoulder, hoping the others could still hear him. "I got one." Running footsteps soon sounded at his back, and Jane pulled up short beside him. "Ethan, you're scaring her." "Smell her," he instructed. "She's been with the pups recently." Jane leaned forward and sniffed the child, barely able to decipher the children's scent amidst all the dirt and grime. Her heart thumped loudly in her chest, but still she encouraged her mate to return the frightened urchin's feet to solid ground. "It's okay, little one," she promised. "What's your name?" The girl glanced nervously back and forth between Jane and Ethan, as baffled by their outfits as Thomas and Mary had been. She pursed her lips tightly together, cowering when Linda, Mary, and Thomas appeared beside them as well. She was completely outnumbered, and her knees were beginning to knock together. This, more than anything else, softened Ethan's heart. No matter his wolf's rage at losing the children, he truly didn't enjoy scaring pups. "I'm sorry I was a bit rough," he apologized, softening his tone to a soft lull. "We won't hurt you. We just want to find our pups," Jane added anxiously. "You've seen them, haven't you? Our quadruplets?" The girl was clearly more comfortable with Jane than the huge alpha holding her hostage, and as skittish as she was, she also had a bright-eyed curiosity about her, which made her circumstances even more troubling. "What are quadruplets?" "It's like when you have twins, but 4 pups instead of 2, Jane answered, smiling warmly. "Ours are 4 years old, and they got kidnapped last week. We've been looking everywhere for them, and we know they're here somewhere. Can you help us?" The child crinkled her nose as she thought about their request. "What will you give me if I do?" Ethan growled again, and Jane shot him an annoyed look before grinning at the little girl. "You're a clever one, I'll give you that." "Humph," Mary scoffed beside her, "more like an impertinent one. I ought to take you home and throw you right in the bath." Though her words were clearly intended as a threat, the girl looked up at her curiously. "Why would you do that?" "Because you're in a right state," Mary informed her imperiously. "You clearly need some looking after." The girl lifted her chin defiantly. "Fabian looks after us." "Does he now?" Mary replied, taking over the negotiations while the others looked on in bafflement. "He feeds you, clothes you, gives you cuddles. He teaches us to survive," the girl insisted, clearly less certain of herself now. "Pups aren't meant to survive on their own," Mary told her sternly. "They're meant to be provided for. Anyone who tells you otherwise or expects you to pay for your safety is no friend." She declared, guessing Fabian's arrangement with no trouble at all. She'd seen enough of the gangs over the years to understand how they worked. The girl looked beside herself now, and Mary closed in for the girl. "Let her go," she told Ethan. "She won't run." Not if she wants a hot meal and a nice bed to sleep in. This got the child's attention. "What?" "I'm not saying it will be all flowers and sunshine," Mary informed her shrewdly. "There will be rules and chores. I won't have you running completely wild, but I'll not be leaving you in these conditions, young miss." Are you saying you want me to live with you?" The girl stammered, her eyes going wide as dinner plates. Ethan and Jane were watching with avid interest. A few minutes ago, the child had been terrified, but Mary clearly had a way with pups. It was probably how she'd wrangled their own babies out of the jungle. They knew not to trust anyone who seemed too nice, and Mary had the kind of maternal authority which made it clear she would take care of you whether you liked it or not. "If you like," Mary agreed. "But only if I help you find the pups, right?" The girl qualified suspiciously. "Helping us is the right thing to do. Those pups have parents who love them and want nothing more than to take them home." Mary explained, gesturing to Ethan and Jane, "But you'll have a place at my hearth whether you help or not." The child looked so tempted, clearly longing and yearning for a home with all her heart, that Jane wanted to cry. However, a minute later, dark clouds came over her young face. "I can't. Fabian will punish me. Little one, Thomas and I don't live in this town. If you come home with us, you'll never have to come to this place again. We have a llama farm in the hills. It's nothing but fresh air and sunshine," Mary informed her. "Now, are you going to tell us your name, or do we have to guess?" "That's not the only reason," the girl objected. "I have a brother. He's real little. I can't leave him behind. He can come too." Thomas offered instantly. The child clearly thought this is too good to be true. Her instincts were telling her to believe them, but her head was too full of the past to allow herself. "You'll just hurt us," she accused. Now tears did spark in Jane's eyes, and her imagination spun out of control as she contemplated the life this innocent pup must have led. "I've never hurt a pup in my life," Mary announced. "You can ask the quadruplets. They stayed with us before coming here. They got a little scared when we brought them to the city, like you are, but they can tell you what our home was like." Jane and Ethan had to appreciate the elder woman's cunning. Even if the girl got cold feet before agreeing to come home with them or talking to the pups, she might still lead them in the right direction. They didn't think this was the reason behind her offer, but it was a damn good strategy nonetheless. "My name's Sophie," the munchkin offered shyly. "I can't take you to your pups, but I might be able to find them a place to meet you." She turned to Mary and crossed her arms over her chest. "And I'll decide after I hear what they have to say." "I wouldn't expect anything less," Mary praised, nodding gravely. Within moments, the expectant adults watched Sophie disappear into a hole in the wall, too small for even Jane to squeeze into. They waited with bated breath while the excited girl wound her way through the maze of defunct sewers, disappearing deeper into the bowels of the city and praying that Fabian was no longer guarding the pups. Luckily, she found them unattended. Riley, Ryder, Parker, and Posey were tied up in a dank alcove, tears streaming down their young faces. She instantly saw the resemblance between them and the pretty lady in the square. "Shh," she urged them, pressing a finger to her lips. "I'm going to take you to your parents, but you have to be quiet." The pups perked up instantly, she offering up their hands so she could untie the ropes. "Did you stay with an old couple before you came here?" she asked as she worked. They nodded in agreement, and Sophie paused only long enough to ask, "Were they nice? Can I trust them?" The pups exchanged a few glances, then nodded firmly. They'd only run away because Mary was determined to fetch the police. Once they were released from their bounds, Sophie paused only long enough to fetch her brother, before guiding them back through the darkness to the world above. Unfortunately, they'd only made it through a few tunnels before they heard Fabian's voice and footsteps approaching. "Quick, go right," Sophie hissed. "Fabian's coming this way." This sent them on a completely different route, winding away towards the other side of town. Sophie's mind raced, praying Fabian wouldn't notice they were gone before she could get them above ground. They were just emerging into the cloudy top level when a furious roar sounded beneath them, and Sophie knew the game was up. She dragged the pups down a side street, pausing when she saw a pair of open trunks waiting to be packed behind a clothing shop. "Quick, hide in here. I'll bring your parents to you." "No, we'll come with you," Parker objected. "You can't if we cross paths with Fabian, he'll hurt us all. Bailey and I can pretend we're just working and don't know you escaped," Sophie reasoned. "They're too far away for you to be out in the open." Seeing the reason in her plan, Riley and Paisley climbers into one trunk, while Parker and Ryder clambered into another, letting Sophie close the lids after whispering, "I'll bring them as fast as I can." However, no sooner had Sophie and Bailey disappeared around the corner that the pups felt the trunks concealing them lurch, as if they were being lifted. "Are we moving?" Riley asked Paisley nervously. "I dunno, try to open the lid," her sister suggested. Riley rose up onto her knees and pushed at the lid, only to find it tightly closed. "I can't," she murmured. "Paisley, I thinks we're locked in." "Third person. It can't be locked," Riley insisted. "We just got ins. Maybe it locked auto, you knows, on its own." Paisley guessed, unable to navigate her tongue around the big word. "Maybe," Riley agreed. "But either's way, we're definitely moving." The trunk was rocking back and forth, and they could hear footsteps outside. "I thinks we're being carried," Paisley whispered nervously. "Do you thinks the boys are moving too?" Riley wondered. "I dunno." Paisley frowned, distracted when the trunk stilled with a sudden jolt and a strange rumbling filled the air. "Was that noise?" Riley leaned up to the keyhole in the wooden siding, trying to peer through. "I sees the other trunk," she shared excitedly. "But we're not in the street anymore." Even as she spoke, they jerked forward again, banging their slight shoulders into the walls of their wooden enclosures. "Where are we then?" Paisley whimpered. "You're not going to like it," Riley told her, gazing around the dimly lit space outside. "Why not?" Paisley questioned with trepidation. "'Cause I think we're in the back of a truck or van," she guessed. "It looks kinda like the van Anita had us in, only there's much nicer things." Indeed, the back of the strange vehicle was full of clothing racks and painted set pieces, not that the child recognized these items. All she saw was sparkly fabric and what looked like painted tapestries. "But Mommy and Daddy are back in the Cloud City," Paisley all but wailed. "We can't be going someplace else." Riley wrapped her arms around her sister, leaning her small head against Paisley's. "I don't think we have a choice," she confessed. "I think we're going someplace new, whether we likes it or not." In the other trunk, Ryder and Parker were having much the same conversation. They'd noticed they were moving just as quickly, and also tried to escape their confines. For a moment they'd been afraid they were back on a boat, the way they were rocking about, but thankfully that ceased before either could be sick. Instead, they found themselves lurching to a stop before the engine began and the van set off. Parker was doing the exact same thing Riley was, peering out the trunk's keyhole and trying to get a bearing on his surroundings. When he was certain there were no people around, he raised his voice to a low hiss. "Riley? Paisley? Can you hears us?" "We hear you," a whispered shout came back. "We can't get out, so what do we do?" "We could shout for help," Ryder suggested. "If we shout for help, it will only get us caught by whoever's driving," Parker reasoned. "Who knows who it is?" "But if they stop, maybe they'll take us back to Mommy and Daddy," Paisley added hopefully. "The last time we trusted someone, they tried to hold us prisoner, and even the nice peoples just want to go to the police. We can't risk it," Parker insisted. "I say we wait until we get wherever's we're going, then make a break for it when no one's looking." "Okay," Riley and Paisley said in unison. "Let's just hope they aren't going very far." "They're probably not," Ryder claimed, but it was simply his hope rather than a fact. "At least I hopes they're not." The girls exchanged worried glances through the gloom. "We hope so too." After stashing the quadruplets, Sophie dashed around the corner, intent on finding Jane and Ethan again, only to slam headfirst into Fabian. "What? Oh. Sophie?" Fabian caught her by the shoulders. "Have you seen the new pups?" They escaped. The little girl had never been more thankful she had the foresight to hide the pups rather than taking them through the city with her and Bailey. "No. How did they escape?" she asked, adopting a shocked expression. "They must have worked together somehow. I don't know," Fabian growled, "but we can't let them get away. They're cute enough that they can make us a fortune begging tourists alone." "I'll help you look," Sophie offered. "They can't have gotten far." "All right, you take the east quarter. I'll take the west," Fabian suggested. "No," Sophie chirped nervously. She'd left Ethan and Jane in the western part of town, far too near the secret entrance to the tunnels. "I doubt they'd go to those parts of the city. They know that's where the tunnels start and let out." "I don't think they're that bright," Fabian frowned. "They were smart enough to get out of their bindings." Sophie reminded him pointedly. You're right. Okay, I'll take north. You take south. Fabian amended, charging off without another word. Breathing a sigh of relief, Sophie quickly retraced her steps back to Ethan, Jane, Mary, Thomas, and Linda. They all whipped around in surprise when she appeared behind them, Bailey hiding behind her back. Sophie, where are the pups? Jane asked. Come this way, but be careful, Sophie cautioned. Fabian knows they've escaped. The adults dutifully followed the young pair, their pulses racing with excitement. Jane was trying very hard not to get ahead of herself. She wouldn't relax until her babies were safe in her arms, but she could feel how close they were. It was nearly impossible not to let her hope run rampant. Where did you leave them? Ethan pressed, no less patient than his mate. Fabian was chasing us, so I helped them hide in some big trunks, she shared, more than a little proud of herself. It's a good thing, too, 'cause I ran into Fabian a minute later. Very smart thinking, Thomas praised. However, just as they rounded the corner where Sophie and Bailey had left the pups, they found the entire space empty. They're right over. What? No. Sophie ran forward, spinning around on the spot. She'd just been there. She'd just seen them a few minutes ago. They were just here. You have to believe me, Sophie exclaimed, her eyes filling with tears. Bailey, tell them. Bailey nodded in agreement. They were rights here. Jane and Ethan surged forward, studying the surrounding space. There were large dry rectangles littering the soaked cobblestones. Clearly trunks and crates had been sitting there very recently, but they were gone now. It's okay, Sophie, Ethan assured her. We believe you. Though he spoke to the young girl, he wasn't looking at her. In that moment, he only had eyes for Jane. It wasn't an uncommon occurrence, but at the moment, it had nothing to do with her charm of beauty. She was standing in the middle of the street, looking so lost and helpless, his heart ached. Her lower lip was quivering violently, and Ethan quickly closed the distance between them and pulled her into his arms before she could start sobbing. In the meantime, Linda darted into the nearest shop, and Sophie looked piteously up at Mary and Thomas. Does this mean you won't take us home with you now? I told you that you would have a place with us whether you helped or not, and I meant it, Mary told her simply. Sophie's cheeks split into a tearful smile. Really? Really? Thomas nodded, wrapping an arm around his wife as he watched the suffering parents in front of them. Ethan was petting Jane and whispering promises against her hair. It's okay, we'll find them. We know they're all right now. We know they're out of the jungle, and we know how they're thinking. This is just a roadblock. But we were so close, Jane cried despondently. I don't want to wait. I want them back now. I know, little wolf, Ethan crooned, rocking her from side to side and clamping his own eyes shut in unmistakable pain. I do too. Jane looked about ready to collapse, and though the shepherd and his wife hadn't trusted these strange characters initially, there was no denying now that they clearly loved their pups more than anything in the world. Jane's mournful cries carried through the air as Ethan tried to comfort her, to no avail. A few moments later, Linda returned from the shop, offering her friend a sympathetic look. Apparently, the trunks belonged to a traveling theater troupe. They just finished a stint here and packed up to travel to their next gig. If I had to guess, I'd say they didn't realize the pups had climbed inside and just loaded everything into their caravan. Really? Jane pulled away from Ethan, sniffling but heartened by this news. Maybe we can catch up with them. We will catch up with them, Ethan decided firmly. Do we know where they're headed? Linda took a deep breath, clearly not eager to deliver the rest of the information she'd learned. The bud of hope, which had bloomed in Ethan and Jane's chests, dampened before she could say a word. It was obvious from the look on her face that she didn't have good news to share. They're going to the capital, she shared gravelly, to perform for the king. Jane, I can't lose them. I can't. When was the last time I held them? Kissed them? What were the last words I said to them? Do they know how close I am? Do they know how hard I'm trying to rescue them? I would give anything to have them safely home. I would gladly trade my own life for theirs, though I hope it won't come to that. The pain comes and goes in waves, which is something of a blessing. Just when it becomes so overwhelming that I think it will crush me completely, it ebbs away, replaced with a yawning emptiness that leaves me hollow but not miserable. We took action immediately when we learned about the Pups' new destination, but I fear it won't be enough. We left Sophie and her brother with Thomas and Mary and jumped in the car, only stopping for petrol. My eyes are so sore from searching the road and surrounding forests, but that's about to be the least of my problems. I think I'm going to be sick. I choke, looking around the car. We're speeding down the King's Highway, desperately trying to catch up with the theater troupe. The vehicle is veering around the twists and turns of the mountain roads, and for once I have no fears that my unsettled stomach might be caused by a pregnancy. I know this is good old motion sickness. Ethan immediately applies the brakes as if he intends to pull over. I grip the handhold over my head with a white-knuckled fist. No, don't stop. I just need a bag or something. Don't stop, I repeat stubbornly. Here. Linda produces a plastic bag, dumping out the water bottles and snacks we purchased at our last fuel stop. It's just in the nick of time. Thankfully, my hair is up and I retch into the bag, emptying the contents of my stomach and grimacing at the unpleasant sight and smell of my own sick. I moan pitifully when it's over, sipping some water to take the sour taste out of my mouth. There's nothing left for my body to expel but stomach acid and bile, but I still feel terrible. Poor baby. Ethan strokes my hair, but doesn't take his eyes off the road. Are you sure you don't want me to slow down? These roads aren't going to get any less windy for a while. No, don't slow down, I insist. I have to get to my pups. It kills me that we came so close to finding them, only to have them snatched away at the last moment. I can tell Ethan is worried about me pushing myself too hard, and is clearly grappling for a way to prioritize me and finding the pups at the same time. I suppose that's why he didn't want me to come. But I had to. I would have gone crazy if I'd stayed behind. Besides, the pups are going to need me when we find them. They're probably so frightened. I can almost see them now huddled in trunks, not knowing what's happening. What if they run out of air? Is there enough oxygen in those trunks? I whimper aloud at the thought. We have to go faster, I urge, trying to keep my voice from shaking. Any faster and we'll risk a crash. Ethan tells me, using his most soothing tone, stop talking to me like that. I beg, you can't make this better by coddling me. Suddenly, I remember Ethan's habit of pulling over cars for lectures, and I'm afraid he might do so now, but I should have known that he would never do that at such a critical moment. In the past, our speed hasn't been able to solve or hurry up resolving our emergencies. Now it might cost us everything. He simply shoots me a disapproving look, and if one of the pups was beside themselves and could calm down on their own, would you just let them spiral? But I'm not one of the pups, I exclaim. The pups are out there somewhere at this very moment, probably feeling exactly the same way, and I'm not there to comfort them. Don't you understand that? Tears are burning in my eyes now. They could be overheating or suffocating as we speak. We can't waste a single second. I hear you, sweetheart. I truly do. I believe him. I can feel the tension radiating off him in waves, and I can tell he wants to reach for me, hold me, but we both know he can't. I think not being able to make me feel better is as upsetting for him as not being able to comfort the pups is for me. I suddenly feel very guilty for making things harder on him. How am I supposed to cope with such a thing? If I feel badly, I hurt my mate, but I can't help feeling badly. Ethan changes tactics before I can come up with an answer. You have to keep your head, Janie. If you fall to pieces, you won't be able to do what's necessary. I know. I whimper. I just feel like they're slipping out of my fingers. Like every moment we don't find them is another mile of distance between us. How much more time can pass before they're too far out of reach to ever get back? But it's the opposite, Linda interjects. Every moment is a step closer to them. That's right, Ethan agrees. Just keep telling yourself that. We drive until the sun begins to set, and Ethan slows at last, pulling over to the side of the road. At first, I think he might be making a pit stop to use the restroom, but he doesn't step out of the car. What are you doing? I ask. He turns to me with a furrowed brow. Do you think they'll stop for the night? What day are they performing for the king? I inquire, looking back at Linda. The clerk didn't have the details, just the destination, she explains with a frown. And how much further is the capital? I question, realizing the problem at once. If they stop and we don't, we'll pass them by, but if we stop and they don't, we'll never catch up. Half a day, at least, Ethan informs us. If it was me, Linda reasons, unless the performance is first thing tomorrow. Can we look it up? I wonder aloud. Linda pulls out her phone, typing as quickly as she can. It's not for 3 days, she finally announces. Good. I breathe a sigh of relief. So do we stop? Linda questions. Well, unless they stop right on the side of the road, we'll never know we've passed them. I muse. We can't risk that. Or maybe that's better. Linda counters. If we get to the capital before them, we could intercept them when they arrive. But what if the pups run away again before that, Ethan suggests. They might not be with the troop anymore by the time they reach the city. We have to find them tonight, I declare, a new and terrifying thought entering my head. If the troop doesn't unpack the trunks when they stop, the pups will be trapped until they arrive, without food or water. Jane's right, Ethan murmurs. But I don't know how to find them. It would be one thing if we could track them, but it's impossible. Is there a phone number for the company? I ask suddenly. There must be. Otherwise, how would anyone book them? Ethan says excitedly. Linda is typing away again. There is, goddess, I can't believe we didn't think of this before. She raises her phone to her ear, then swears. Damn it, there's no service. We must be in too remote of an area. Keep trying, I encourage. Maybe see if you can get some bars moving around. Linda steps out of the car, lifting her phone up and trying to get a signal. Meanwhile, I look to Ethan. We can't risk passing them, I state gravely. I think we have to stay in this general area and try to find service or a landline so we can call them. If we can't get hold of them, we can keep driving tomorrow and hope we catch them. But if we drive ahead of them, we'll never find them until it's too late. You're right, he concurs. I saw a sign for a hotel a few miles back. Maybe they have a phone we can use. If we can pick the pups up tonight, we'll need a place to sleep anyway. Okay. I nod and call Linda back to the car, quickly filling her in on our plan. Just as we turn around, I think I spy a flash of red up ahead, but when I look back, there's nothing but an endless sea of jungle. I must have imagined it, third person. If only Jane and Ethan had continued driving that fateful night, they might have discovered that the theater troupe and their pups were only a mile ahead, pulled over on the side of the road to investigate the strange sounds coming from the pair of costume trunks in the main caravan. The troop leaders had first noticed the sounds of whimpering just as the sun set, and upon closer investigation heard a tiny voice whisper, "I can hold it! I'm gonna burst!" I think we might have picked up some stowaways, the director murmured to his costume mistress. "Oh dear," she exclaimed, "surely not." Even as she spoke, she fumbled for the key to the trunk in question. She slid it into the lock and quickly unlatched the trunk. The lid swung open and revealed a pair of little boys, both unbearably cute but covered in dirt and grime. They had huge, fear-filled eyes and were trembling as they stared up at the unfamiliar grown-ups. "Oh my word," the costume mistress cried. "You poor darlings, how did you get in there?" The boys exchanged worried glances, then one of them waved his small hands in front of him and chirped. "We aren't here. This trunk is empty, is just an illusion." The adults had to smother the desire to laugh at the cheeky claim. "An illusion, huh?" the director repeated. "I don't know. You seem awfully solid to me." When the pair continued staring at the boys, clearly not convinced, the second boy whimpered, "Please don't hurt us." This pup was squirming with the antsy energy of a child desperate for a potty, but before the costume mistress could extract him, he leapt out of the trunk and, to her shock, ran to the other one. "Open it! Our sisters!" "Oh my goddess!" The overwhelmed woman immediately raced to open the second trunk. When the lid popped up, it revealed a pair of identical little girls, easily as similar as the boys except that one was a bit smaller than the other. The costume mistress pressed her hands to her cheeks. "Well, I never." The larger girl eyed the she-wolf warily as she climbed out of the trunk. "We won't be any troubles. Just let us go and you'll never see us again." The pups started inching away and the costume mistress held up her palm. "Now hold on a minute, little one. We need to talk about this. I can't just let you run off into the wilderness." The little boy had apparently reached a breaking point. He was dancing around on the spot, holding his hands between his legs. "I has to pee," All right, pup, come right this way, the director instructed, leading him towards the restroom. Ryder. The smaller girl squeaked with alarm. It's all right, no one is going to hurt him, and he'll be right back. The costume mistress promised. Won't you tell me what happened? Are you lost? No, the first boy shook his head, his voice thick with emotion. After so many weeks of surviving all on their own, not trusting anyone and hiding from everyone they met, the exhausted pup finally broke. Our parents were coming to get us. We only wanted to hide for a minute, he explained, bursting into tears. Oh, you poor thing, the costume mistress crooned, hugging him close. I'm so sorry, we'll turn around right now. Really? The first girl sniffled, also on the verge of tears and not believing her young ears. Of course, she agreed, trying to gauge their age and placing them somewhere around 4 or 5. I suppose you don't know their phone number? They pitifully shook their heads. Well, maybe I can look it up. What are their names? We can tell you that, the second girl announced, rubbing her eyes. Why not? The costume mistress pressed. 'Cause is not safe, the boy explained. The costume mistress was baffled. What isn't safe, sweetheart? Telling you their names. The first girl shared. The she-wolf frowned. On one hand, she figured it didn't make much difference. Finding phone service in the middle of the jungle was an impossibility, and by the time they got back to Alta Montagna, it probably wouldn't be hard to locate their parents. They could go to the police or simply look for a panicked couple shouting their names. On the other hand, she ached for what these poor angels must have been through. Their first reactions to being found hadn't been relief, but pleading not to be hurt and worries about safety. How long have you been lost? She asked. From the looks of it, they'd been on their own for some time. I dunno. The second little girl frowned. Ages and ages. We haven't seen Mommy and Daddy in weeks. The boy asserted. You must have been very afraid. The costume mistress guessed, her voice overflowing with sympathy. They nodded again, and she opened her free arm to the girls, who promptly cuddled in next to their brother. They cried and cried into her blouse, soon joined by their second brother once he returned from the bathroom. She looked up at the director with wide eyes. We have to turn around. Within minutes, the bright red caravan had made a U-turn and was speeding back in the direction from whence it came, whizzing right past the hotel where Ethan, Jane, and Linda had stopped for the night. Hours away, deep in the dungeons of King Aemon's palace, Eric sat in misery, locked behind iron bars too strong to ever break. His father stood across from him, making his first visit since ordering his captivity. He wasn't sure how much time had passed, only that the king was determined on making it as unpleasant as possible. When he wasn't being interrogated, he was shivering in the cold or listening to his stomach grumble in desperation. He spent almost all his time thinking about his friends and Linda. He hated to think he might not see his mate again. He'd only just claimed her, and he loved her so much. Have you come to your senses yet, boy? The king demanded with a sneer. Eric could almost feel his hatred slicing into him with every word. He'd never regretted being exiled from his home, but now he was reminded of just how cruel and unfeeling his father could be. Goddess, how Eric hated it when his father called him that, as if he was a child. I've already told you I don't know anything, he grumbled, exhausted from the relentless questioning. You must think I'm a damn fool, kind Aemon muttered sharply. Blackwell's pups get kidnapped and brought to the Southern Isles, then you just magically appear claiming a change of heart after 4 years of silence? I don't think so. Coincidences, Eric insisted through clenched teeth. You'll also know Jane went back to him after everything he did to her. She told me point blank that she'd never want me, and Ethan tried to have me killed just for sniffing around her. He lied. What I know is that the Alpha and his mate are no longer in Cité de la Nuit. Tell me, are they here? Have they come to find their children? Are they somewhere on our shores right now, as we speak? I don't know, Eric claimed fiercely. They were still in the capital when I left, and I didn't exactly stop to have a heart-to-heart before I left. I'm done with them. You're lying, King Aemon accused. You never were a good liar. I don't know why I ever dreamed of making you a spy. I did my duty for more than a year. I kept up. Oh, 1 year. What dedication? Aemon taunted. What sacrifice? It wasn't right, Eric insisted. She was no longer with him. She could only tell me about what he'd done in the past, not anything that was happening at the time, and she was his victim. And so you chose to leave once she went back and finally had access to information that would be useful to me. How was that supposed to prove your loyalty? The king demanded. Well, as you say, I left, so I don't have useful information, and if you're hoping otherwise, you might as well leave me down here to rot. Use Anita if you want a spy, he suggested, eager to know what had happened with the trafficker, and hoping his father would be goaded into telling him. His gamble paid off. Oh, I'm already using Anita. She's gone to Alta Montagna to find the pups and bring them to me. And then what? Eric demanded, praying that she would be too late. Ethan was the best tracker he'd ever seen, and even though this environment made tracking them nearly impossible, he knew the couple was clever. They must have found some leads. Maybe they were already back with the pups already. And then, King Aemon announced, pulling Eric's attention back to him, I'll have Ethan Blackwell exactly where I want him. Jane. Ethan walks into our hotel room, frowning deeply. If he notices that I'm brushing my teeth for the second time in as many hours, he gives no indication. I've been sick again, even though I initially felt better after we stopped. We booked 2 rooms after we arrived, and we've been taking turns using the hotel's landline to try and call the theater troupe. I'm beginning to worry that they've also stopped somewhere in this area, and therefore don't have any cell service themselves, because so far we haven't had any luck. I can tell by Ethan's face that nothing has changed. He must have come upstairs because Linda took over calling the theater. No luck? I guess. I'm beginning to think I must have done something truly horrible in a past life for us to be punished this way. While I fret about karma and lament our dreadful near misses, I can tell Ethan is trying to keep up a strong front. Even now he looks up at me and wipes the somber expression from his face, trying to look hopeful. No, he reports. I have a feeling they've stopped in an area with no service, but the good news is that they probably have stopped for the night. The later it gets without success, the less likely it is they continued to the capital. I nod. I hope you're right. And at least if the performance isn't for 3 days, we know that we can probably get in touch with them before the king gets wind of anything, or before the pups try to run. Even as I say it, I'm reminded of my fears that the trunks won't be opened until the troupe reaches their destination, but the pups can make it 24 hours without food and water, as long as they don't overheat. And they're in a shaded caravan, I remind myself. They won't overheat. It will be okay. It has to be okay. Ethan nods. We'll reach them first. I'll make sure of it. He grimaces. However, we may have other worries. Linda is concerned that we haven't heard from Eric for so long. She thinks something must be wrong. As conflicted as I feel about my one-time friend and confidant, I also don't feel comfortable with the radio silence he's been keeping lately. And what do you think? Ethan sighs. Well, it was always going to be difficult. He promised to check in whenever he could, so it's not as if he's missed meetings. But, I prompt him, sensing the oncoming contingency. But I don't like it either. Anita was headed to the king and haven't heard from Eric since we learned that detail. I think there's a good chance Anita outed him, Ethan confessed. Which means Aemon could have done any number of things. Do you think he'd have him killed? I ask anxiously. I think it's more likely he'd take him prisoner. Apparently, Eric's older brother died a few years ago, which means Aemon no longer has an heir, unless he wants to leave the kingdom to his daughter, and I doubt he'd do that. He can't be too cavalier about ending his male bloodline. Ethan reasons. So what do we do? I ask, trying to imagine being so heartless that I'd take one of my own children captive, let alone kill them. Then again, I'd never ask them to become spies or exile them either. Suddenly, I have a great deal of sympathy for Eric. What must it have been like to be raised by such a person? How much strength did it take to turn his back on him, to disappoint someone he'd probably been striving to please his whole life? There's nothing more we can do right now. Ethan frowns. We have to get the pups back first. Once they're safe, we can try to find out what happened to Eric. If it turns out that he has been taken prisoner, I'll stay behind while you take the pups home and see if I can rescue him. What? I gape. Are you serious? He's in this situation because of us, Ethan reminds me. And it's true he owed us, but I don't want him to die. For Linda's sake, if nothing else. But Ethan, you can't stay here. The pups need you, the Nightfang pack needs you, and King Amon will kill you the first chance he gets. I know that, he says, but I don't leave men behind. Why does the idea of Ethan remaining in the Southern Isles to help someone in trouble bother me so much? I know it's the right thing to do, but the idea of him being in danger makes me want to throw up all over again. There must be another way. You have spies and soldiers, can't they break him out? They would help, yes, he confirms. Then why are you insisting on doing it yourself? Why take that risk? I fret. Ethan grins wolfishly, striding forward and reaching for my waist. You worried about me, beautiful? Don't. I complain. I'm serious. I don't like the idea of you endangering yourself just when we get the pups back. I need this ordeal to be over, not for it to be dragged out, because you need to play the hero. It will be okay, Janie. He insists, pulling me closer. We don't even know if that's necessary yet. It's just a possibility I'm keeping in mind. I hate this, I exclaim, pulling out of his arms before he can cuddle me into complacency. I know being a parent is one crisis after another, but does it always have to be life and death? I'm so sick of the constant emergencies. Why is this happening? I ask, for what feels like the 1,000th time. I know the goddess does everything for a reason, but I swear, Ethan, I can't find any logic in this. Why is she doing this to us? What did we do wrong? We didn't do anything wrong, sweetheart. Ethan insists, coming towards me again. You can't think that way. I don't know any other way to think, I counter. I mean, the world is clearly sending us a message here. I pace back and forth, trying to find a way to forget all the horrible possibilities ahead of us, trying to put all these cynical thoughts out of my head. However, no matter what I try, I can't get myself out of this grim thought spiral. There's only doom and gloom in my head, and I'm helpless to fight it. I need you to distract me. As I finally say, turning to Ethan, who's been watching me with the same worried expression he's worn since this all began. Distract you how? He asks, eager to help but unsure what I mean. Any way you can, I plead. I just need to turn my mind off somehow. If we're not going to find the pups tonight, I don't know what to do, Ethan. I confess, my voice growing higher and tighter with every word. He comes forward again, and this time when he reaches for me, I don't pull away. He takes my face in his powerful hands, catching a stray tear with the pad of his thumb. I'm so sorry you're hurting, Angel. I am too, and I'm so sorry that I haven't been able to find them yet. It's not your fault, I tell him, sniffling. It's my responsibility, he clarifies. And I've failed. You haven't failed, I argue, hating the pain, guilt, and shame on his handsome features. You've been doing everything you can, taking care of everyone else, with no one to take care of you, even though you're suffering just as much as the rest of us. That's the life of an alpha. He shrugs. I shake my head, guilt flooding my veins. I don't think I've been very considerate of you. I've been difficult, unloading all my pain onto you, asking you to distract me, getting cross when you try to comfort me. But I want to do those things for you. Ethan objects. I want to provide and care for you. Again, I shake my head. But I think it's high time I try to return the favor. That isn't necessary, Janie, he murmurs, giving me another sad smile. Yes, it is, I declare, sliding my arms around his neck and pressing my body flush against his. You did tell me that we could be together when I felt better, I remind him. You were sick just this afternoon, Ethan says, and suddenly I'm very glad he didn't pick up on the fact that I was also sick about 10 minutes ago. Don't you want to? I question, pouting. Of course I want to, Ethan chuckles darkly. Before all this happened, all I could think about was being with you. The only reason I was able to resist you on the journey is because you were so out of it. Well, I'm not out of it now, I state, rising onto my toes and pressing my lips to the hard line of his jaw. I trail them across the rugged surface, feeling my body begin to heat up. And if you keep denying me, I'm going to think you don't want me. To my surprise and pleasure, a hungry growl rolls through his chest like thunder, sending a delicious shiver down my spine. When I look up at him, he's looking at me as if I'm a particularly juicy steak he's about to devour. Oh, my sweet little wolf. He purrs ominously, all predator now. That was the wrong thing to say. Jane, don't say it, don't say it, don't say it. A month ago, I never would have dreamed of telling Ethan I love him, and we've been stuck in a holding pattern ever since the pups were taken. So why am I so tempted to say it now? Do I truly feel it? Do I love Ethan? Is it just the impulse to return the sentiment out of politeness? Does he truly mean it? Or is it simply the rush of emotion after such closeness? Is that why I feel so inclined to say those dangerous words? I don't know what to do. My feelings aren't even the problem. It's what admitting them would mean. If I tell Ethan I love him now, there will never be any going back. He's already determined not to let me go, and saying I love you would be like a green light waving him forward. I try to get hold of myself to drown out the encouragement of my inner wolf. It was just the moment. I insist in my head. I'm still coming down from the overwhelming comfort of Ethan's presence. I hadn't realized how badly I needed it, needed Ethan to be my anchor, to hold me and make me feel safe, if only for a moment. I'm finally calm and preening under his lavish attentions, feeling secure even as the world spirals out of control. It's not so different from the first time we ever shared these words, when we were young and completely oblivious to the challenges we'd face in the future. I'd been reluctant then too, for very different reasons. Now I'm afraid of committing to being with a man who almost destroyed me once, even if he didn't intend it. I know he wouldn't hurt me on purpose, but it happened once already by accident. What if history repeats itself? I don't think I can survive going all in and losing him again. I'd known that much when I was 16, when my fear of admitting my feelings was because a future together seemed impossible. My inner Omega had been head over heels, but I was desperately trying to hang on to reality, to protect myself. Gazing at Ethan, it's hard not to get carried away. He's so handsome, and when he looks at me the way he is now, as if I'm the most precious thing in the entire world, I want to dive into love head first. I know I'm falling too fast. I can feel myself getting pulled deeper and deeper every day. I'm constantly digging my heels in, trying not to let him sweep me off my feet, but his presence is so overwhelming that he always succeeds. Still, sometimes I wonder why he bothers. I know he'll never be free to marry me. People like Ethan just don't end up with girls like me. This relationship is bound to end in misery, and despite what people say about it being better to love and lose than not love at all, I'm fairly certain that's only true if you actually survive the loss. Could I survive losing Ethan? Will that be the end for me? The thought of living without Ethan is like the thought of living without oxygen. He breathes life into me with every kind word. I need him, not want, not desire, but need. That can't be healthy, can it? Does love always feel this way? This overpowering? This all-consuming? How does anyone manage to keep both feet on the ground with such a powerful force assailing them? I no longer even recognize myself anymore. I've always been so serious and level-headed, I've had to be. Mom and I have to struggle for every crumb of food we put on the table, and moving through the world as an Omega is rife with dangers. I guess I've never felt safe enough before to be silly or mischievous. But Ethan makes me feel so secure that I can happily spread my wings and explore those hidden parts of myself. Still, sometimes it's very daunting to be with the future alpha. He seems to know what I'm thinking even, and especially when I try to hide it. Like now, he's watching me with a knowing smirk, his attention making me feel both seen and flustered. This has become his favorite game of late, even though it's taken him absolute ages to work up to this level of connection. Doesn't he realize how strong the effect of his presence is on me? "Won't you hold me, Ethan?" I inquire, my voice softer than I intended. "I am holding you," he reasons, offering me a warm grin. "You know what I mean," I press. "Such a greedy little wolf," Ethan teases, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "So demanding." "Don't you want to?" I pout. "Of course I do." Ethan shakes his head in disbelief. "How could you think otherwise? Because you're always so careful," I complain, though there's no real heat in my words. "I'm trying to be respectful," he explains with a heavy sigh. "I don't want to pressure you. Maybe I don't want you to be so careful," I tell him, my voice barely above a whisper. Ethan's expression softens, and he pulls me closer until my head is resting against his chest. I can feel the steady beat of his heart beneath my cheek. "Goddess, do I love you?" he says, the words a soft rumble against my ear. My body goes rigid. What? I gape, not believing my ears. He can't mean it. People like him don't love people like me. They might enjoy the company and have a nice little distraction, but they don't get serious. I said I love you, he repeats, pulling back just enough to stare into my eyes. His usually dark irises are warm, and his voice is deeper than I've ever heard it. I love you more than anything. No, you don't. I object, blurting the words out without thinking. You can't. Excuse me? Ethan questions, a surprised expression coming across his handsome face. You can't love me, I'm seeming to sense the next word out of my mouth isn't going to be complimentary. He interrupts me. Perfect, so perfect it takes my breath away. But I'm not, I insist. I'm so far from perfect, it's laughable. I want to say I'm not good enough for him, to point out what is so glaringly obvious to me and almost everyone else we meet, but I know that will end badly. I'm nothing. Not to me, Ethan states firmly. To me, you are everything. Ethan, I begin, wanting to put a stop to this before things get out of hand. His words make me deliriously happy, but I hesitate to believe them. We have no future together. If I let myself imagine otherwise, I'll just be setting myself up for an even bigger heartbreak than before. No, Jane. I meant what I said. He interjects, cutting off my protests. My feelings are not up for debate. That hadn't been what I was going to say, but his words did exactly what he intended, derailing my train of thought. You're so sure of yourself, are you? Was that ever in doubt? He jokes, a small smile playing on his lips. I don't recall you being this stubborn before. I remark, a reluctant smile tugging at my own lips. It's part of my charm. He goads me gently, knowing that I can't help but engage when he gets like this. Bossy Alpha? I accuse, narrowing my eyes, though there is no real malice in it. I do love you, Jane. Ethan says again, making my heart melt. With all my heart, and I'm going to keep repeating it until you believe me. Can I say it back? It feels so dangerous to give him more power than he already has. Keeping my expectations low is the only way I know how to protect myself. If I share my feelings with him, it will be like I'm holding my heart up like a pinata, just waiting for him to smash it to pieces. But it is the way I feel. Is staying silent really helping me that much? As Ethan said, he doesn't need my permission to feel this way. I love you too. I whisper softly, not feeling brave enough to actually meet his gaze. Instead, I stare at his collar, fiddling with the buttons on his shirt. Look at me, baby. Ethan requests softly, not taking my chin and forcing me, but waiting for me to obey. I slowly raise my eyes to his, feeling more vulnerable than I ever have in my entire life. When I finally make eye contact, Ethan smiles so tenderly that my breath catches. It's a damn good thing we're sitting down. You have no idea how happy you just made me, Jane, he shares. In fact, the only thing that could possibly make me happier now is if you say it again when I can see your beautiful face. Flushing bright pink, I tell him again, unable to stop myself from bursting into a wide smile. I love you. The next thing I know, Ethan is pulling me into a heartfelt embrace. I know I'm lost now. There's no saving myself from this fall. I just have to hold on and pray I can get up again after I land. The memories swirl through my head as I watch him. The last time I spoke my truth, I lived to regret it. I don't want to make the same mistake again, but I find myself in precisely the same position as before. Can I say it? Jane, I don't know how it happened, but suddenly I'm crying. I'm sprawled out on Ethan's chest, hot tears sliding down my cheeks. His brow furrows with concern, and he takes my face in his hands, searching my eyes for answers. Sweetheart, what is it? Was I too rough with you? I shake my head, not feeling up to speaking at this particular moment. Ethan relaxes slightly, using the pads of his thumbs to wipe away my tears. Then what's wrong? Doesn't he know what he's doing to me? Doesn't he realize how powerful those words are? What they mean to me? Does he even remember that first time? How difficult it was for me to tell him even before I'd had my heart smashed to pieces. Before I can reply, the door swings open, and I hear Linda's shocked voice break the tension-laden air. Oh my goddess! Why didn't you two lock the door? I whip my head in her direction, hearing Ethan hiss with annoyance when I take my eyes from him. We assumed anyone entering a bedroom would knock. I tease my friend. Linda rolls her eyes. It's a hotel room and we're in a shared suite. Ethan pulls a sheet up to cover my exposed backside, and I look up at him in amusement. I think she's seen it all before. He's watching me too closely, and I can tell he doesn't want to release me. Ethan has always hated seeing me cry, and all of his instincts must be demanding he make it better. I'm sure that's why he's trying to cover me up right now. It's in his bones to protect, and there's nothing else he can do right now. I can also tell he doesn't approve of me avoiding telling him why I'm upset by focusing on my friend, but I need a moment. No luck, I question, referring to her shift calling the theater company. No, she sighs. I'm sorry. At this rate, I don't think we're going to get in touch tonight. I want to keep trying, at least for one more shift. I decide. It kills me to think the Pups might be 5 minutes down the road at this very moment. But if they are, they won't have cell service either. Ethan murmurs, and you need to eat and rest. I'm not hungry. I lie, only for my stomach to start growling at that very moment. Uh-huh. Ethan remarks, disapproval clear in his voice. I say we keep calling, but only until room service can bring up some food. But I try to argue, and Ethan swats my behind, seeming to forget that we have an audience. I yelp, and he chuckles darkly. Surely I'm not already feeling hot and bothered again. We only just finished making love. I'm sure if Ethan touched me now I would be too sensitive. Still, that achy, antsy energy is rising up inside me again. You've been sick, Ethan reminds me. You need to keep up your strength. Maybe, but another half an hour isn't going to make a difference. I counter. Ethan drops his lips to my ear, lowering his voice to a husky whisper. You've only just finished dealing with the consequences of the last time you disobeyed me. Do you really want to dig yourself in deeper? I shoot him a glare. Can I really love someone who scolds me this way, who sees it as his right and duty to boss me around? And why does it turn me on so much? Why does the idea of his discipline excite me this way? It certainly doesn't feel very feminist of me, but then again, how many Omegas have the freedom to be political? I suppose I like feeling like he cares enough to make the effort. After all, setting limits is part of taking care of someone, and he clearly wants to take care of me. I consider Ethan's question with a sly grin. I sort of do want to dig myself deeper, just to see what he'll do, how far I can push him. Of course, Ethan reads my feelings without any problem, and soon he's laughing, his chest shaking beneath me. You're incorrigible, Jane. I giggle, nibbling his peck, then squirming and bursting into gleeful laughter as he tickles me. I've missed this. I've missed just playing. When was the last time I got to be silly like this? You two remember I'm still here, right? Linda quips sarcastically. Yes, sorry, Linda. I apologize, carefully climbing out of bed and wrapping myself in a robe. Let's look at a menu and then we can order up some dinner. Hours later, when dinner is long past and Ethan and I are getting ready for bed, he finally brings up my earlier upset. Do you want to tell me why you were crying earlier? He asks, coming up behind me and sliding his arms around my waist. I peek up at him from beneath my lashes. You told me you love me. I confess, feeling braver now that I've had a moment to process everything. And that made you sad? He questions, clearly baffled. It scares me, I whisper, staring at my hands as I nervously fidget. Scares you how? Ethan asks, sounding as if the concept is truly foreign. What must it like to be such a powerful alpha? Afraid of nothing except perhaps losing his loved ones. Does he even know what it is to feel vulnerable? Helpless? I know he feels helpless when the pups or I are hurting and he can't fix it, but that's not quite the same. It's not like the life of an Omega, where there is so little freedom and choice. I suppose it's not hearing you say it that scares me, I reveal, shrugging. More so, the way it makes me feel, the way I want to say it back. Ethan blinks, looking so surprised that I wonder if I'm very wrong indeed. Maybe Ethan knows more fear than I realize. If I had to guess based on the emotions flashing across his face right now, I'd suspect he never imagined he'd hear those words from me again. You want to say it back? I nod, gnawing on my lower lip. If I do, I begin, my voice sounding so small I'm actually ashamed of being so timid. Still, I can't help it. I haven't taken a leap like this in a very long time. Not sober and out of heat, not with all my senses intact. If I do, are you going to break my heart again? Pain consumes Ethan's face, and he's across the room in an instant. One moment I'm shivering in cold and fear. The next, my strong mate is wrapped around me like a blanket, kissing my cheeks, hair, eyes, and lips. No, baby, of course not. I'm so sorry. I can feel fresh tears welling and a wave of guilt for making him feel badly. I don't want you to feel sorry. I'm not trying to make you some sort of villain. I can't help it. I know, Angel, he purrs, squeezing me tightly, and it's all right. You can't change the way you feel, and if you are afraid, it's because you have good reason. I failed you, and as much as I hate seeing the proof of it, it just makes me more determined not to fail you again. Thank you. I press my tear-stained face into the curve of his neck, breathing in his scent. Because I do love you so much, Ethan. Come here. At first, I don't understand his meaning. I am here. I think, but soon I realize he meant he wanted my lips. He tilts my face up to his and claims my mouth in a devastating kiss. His lips are like a brand, scalding me and leaving his permanent mark on my skin. My heart swells with joy, even though nothing has really changed. We both already felt this way. Does saying it, acknowledging it, really make that much of a difference? Of course it does. Of course it does, my 16-year-old self says in my mind. It changes everything. You can't take it back now. Strangely enough, this idea doesn't bother me. I don't want to take it back. I feel like myself again for the first time in a very long time, and I can't regret that one bit. All these years, I've been a shadow of myself. Even as I found untold bliss in being a mother, I was not whole without my mate and my youngest daughter. I didn't even realize how incomplete I became until I finally regained all I lost. Now the only thing I need is my pups. As soon as they're home, I'll have everything I need and everything I could ever want. The idea of being pregnant doesn't even frighten me anymore, not as long as we can find the children and bring them safely home. I'm going to be with Ethan now. This conversation has sealed it. Nothing can ruin our happiness now, right? Third person. Are we really going to see Mommy and Daddy? Paisley whispered excitedly. The pups were hesitant to believe any good news after everything they'd been through, but their walls were down after so much trauma, and the costume mistress had taken their worries very seriously. She promised to take them back and not to trust anyone but their parents. They says they're taking us back, Riley exclaimed, bouncing up and down where she sat. I can wait. I'm gonna hug Mommy and Daddy so tightly I'll never, ever, ever let's go. What if Fabian finds us first? Parker worried aloud. What if it's too cloudy to see them again? Don't be so grumpy, Ryder scolded. If you thinks like that, you'll jinx us. How long afore we get there? Paisley asked the costume mistress when she returned from the caravan's kitchen unit with a jug of hot water and a few washcloths. It will be a few hours. She tells them kindly, and I'm sure your Mommy and Daddy would prefer to have nice clean pups returned to them. She continues, waving the cloths in their direction. Mommy and Daddy loves us dirty or clean. Riley informed the woman haughtily. Well, of course they do. But you don't want to worry them, do you? She reasons. They're probably already so concerned, and they'll feel bad if they see how hard you've been living. I don't have any fresh clothes for you, but we can at least get some of the dirt off you. This reminder made the pups submit to her ministrations. They found it annoying that grown-ups were always so obsessed with being clean, but they couldn't help but see the logic in her statement. They didn't want their Mommy and Daddy to feel bad, and if they were completely honest, they didn't like smelling like the sewers or feeling the grime on their soft skin. When was the last time you ate? The costume mistress questioned once they were recognizable as pups rather than street urchins, once more. A nice llama farmer gave us food the day afore yesterday, Parker explained. We didn't really have anything with the orphelins. Ah, so you were with the street children for a time, the woman surmised. That must not have been easy. They have a bad reputation in Alta Montagna. She was gently probing for more information, trying to figure out the story behind the little one's adventure without asking directly. She could only guess why they were so skittish, but she knew it would keep their lips sealed no matter the cause. No one really helps, is all just tricks and playing pretend, Paisley murmured. Her young eyes look far more haunted than should be possible. Only Mommy and Daddy are safe. They were so close. Ryder nods in agreement. We heard Mommy calling for us in the clouds. I'm sure they can't wait to see you. The costume mistress assured them, there's nothing scarier than losing one's pups. Did we do something wrong to be taken from thems? Parker wondered aloud, speaking thoughts he hadn't allowed himself to voice with his siblings. As the oldest, he often considered it his job to protect the others, but now that there was an adult to ask, now that they'd given up trying to stay silent to protect themselves, he couldn't stop himself from asking. "No, my sweet." The costume mistress promised. "It's very hard to explain or understand, and it really isn't fair. But sometimes bad things happen to the best people, even innocent little ones like you." Paisley was nodding in agreement. Of all her siblings, only she had experienced such misfortunes before, and she had asked herself these very same questions. If Parker had shared his worries, she might have told him she feared the same thing. But after everything happened with Jane and Eve, her parents had told her over and over that it wasn't her fault, and it was always hard to believe, until she was safe in their arms and heard it repeated a few dozen times. That was the only thing that ever helped. "I misses them," she whispers, linking hands with her siblings. "I'm sure they miss you too." The costume mistress empathized. "You'll be together again soon enough. I promise I will not leave your side until you're back safe with them." The pups exchanged hopeful glances. They'd heard promises like this before, but so far no one they'd met on their journey had been truly trustworthy. Anita's goons had promised they were safe, only to take them so far away. Thomas and Mary had been kind, but they'd only gone to the police. Sophie had promised to be their friend, only to hand them over to Fabian as his first command. Could this grown-up be trusted to keep her word? Would it be smarter to run again? Thokti. When the pups finally climbed out of the caravan back in Alta Montagna, they immediately began scanning the small town streets for signs of their parents, or even Sophie. They saw nothing at first, and the costume mistress took Ryder and Paisley's small paws in her own. "Why don't we try going back to the spot where you first found the trunks?" They nodded in agreement. That made sense. They padded through the dark cobblestones, wanting to call out for their mommy and daddy, but afraid to call attention to themselves. They came to a stop behind a clothing shop, and the costume mistress pursed her lips. "All these shops are closed now. Perhaps we should try checking with the hotels. Are you sure you can't tell me your parents' names, or maybe what they look like?" The pups looked back and forth between one another, silently conferring. Eventually, Riley nodded and shared, "Mommy's really pretty, with gold hair and eyes like mine." The costume mistress smiled. She believed it. If their mother was even half as lovely as her pups, she must be a great beauty indeed. "And your daddy? He's as tall as a giant, and really strongs," Paisley announced, smiling as she thought about her beloved father. "And we looks just like him," the boys declared in unison. "All right then," the costume mistress assessed. "I'll ask if anyone who looks like that has been seen around." As they walked from hotel to hotel, questioning receptionists and maitre d's, however, it gradually became clear that no one matching these descriptions had been about. The only travelers in the area had been a trio of 3 men and a young woman in leather, all on her own. "I suppose they might not have stayed the night," the costume mistress mused. The possibility that they might have figured out what happened and tried to follow them suddenly occurred to her, though she prayed she was wrong. She changed tactics then, beginning to ask around at the restaurants, which were much more likely to note day trippers. After the 4th restaurant, she led the pups back towards the caravan, deciding to check their cell service in case anyone had been calling during their journey. Unfortunately, as the pups waited outside the caravan's doors, the clouds rolled in, covering the mountains in dense white mist, which was only too familiar. The young children's bad memories began to play tricks on their minds, as they recalled all the terrors that might be waiting just out of sight. "I thinks I hear Fabian," Riley whispered, spinning around anxiously. "Quick, get into the caravan," Parker advised, holding onto his sister's hands while they held Ryder's. They knew never to let go of each other in the pale fog. They ran back in the direction of the caravan. At least, they thought they did. Instead, they ran blindly in the wrong direction, all navigational sense gone out the window with the whiteout. "Wait, where is it? It was just here," Ryder whimpered. "Maybe we went the wrong way?" Paisley fretted, looking around nervously. Back at the caravan, the costume mistress was stepping out the door with a wide smile on her face. It had been just as she feared. The pups' parents had tried to follow them, but thankfully they had also been able to find out who the theater troupe was, and had been calling non-stop. Her voicemail was full of messages. "Good news, I have phone numbers for kids." Panic assailed her when she saw the blanket of clouds, which obscured absolutely everything from sight. "Ryder? Riley? Parker? Paisley? Where'd you go?" Less than 100 meters away, the pups had come face to face with the last person they expected to find in this place. They'd been so worried about Fabian, they forgot all about their other pursuers. But now they were facing someone they wished never to see again. A tall woman, dressed all in leather. Anita's face split into a cruel grimace, one she surely meant to be a smile. "At last! I've been looking for you everywhere." She prowled towards the pups, even as they huddled together in shared fear. "Come on now, don't be difficult," she growled. "You've got a date with the king, and it's rude to keep royalty waiting." "Ethan, I feel like a terrible parent. I shouldn't be able to find any happiness when my pups are in trouble, but hearing Jane say she loves me fills me with a profound, aching hope. I truly never believed I'd hear those words from her again. Even if she felt them, I doubted she'd ever trust me enough to voice them. The guilt is almost as powerful as the relief, but then again, when everything else is too painful to bear, I suppose we have to clutch at any fragment of hope we can find. This settles it. I'd hoped to slowly win Jane over once we got the pups back, but now the only thing between us and our future together is bringing our babies home. As soon as we find the pups, we can start fresh, the way things always should have been. I'm still holding her, feeling her tears soak into my shirt, and I know they're different now. They're cathartic tears, her love and trust in liquid form, finally letting go of the past, of all those hurts inflicted by the years we lost. Jane makes me feel like I have a purpose beyond being alpha again. We shared a moment of profound connection only hours ago, but I feel a renewed strength, a determination to face whatever comes next. What a fool I was in the past. Jane was always my chosen mate. Why did I ever let doubt and deception cloud my judgment? Why didn't I fight for her, for us, with everything I had? I hold Jane closer, my arms a secure shield around her. I want to surround her with so much steadfast love and protection that she'll never doubt my devotion again. I want to erase every shadow of fear from her beautiful eyes. I'm about to suggest we try to get some rest, to gather our strength for the journey ahead, when my phone rings, and we both freeze. I swiftly retrieve the device from my pocket, my heart leaping into my throat as I answer. The number flashing across the screen is the one I've been dialing over and over again. Jane is immediately alert, her body tensing with anxious hope beside me. I put the device on speaker as Jane presses anxiously into my side. I wrap my arm around her, holding her tight. "Is this Ethan?" A woman's voice sounds on the other end. "Yes, my mate is here with me," I explain. "Do you have our pups?" There's no use in pleasantries now. The urgency claws at my throat. "They're all right," the woman says, and Jane lets out a choked sob of relief against my chest. But I don't let myself feel any joy yet. She didn't answer my question directly, and her tone warns me that bad news is coming. But I'm afraid we don't have them anymore. Jane's weight sags against me as her knees give out, but I catch her, tucking her against my chest as a heart-wrenching cry is torn from her. I hate these tears. These are the tears of a mother pushed to her absolute limit, whose hope is being shattered once more. The sound is pure agony, and my own wolf howls in silent, shared despair. "I'm so sorry," the woman continues, sounding genuinely distraught. "We found them when we were in a remote area. As soon as we realized what had happened, we brought them straight back to Alta Montagna. We didn't have any cell service until we got here, so by the time we got your messages, it was too late." "What do you mean, too late?" I demand, my voice tight. "What happened?" "We were looking for you with the pups when the weather turned. We got separated from them, and the next thing we knew, they were gone. A waitress said she saw them getting into a car with a woman. At first, we thought it might be your mate, but she said the she-wolf was alone and that her name was Anita. When we got your messages and realized your mate's name was Jane, we knew something was terribly wrong." My heart stops. Anita. She'll take them straight to the king. The window to rescue them is closing fast. Did the waitress describe the car? I choke out, the words a low growl. Only that it was an SUV, but in these parts, that describes nearly every vehicle, the woman laments. How long ago did she take them? I demand, my mind already racing, calculating distances and routes. It's been about 20 minutes, she answers. I'm so sorry. We'll keep an eye out for them on our way, but as you know, tracking someone here is nearly impossible. How were they? Jane sobs, barely able to form the words. And the pain in her voice is a physical blow. Were they hurt? Scared? Oh, you poor darling, the woman's voice fills with sympathy. They were missing you terribly, as I'm sure you're missing them. But they knew you were coming for them. They knew you were trying to find them. Jane crumples against me as I thank the woman and hang up. For a moment, it's all I can do to stay upright under the weight of this new blow. We'll check out right now and drive through the night. I decide, my voice firm despite the storm inside me. I rock her gently in my arms. We'll beat them to the capital. We know where she's headed, and we know she needs them unharmed. We will be there waiting. Jane nods into my chest, but she's trembling uncontrollably, her breath's coming in ragged, panicked gasps. I can't stand it. She doesn't deserve this. Tears burn behind my own eyes, but I force them back. I have to be the anchor now, for Jane, and for our pups. I have to keep my head clear, because we are now heading straight into the heart of the danger, and I cannot, will not, fail them again. Ethan, I feel like a terrible parent. I shouldn't be able to find any happiness when my pups are in trouble, but hearing Jane say she loves me fills me with euphoria. I truly never believed I'd hear those words from her again. Even if she felt them, I doubted she'd ever trust me enough to voice them. The guilt is almost as powerful as the pleasure, but then again, when everything else is too painful to bear, I suppose we have to find happiness anywhere we can. This settles it. I'd hoped to slowly win Jane over once we got the pups back, but now the only thing between us and our future together is bringing our babies home. As soon as we find the pups, we can start fresh, the way things always should have been. I can give her everything I failed to in the past, and we can be a happy family at long last. I'm still kissing her, drinking her in, and thinking that I'll never get enough. She's still crying too, but her tears don't worry me so much now. I know they're cathartic tears, her love and trust in liquid form, finally letting go of the past, of all those hurts inflicted by Eve and our years apart. Jane makes me feel like a teenager again. We made love only 2 hours ago, but I feel like I could take her again and again, all night long. What's more, I want to. I want to overwhelm her with so much affection that she'll never doubt my love for her again. What a fool I was. I can't even blame youth for my past failings. Jane was always my chosen mate. Why did I ever let a scheming social climber convince me she was guilty of crimes she didn't commit? Why didn't I push harder to find out Jane's side of the story? I lift Jane into my arms, carrying her backwards toward the bed, internally debating how I want to pleasure her first. So many options, I think. Her beautiful breasts, her sweet pussy. Or do I just want to keep kissing her for a while and draw out the fun? Either way, I certainly don't want all these clothes on her. Within moments, Jane is naked as the day she was born, and laid out in front of me like a stunning feast. Perfect. I lower myself over her, kissing my way down her body. I take a detour around her aching nipples, already hard and begging to be touched, before settling between her thighs. I start to thrum her lovely little clit with my thumb, breathing in the scent of her arousal and thinking how cute the tiny nerve center is, peeking out at me from beneath its hood as if shy to ask for more attention. Of course, as soon as I make contact, Jane squirms and whines. Ethan, I'm still sensitive from earlier. Jane protests, propping herself up on her elbows. Well, in that case, I'll have to kiss it better. I reason, flashing my fangs and nibbling her inner thigh. Oh, goddess, she moans, slumping back down and surrendering to my whims. I lave my tongue along her center, relishing her honeyed flavor and wondering if I will ever get enough of her, even though I know the answer is no. I could happily gorge myself on Jane's sweetness every hour of the day and still want more. I love you, I tell her again, just in case she forgot. As my words land, I slide my fingers into her soaked channel, making her cry out as I pet her most sensitive spots. She tries to respond to me, but my skilled touches stop her short. I love you. Oh, Ethan, that feels so good. I make quick work of bringing her to climax, using my tongue to flick and suck her clit while my fingers curl inside her. She explodes on my tongue, but I show her no mercy. I keep working her overloaded senses until she's practically screaming with ecstasy and riding high on another wave. Only after she's come a third time and is lying completely boneless beneath me, lost in a daze of lust, do I remove my own clothes and move to claim her again. I'm just about to thrust inside her when my phone rings and we both freeze. I swiftly move off the bed, retrieving my discarded trousers, and bring the device to my ear. The number flashing across the screen is only too familiar. It's the one I've been dialing over and over again for the last few hours. Hello? I answer hurriedly, my heart leaping into my throat as I reach for Jane. She's out of her hazy state immediately, suddenly alert at the prospect of retrieving the pups. I put the device on speaker as Jane's warm little body presses anxiously into my side, wrapping my arm around her and squeezing her like a particularly sweet-smelling security blanket. Is this Ethan? A woman's voice sounds on the other end. Yes, my mate is here too, I explain. Do you have our pups? There's no use being polite now. That if they know my name, they've heard all the messages we left, which means they know why we've been calling. They're all right, the woman explains, and Jane whimpers with relief. Still, I don't let myself feel any joy beyond the fact that they didn't suffocate in those trunks. She didn't answer my question, and the fact that she's prefacing whatever else she has to say with this disclaimer makes me think whatever is coming next won't be good. But I'm afraid we don't have them anymore. Jane's weight tugs on my arm as her knees give out, but I catch her easily, tucking her against my chest as she begins to cry. Unlike before, I hate these tears. These tears are of a mother who can't take any more pain and disappointments, whose hope is continuously being smashed to pieces with every new twist on this journey. She sounds so heartbroken, and my own wolf is roaring in my head, almost drowning out the caller's explanation. I'm so sorry. We found them when we were still in a remote area, and as soon as we realized what had happened, we brought them straight back to Alta Montagna. We didn't have any cell service until we got here, so by the time we got your messages, it was too late. She shared, sounding truly apologetic. What do you mean too late? I question. What happened? We were looking for you with the pups when the clouds rolled in. We got separated from them, and the next thing we knew, they were just gone. We didn't see it happen, but a waitress in one of the restaurants said she saw them getting into the car with a woman. At first, we thought it might be your mate, but she said the she-wolf was completely alone and that her name was Anita. She'd waited on her earlier that night. When we got your messages and realized your mate's name was Jane, we knew something was wrong. My heart stops completely now. Not Anita. She'll take them straight to the king, and we won't have any time to rescue them in between. Did the waitress describe the car? I choke, my voice coming out a snarl. Only that it was an SUV, but in these parts, everything is an all-terrain vehicle like that. They have to be. The woman laments. How long ago did she take them? I demand, trying to calculate how far we've driven if there's any way we can intercept them. It's been about 20 minutes. The woman answers. I'm so sorry. We'll be back on the road fairly quickly ourselves, and we'll be sure to keep an eye out for them on our way. But as you know, it's not an easy thing to track someone here. How were they? Jane sobs, barely getting the words out. The pain in her voice is so visceral that my wolf howls with shared agony. Were they hurt? Scared? Oh, you poor darling, the woman sympathizes. They were missing you as much as I'm sure you're missing them. But they knew you were trying to find them. They knew you were on your way. Jane keens as I impart our thanks to the woman and hang up, and then it's all I can do to stay upright. We'll check out right now and drive through the night. I decide, rocking her back and forth in my arms. We'll beat them to the capital and be waiting when she arrives. We know exactly where she's headed, and we know she won't hurt them. She has to deliver them safely. Jane nods, but she can't seem to calm down. She's choking on her tears, gasping for air, but unable to catch her breath. I can't stand it. She doesn't deserve this. Tears are burning in my own eyes, but I'm trying to hold it together for Jane and the pups. I have to keep my head if we're going to get them back. Especially now, when we're headed straight into the belly of the beast. Jane. This is going to work, Jane, Ethan promises. We're going to get to them first. I'm having a hard time believing it. I want it to be true, but every near miss we experience sends me deeper and deeper into depression. I can't live without my babies. I can't survive this constant worry. I'm beginning to associate hope only with pain and disappointment. It doesn't feel safe to hope anymore. I think it only invites heartbreak. After all, if I don't hope, at least I won't be surprised when my worst fears are proven to be real. The depression and woe makes me want to give up, to curl into a little ball and never get out of bed. Of course, I don't have a bed to languish in, and if we stop moving, we risk missing the pups or worse, being caught by the king. We drove through the night to reach the capital, resuming our disguises and trying to locate Eric. There hasn't been any word from him, and knowing that Anita has the pups in her grasps doesn't make me optimistic about his chances. If the king trusted his son, he might have sent him to find the kids, rather than assigning the task to a stranger. Linda is beside herself with worry, and if I had any space left in my heart to feel anything beyond my own sorrow and terror, I might be a better friend to her right now. Of course, I patted her back and listened attentively as she shared her fears, but I couldn't truly engage, not the way she deserves. Guilt swirls with my despair. Linda has always been there for me whenever I needed her. The least I could do is return the favor in her own time of need, but I'm barely holding myself together as it is. Baby, did you hear me? Ethan presses, pulling my attention up to his handsome face. You said this is going to work. I parrot hollowly. His face crinkles with pain. No, sweetheart, he corrects gently. I said that I need you to make me a promise. I guess I wasn't listening after all. Sorry, I murmur. I guess I got lost in my thoughts. Do you want to tell me what you're thinking about? He asks, stroking my spine. My lower lip trembles. If I speak, I'm surely going to cry, and I can't cry anymore. If I start now, I'll never stop. Nothing important. I lie, shaking my head. Ethan wraps me in a hug, but even physical comfort is too emotional for me in this moment. It's too easy to let my mate take care of me, to fall apart knowing he'll catch all the pieces and glue them back together. I pull away from him, feeling another stab of shame for making this situation harder on him. For all I know, he might have been hugging me for his own comfort, but I don't have the strength to think about anything other than keeping my composure. It's taking absolutely everything I have. What promise? I prompt him, blinding myself to the worry and pain on his face. There's a chance I'll have to fight Ayman if we can't intercept the pups, or if something goes wrong along the way, I might be forced to challenge him or taken prisoner. Ethan explains, his voice far too gentle to be speaking about such grim matters. Ethan, no. My wolf rears up, and suddenly my mood swings wildly to anger. If we don't intercept them, we have to wait for a ransom and adapt. You can't just charge in there and demand to get them back. I hear you. He assures me, and I agree, but I'm saying there's a chance no matter how smart we are, how cleverly we play it, this is incredibly dangerous territory, Janie. I know that, I exclaim. Don't you think I know that? Of course, he sighs. I'm not trying. If things don't go as planned, I need you to promise to save yourself and the pups. They need you more than they need me, and if it comes down to choosing between me and them, you have to choose them. You're telling me that if he captures you or you're fighting for your life, you want me to leave you behind? I summarize hoarsely, trying to wrap my mind around the impossible idea. Yes, Ethan confirms, and my inner wolf goes practically berserk. I have to fight the urge to shift then and there, to let out my inner predator and attack anything that might threaten the man I love. Never. I shake my head. I can't do that, Ethan. You have to, he states evenly. You have to think about, what if it was me, I demand. Don't you think I feel the same way, that the pups come before everything else? I already suggested that I would rather myself be taken than them, and you bit my head off. Because it's not the same, Ethan thunders, his own eyes glowing now. You're their mother, and you're their father, I remind him. You not only protect us, but the whole pack. And what about the boys? You think that if Amon believes he finally has a chance to expand his empire onto the continent, he'll just let your heirs go, to grow up and challenge him? Then you'll hide. You'll go somewhere he can't ever find you. Ethan growls, "That's exactly why you have to run if the worst happens to me, because if you and the pups are still here, he might not let you get away." "No, Ethan," I say again. "I only just got you back. You're the one who's been going on about united fronts and being a team. That doesn't change just because things gets worse. If anything, it makes it more necessary. When we go home, we go as a family, and if I'm not allowed to sacrifice myself for you and the pups, you sure as hell aren't either." Ethan's inner predator is in full control now. I can feel it deep inside, the raw power radiating off of him. I know he's about to lash out towards me, and I try to dodge out of the way, but he's too big, too strong and fast. He catches me so easily I ought to be embarrassed, gripping my nape with pure dominance and scowling down at me. I can feel an order coming on, and not the usual kind. Not the stern command of a man in charge, or even the sexy kind I can choose whether or not to defy. When an alpha wants to, he can put all his power and authority into a command and make it impossible to refuse. Only an alpha of equal strength could fight such an order, and I'm far from Ethan's equal in power. I thought he'd done this to me when he ordered me to stay behind in the Nightfang territory, and that somehow my maternal instincts overpowered it, but now I realize he'd done nothing of the sort. This feels 100 times stronger, and I wonder if it's because his wolf is fully on board this time. When he found me on the ship, he said he hadn't really wanted to let me out of his sight, so maybe that order hadn't been at full force. But this one will be. Don't. I beg, tears welling in my eyes. Please don't do this. Ethan pauses only long enough to kiss me, crashing his mouth down over mine and letting me feel every last ounce of his dominance. His lips move over mine as his tongue delves into my mouth, sending shivers down my spine as he clutches me against him. He's rough and ruthless, wringing all the defiance out of me with every nip and caress. The force of the kiss takes my breath away, and for a moment time stops. I forget everything, where we are, why we were fighting, my own name. It feels as though he's reaching inside me and touching my very soul, reminding me of who and what we are to each other. Of course, at the end of the day, he's the alpha and I'm the omega. What was it he'd said when we were young? The authority was for me to give and him to take. I'm crying again, even though I'd been fighting to stay calm with all my willpower a few minutes ago. In the face of Ethan's strength, my defenses crumble, whether I consent to the surrender or not. We're both breathless when he pulls away, and he takes my face in his large hands, his glowing eyes piercing me like a knife. If it comes to it, you will choose the pups and your own survival over me. If I tell you to run, you'll run. If it looks like I've lost, you'll run. If I'm captured, you'll run. You will leave me behind, Jane, and that's final. I'm shaking my head even as his magic washes over me, taking hold deep in my bones. Say it, he orders fiercely, tightening his hold on me. I can't refuse. I don't have a choice. So I say the awful words I hate more than any I've ever spoken before. I'll leave you behind. Jane. I haven't spoken to Ethan through the entire car ride to the Capitol. In fact, I was feeling so petty after he forced me to promise to leave him behind if the worst should happen that I refused to sit next to him. Instead, I climbed into the back seat and cuddled up to Linda, even knowing that I would be more likely to get carsick this way. I've felt Ethan's eyes on me throughout the trip, watching me with the sharp focus of a worried mate, and it's taken all of my willpower not to cave and speak to him, or perhaps more likely, crawl into his lap and cry. However, thus far I've been able to hold out, letting him feel the depth of my anger and betrayal over his high-handed demand. After many hours on the road, we finally arrived. Ethan parked the car outside of a small bed and breakfast, and Linda and I waited while he went inside to check for vacancies. "How are you doing?" my friend asks, squeezing my hand. "I don't know," I answer honestly. "I'm really beside myself, Linda. I don't know how I'll survive if anything happens to the pups, and now Ethan demanded this damned promise. I just want one day of my life to be without struggle. Is that too much to ask?" "Of course not." She croons, "It's only natural that you would want that. Anyone would." How about you? I inquire. This can't have been easy for you. Honestly? Linda responds, I'm glad that Eric and I got to be together as mates, no matter what else happens. If I lose him, I'll always have those nights on the ship together. She trails off, looking into the distance and, I suspect, fighting tears. But I really don't want to lose him, she admits thickly. I only just got him. It would be too cruel to lose him so quickly. That's kind of how I feel about Ethan, I confess. I only just got him back. The pups only just got their father. I can't bear the idea of losing him. Whatever the men say, you and I don't have to abide by their rule. We're strong, independent she-wolves, Linda suggests. He made me promise, Linda, I explain, a true alpha's order. I can't defy it. Maybe, she shrugs, but he didn't make me promise. Suddenly I realize she's right. She, and Eric, if we can find him, could rescue Ethan even if I cannot. That idea gives me a spark of hope, but it certainly doesn't fix everything. I'm more upset that Ethan made the request in the first place, then used his power to force the promise against my will. It was too reminiscent of our past, when the difference in our strength ended up costing me my freedom. A minute later, my door opens, and Ethan is there, smelling incredible, and looking between Linda and I. They have rooms available. Let's take our things in, and then we can strategize. I step out of the car trying to brush past my mate, but I should have known better than to try. He catches me easily, pressing me up against the car and bracing his arms on either side of my body. Please don't be cross with me, little wolf, he murmurs, nuzzling my neck. I tilt my chin up defiantly. I'm not cross. You look cross, he replies, grazing his knuckles over the high plane of my cheek. Well, I'm not, I insist, trying and failing to push past him. Janie, Ethan rumbles, pulling back and pressing up against me. I can feel every inch of his muscular body against my own, and his warmth seeps into my bones. My wolf is getting excited being so near her mate, and I have to forcibly push her back down. I'm sorry. If you were really sorry, you wouldn't have done it. I grumble petulantly. Baby, look at me. Ethan orders, an edge of steel in his beseeching tone. I turn my gaze up to his dark eyes, pouting petulantly. He circles his powerful hand around my nape, applying just enough pressure to make me squirm. You know how much I love you, don't you? How much? I ask, peeking up at him beneath my lashes. Ethan chuckles. To the ends of the earth and back, he professes, dropping a lingering kiss to my lips. I want to turn my head away, but my wolf won't let me. Asking you to make that promise wasn't any easier for me than it was for you, he continues. You think I like the idea of you all being without me, of not seeing the pups grow up, of not being there to protect you, to miss out on another 50 or 60 years with my mate, on having more babies with you? His words only remind me of the possible child in my womb, and I feel the emotion rising up inside me. I don't want to live without Ethan either. I want my second chance with him, especially if we're going to have another baby. I had to do everything all alone the first time around, and he missed everything. We both deserve the chance to go through it all together. Ethan, I'm tempted to tell him my suspicions, that there's a chance I might be pregnant. I need him to do everything he can to stay free, to ensure he comes home with us. However, the more I think about that idea, the more I think it would be a mistake. My current pups are still in danger, and they need me. If Ethan thinks there's a chance I'm pregnant, he might forbid me from getting involved in the efforts to rescue them. I can't have that either. What is it, sweetheart? He prompts when I don't continue. Do you really want more babies? I end up asking. 4 is already a whole pack. You forget I've only had Paisley these last few years, he reminds me. I want as many babies with you as the goddess is willing to grant us. I already love the others so much, and I barely know them. His words warm my heart, even as I'm daunted by the idea. Of course, this is the Ethan I always knew before things went wrong, the one with endless amounts of love to give. And if we never have any more? I prompt. Ethan furrows his brow. Why are you asking me these things? The truth is I don't know. I don't have the faintest idea why I'm being so contrary, other than the fact that Ethan is here in front of me, and I don't want him to let go of me. I'm suddenly so afraid of losing him it's staggering, and as long as he's here, talking to me, I know he's safe. I'm just curious, I murmur, sliding my hands around his waist. Janie, I love you. I love our family, he proclaims, kissing me deeply. For a blissful few minutes, I'm locked in my mate's arms as his steady strength washes over me, and my own wolf perks up with excitement. My blood is heating in my veins, and despite the immediate danger, I'm feeling terribly needy. When we finally part, Ethan catches my face in his hands. And I will carry on loving you all, no matter what the future will bring. But you have to be there for that future, I remind him. We need you. The pups need you. I need you. And I'm going to do everything I can to ensure we have a bright future together. Ethan promises. I didn't ask for your word because I didn't want that. I did it purely because we have to be realistic, and the dangers here are undeniable. You have to know that I'd never willingly leave you. I nod, claiming his lips in a kiss of my own. Just promise me you'll fight. If I have to promise to let you go, promise you'll fight until the very end. Of course I promise. Ethan agrees, gathering me to his chest. I'll fight until the end, no matter what happens. For the next few minutes, I forget that anything else exists beyond Ethan and I. We come together again, right there against the car. His hard body rocks against mine, and I wrap myself around him with pure adoration. How did I ever live without this man? How could I ever live without him again? In a few hours, Anita will be crossing into the capital with our pups in tow. It's going to take everything we have to intercept her before she reaches the king, but I'm grateful that we're in this together. Whatever else happens, Ethan and I will have each other, and together we can do anything. We'll get our pups back. Come hell or high water, I'll make sure of it. Third person. Can I see her photo again? Linda asked Ethan, feeling more anxious the closer they drew to King Aemon's palace. He offered her his phone, where Anita's photo was plastered across the screen. Text it to yourself. We have no idea how she's going to try and smuggle them in, so keep your eyes sharp. They might not be visible at all. Just look for a bitch in leather, Jane suggested fiercely. She'd memorized every inch of Anita's photo on their journey, but she had a feeling the woman's clothing would call more attention than anything else. Okay, Linda nodded, sending off a message so that her own phone binged in notification. And if I see her? Call us, and don't let her out of your sight, Ethan instructed. What if she goes past the palace gates? We can't exactly walk inside, Linda murmured. We have to play it by ear. Ethan frowned. If we can catch her before she gets that close, we will. And if not, Jane asked, wringing her hands, then we'll find a way to sneak into the palace and get the pups back, and Eric if he's there. Ethan added for Linda's benefit. Aemon won't hurt them. The most important thing is to make sure he doesn't know we're here. Do you really think we can get to them first? Jane asked, leaning into his side. They were back in their disguises, but she couldn't help herself. She felt sick to her stomach and riddled with fear. She needed her mate. We have a chance, Ethan nodded. Just don't give up hope. They came to a stop at the end of the main road, peering around the corner at the king's opulent palace. It seemed all roads in the Southern Isles led here to the seat of Aemon's power. There are 3 vehicle entrances, and I seriously doubt Anita will bring them on foot. We can split up, each cover 1 gate. Jane shook her head. We'll never stop her if she drives in. That's why we have these. Ethan pulled a bag of fireworks out of his rucksack. If you see her on foot, do like I said, and just follow. If she drives up to the gate, however, set these off to distract the guards. They're incredibly loud, so they should come running. Make sure you aren't close when they're deployed. You can even run so it looks like you're fleeing some violence. If you have the opportunity, grab the pups and get out of there. If not, try to get a tracker onto them or Anita. He pulled out a second bag, showing them a few microdots still in their packages. It sounds like a long shot, Linda murmured apologetically. It is, but long shots work sometimes, Ethan confirmed. And we don't have a choice. We have to try. What if one of us is caught? Jane fretted, thinking again of the horrible promise Ethan forced out of her. If one of you are caught, I'll get you out, Ethan vowed. But if I'm caught, the pups are the priority. We should go now. Linda interjected before Jane could reply. If the costume mistress was right, Linda will get here within the hour. Don't forget, she was last seen driving a utility van. Okay, Jane nodded, wishing she could kiss Ethan one last time. She knew it wasn't possible, however. Same-sex couples were forbidden in King Aemon's kingdom, and right now they looked like two men. Seeing her expression, Ethan leaned over to whisper in her ear, "I love you, it'll be okay." Jane nodded, took her share of the supplies, and set off towards the farthest gate. "It'll be okay. We'll find them." She said the same words over and over in her head, chanting it like a prayer as she set up on the corner. Ethan had been incredibly industrious with the brief time they had, gathering books and various activities to make themselves look busy while they waited for Anita to arrive. Jane would sit on a park bench and read. Linda would try her hand as a street performer, singing ballads with an upturned top hat in front of her to collect donations, and Ethan would join some other elderly men playing chess. They could all position themselves within sight of the gates, without ever calling attention to their presence. The fireworks and tracking chips were hidden in shopping bags and rucksacks, and Jane was pleased to move through the city invisibly. Is this what it's like to be a man? She wondered. Able to walk about freely without constantly feeling watches and observed? No one catcalled her or stared too long. No one even seemed to notice she was there. It was a steep price to fly under the radar, but she couldn't deny she was enjoying it for the moment. Ethan had been smart to disguise them this way. She doubted she would ever have been able to walk around these aisles without drawing attention to herself otherwise. Had she ever been able to peacefully mind her business in public without a man sniffing around at some point or another? She kept one eye on the pages of her book, pretending to read, while she actually watched the gate like a hawk. Would Anita come to this entrance? Was it a mistake to focus on her arriving by car? Would she go to one of the other entrances on foot, assuming we'd be expecting her to drive up? Jane couldn't imagine how the cruel woman would get all 4 pups into the palace on foot, though part of her hoped she'd try, just to give the kids a chance to escape. She didn't want them alone in this capital, but she wanted them with the king less. The waiting was torture. Jane didn't think she could stand it. The minutes were ticking by so slowly, she wasn't sure how she'd ever find the patience to simply do nothing when her pups could be right around the corner. Her ears were cocked towards her phone, anxiously awaiting any sort of notification that the others had sighted Anita. Any minute now. Any minute now, she repeated to herself. The minutes dragged into hours until at last Jane heard her phone chirp. She whipped it out of her pocket, but it was only a text message from Linda. No luck? I haven't seen anything yet. Negative, Jane responded, feeling as though she could cry. Haven't seen hide nor hair of them. The device indicated Ethan was typing, and Jane wished she could hear his voice. Her stomach was growling and nauseous all at once. She was exhausted even though she hadn't exerted herself in the least. The stress was grinding her down into dust, and she was only too aware of it. Nothing yet, came Ethan's reply. Hang in there. Jane was about to return her phone to her pocket when another message came in, this time in a private chain. How are you holding up? Jane was about to reply when she noticed a white utility van circling the block in her periphery. Her heart stopped in her chest. There was a blonde woman driving, dressed in leather. Even at this distance, Jane would have recognized Anita anywhere. The van was circling the block, and Jane quickly gathered her things, ducking around the corner. She pulled the fireworks from her shopping bag, laying them out in the mouth of an alley and setting the charges. She ripped the tracking chip out of its package and peeked back around the corner, watching as the van rolled up to the gate. The driver's door opened and Anita stepped out, batting her eyelashes at the guards. As she watched, the guards opened the cargo hatch of the vehicle, and she heard a tiny yelp. It was the pups. The guard nodded and fastened the back doors closed once more, but the driver's door was still open, and she could hear another small voice floating across the distance towards her. Is gonna be okay. That was Parker. Jane was sure of it. I's scared. Another little voice replied, and Paisley. They're in the back of the van. She could hear them. She could smell them. They were so close. She hadn't been this close to them since the mountains, and she would be damned if she was going to let them slip through her fingers again. Without a second thought, Jane lit the fuse on the fireworks behind her, then strode back around the corner. She walked towards the gate, then did her best to act shocked when explosions burst to life behind her. The guards immediately leapt into action, and Jane catapulted herself forward, pretending to run from the loud noise. The guards raced past her, and Jane finally reached the van, tackling Anita while her back was turned. She didn't know how she managed not to shift. After all, her wolf was snarling to be released. Instead, she simply smashed the other woman's head into the concrete, knocking her out cold. Glancing over her shoulder to make sure the guards were still occupied trying to prevent the fireworks from setting the city ablaze, she moved to the back of the van, her blood rushing in her ears. She reached for the double doors separating her from the pups and ripped them open. Ethan. I think I'm going crazy. This waiting is interminable. I'm worried about my pups, worried about my mate, furious at the goddess for doing this to us. I might understand if I was the only one who was suffering. I've certainly been no saint in the past. But Jane and the children don't deserve this. I've been staring at my phone, waiting for Jane to respond to my last message when I hear the first explosions. The fireworks, I thought, knowing this could only mean one thing. They were coming from Jane's gate, which means she must have sight of the pups. I jump up from the table where I've been losing at chess for the last few hours, forgetting my pretense of being an old man as I take off in her direction. The elderly man scattered throughout the little park look up at me in shock, but I don't have time for excuses or explanations. If Jane has eyes on the pup, she needs me. I'm painfully aware of how desperate she's become. Not that I blame her. I was praying that Anita would come to my gate or even Linda's. I don't trust Jane not to sacrifice herself for our children, to take needless risks when they're within reach. If we'd had any choice, we never would have split up, but with 3 gates, we didn't have that luxury. I run as fast as I can towards the crack and bang of the explosives, but the palace is huge and the gates are very far apart from one another. By the time I round the corner on Jane's street, I see her tackling Anita to the ground. I feel a rush of pride as I watch her easily best the other woman, wanting to cheer her on but not feeling able to spare the breath. As soon as Anita stops moving, Jane leaps off her, rushing towards the back of the van. Unfortunately, I see what she cannot, which is Anita rising up behind her, apparently having played possum. "Jane!" I roar the warning just as Anita lunges for Jane, just as she'd been opening the cargo bay. The doors had been swinging open a moment ago, but now Jane crashes into them beneath Anita's weight. "No." I think desperately, still too far away to help. Jane whirls around with a snarl, sinking her fangs into Anita's hand as the other woman tries to attack. Anita cries out in surprise and pain, and Jane takes the opportunity to kick her legs out from under her. The she-wolves topple to the ground, immediately shifting into their wolves. Fear slices through me. Jane is just an omega, so small and fragile compared to Anita's alpha strength. She fights ferociously, with all the righteous outrage of a mother protecting her pups. I can only pray to the goddess that her adrenaline is enough to make up for their difference in size and strength. The guards had been busy around the corner a moment ago, but I see a few helmeted heads peek back around the gates at the sound of the commotion. One of the men cries out when he sees the she-wolves tussling, waving to his comrades. I know then I can't afford to go to Jane's side. I'm closer to the guards. I have to intercept them first. The guards don't even see me coming. They're so distracted by the scene at the gates that I'm able to knock 2 of them out before they even realize there's a threat. The other men whirl around in surprise, eyes wide and growls already burgeoning in their chests. They shift, but I stay on 2 feet. These are mere sentries, and no match for my power. I charge towards them, lashing out with teeth and claws, vicious snarls ripping through my lungs. The fireworks cleared the area, so no one is around to witness the carnage, but I'm ruthless as I fight. Everything I care about is on the line, and these are the only obstacles standing between us. I can see flashes of the women's fight as I dispatch the men one by one, my heart leaping into my throat as I see Jane begin to fade, then rally. Anita claws and bites at her, but Jane gives it back every bit as ferociously. Right now, you'd never know she wasn't an alpha herself. My pride is distracted for a moment when the final guard, a wolf the size of a mountain, bears down on me, but even this is an easy battle. He might have bulk, but I have power beyond anything he could ever imagine. I rip into his flesh with my fangs, making him cry out and lose consciousness. I straighten up with a surge of triumph, my wolf crowing with the knowledge that at least one threat has been dispatched. Unfortunately, that's the last of the good news. When I look back, I see Anita clumsily loading Jane's unconscious form into the back of the van, and my wolf howls in outrage to see her rough treatment. I take off again, determined to reach my mate and pups before Anita can get them into the palace. It's impossible. My wolf groans in my head. They're too far away. Still, I don't give up. I run even as Anita slides into the driver's side of the van, even as she drives through the gates and the huge metal bars close behind her. I'm roaring with pure, undiluted rage, but it doesn't do any good. More sentries have poured out of the palace in the midst of the chaos, and Anita is safely ensconced behind their protective force. Before I can even process the shift, I find myself no longer hunting Anita, but running from the stampede of guards bearing down on me. There are too many to fight, and my only hope now is to get away. If they catch me, it will be the end for me and the boys, and Goddess only knows what Aemon will do to Jane and the girls. I have to live to fight another day if I want to rescue them, even though it breaks my heart to leave Jane behind. My only comfort is that the pups are no longer alone. They have their mother, or they will when she wakes up. But what if she doesn't? My wolf frets, feeling horribly guilty for landing Jane in this situation in the first place. I can't deny the validity of his fears. I didn't see how the fight ended. What if Jane hit her head, or Anita was simply packing her body into the van to hide the evidence? Are my pups staring at their mother's corpse right now? The idea is too horrific to bear, yet I can't stop seeing it. You see, I roar at my wolf. This is why I didn't want her with us. I knew it was a bad idea to let her come. What if she never wakes up? All at once, I'm catapulted into the past, remembering the last time I thought I'd lost Jane forever. The doctor's phone call. Too many words that didn't make sense. Your ex-wife, pregnancy, severe hemorrhage in the delivery room, premature pup in desperate need of emergency surgery. I'd barely been able to process any of it. I thought they'd gotten the wrong wolf on the line. It wasn't until he said those horrible, unforgettable words that I realized it was real. Jane is gone, but your daughter still needs you. My daughter, precious Paisley, who became the light of my life in a world without Jane. I'd never known grief like that, and it wasn't even real. True grief would have been to lose them both, to lose Jane for real. I know now that I only survived because of Paisley, and because Jane wasn't really gone, and deep down my wolf sensed she was still alive. Could I survive it if she truly died? Can I survive losing her if she doesn't live on with our pups? I know the answer to that without even thinking about it. No, there's not a chance in hell. And now it's not only Paisley and Jane out there in danger, it's all of our babies. I have to save them. I have to do whatever I can to bring them home, even if I don't go with them. Please let Jane wake up. I think desperately. Please let her be all right. Let her be comforting them right now. If nothing else, please spare them and take me. They don't deserve this. They've never done anything wrong, but I have. I think grimly. I've made so many mistakes in my life, committed too many wrongs I can't take back. Maybe I deserve to be punished, but please not like this. Don't punish Jane and the pups too. If I must suffer, I'll gladly do it, just as long as they're all right. Punish me, not them. Little did I know then, but my prayers would soon be answered. Jane. I dream of Ethan. I dream of our last night together before he made me promise him anything, when we were just two people in love, sharing our passion in the most natural way. The vision is surreal and wonderful at once, and my hazy thoughts are reluctant to return to reality. I keep myself trapped in the dream only for it to change, transforming into a nightmare where I'm all alone and running towards a finish line I won't ever reach. No, I think, fighting the visions assailing my slumbering mind. Go back. Don't take Ethan from me now. I only just got him back. I'm still tossing and turning, fighting the twists and turns of my mind when a new sound reaches my ears. Why hasn't she woke up yet? A little voice asks. I dunno, maybe she just really needs a nap. Another replies. But what if Nita really hurted her? The third voice is barely more than a whisper, and the next thing I know, I'm hurtling back into consciousness. My pups! I surge up into a sitting position, scanning the room and immediately locking my attention on my babies. We're in some sort of bedroom suite, the furnishings more opulent than anything I've ever seen outside of Ethan's penthouse. But none of that matters. My pups are here, all 4 of them. Paisley, Parker, Ryder, and Riley are all gathered around my prone form, looking down at me with love and worry. They'd snuggled close, even as I dozed, completely oblivious. And all of a sudden, I'm reminded of those stories about pets staying alongside their owners even after they've died. The possibility that I might never have opened my eyes again, even as my babies gathered around me, sends me into a riot of tears. "Oh, my goddess!" I exclaim, gathering their beloved little bodies to mine. "You're here, you're really here. I'm sobbing now, and so are they, but none of us can stop. It doesn't matter that I'm battered and bruised, that they're filthy, or even that I'm naked after shifting. All that matters is that my pups are finally back in my arms at long last. Are you okay? I'm so sorry. I've missed you so much." They're all talking at once, trying to fill me in on everything that's happened, fighting for spots in my lap and leaning their tear-stained faces against my skin. "And then there was a boat, and we were so sick." Ryder is moaning. "And a big snake tried to eat us," Parker adds woefully. "And I almost drowned, but Fluffy saved me." Paisley contributes. "Then we had to go underground like rats," Riley exclaims. "Oh, my angels," I croon, trying to soothe, rock, and kiss them all at once. "I'm so sorry. It's all right. I'm here now. I won't let anything else happen to you." It's chaotic and wonderful, an uproar of emotion as we all reunite, sharing our sadness, fear, and relief in all its different forms. "I'll never leave you again. I promise. I'm so sorry I ran out that night. I don't know what I was thinking. We just wanted to help." Parker explains, sniffling, "To make you feel better." "I know, my love." I shush him gently. "But that's my job, not yours. I'm supposed to care for you. You shouldn't ever feel like it's your responsibility to make me feel better." "But, Mommy, what happened?" Paisley chirps. "Where's Daddy?" "He's here in the capital," I whisper. "He's probably planning a rescue for us right now." I can't get enough of their sweet faces. Have I ever known such joy? "Oh, let me look at you. Are you hurt?" "We're fines, Mommy," Riley promises. "But you're bleeding." "Never mind that," I insist, clutching them tightly to my chest. "You 4 are the only things that matter." It speaks volumes that they're letting me overload them with affection this way. Paisley and Ryder have always been my cuddle bugs, but Riley and Parker can usually only handle so much snuggle time before their energy overflows and they need to play. However, right now, all of my babies seem perfectly content to let me smother them with hugs and kisses. I know their journey must not have been easy, and I feel a rush of anger towards the woman who started all this. "Do you know where Anita went?" I ask after a moment. "She dropped us off here with you," Riley answers. Then she said something about the king. "Have you seen the king?" I ask them anxiously, taking the opportunity to study them more closely. Their sweet faces are smudged with mud and dirt, and their clothes have seen better days, but I can't find any obvious signs of injury. I see only terrible neglect, and my heart cracks open in my chest. Should I be relieved they aren't hurt, or gutted that they've been so deprived? No, Ryder assures me. "Nita said we wouldn't meet him till you woke. She also said you were going to double our value." Paisley whispers, clearly not understanding what her kidnapper had meant. But I understand. With me in his position, he'll have even more power to leverage against Ethan, and I'm terribly afraid he'll succeed. I wonder what Ethan is doing right now, what he's thinking. How badly is he suffering? I can only imagine. Guilt floods through my body. This isn't what I wanted to happen. I wanted my pups back, of course, but not at the cost of my freedom and Ethan's happiness. Are we even safe? Is Eamon simply going to ransom us, or will he try to harm us too? My emotions are all over the map, and I know it's just the stress and chaos of the situation. My heart can't seem to land on any one feeling, and even as I overflow with pain and fear, I also feel cold hard fury simmering in my veins. If anyone is to blame in all this, it's Eric's father. "Mommy?" Riley asks anxiously, "Are we ever going to go home again?" "Yes, sweetheart. I promise. Daddy and I are going to take you home as soon as we can." "You shouldn't lie to them that way." A drawling voice sounds from the doorway, and I whip my head around, realizing we aren't alone for the first time. Anita is standing in the doorway, her arms crossed over her chest and a cruel sneer on her face. "You won't be going home for a very long time, if ever." "You," I hiss, rising to my feet and gathering the pups behind me. "I ought to tear you limb from limb." "Oh, give it up," Anita scoffs. "You've already lost, remember?" She flicks her gaze to my body. "If I were you, I'd get dressed, unless you want to go in front of the king like that." I glance down at my exposed body, half tempted to tell her to go to hell. I need to buy us time somehow, to find a way to escape before the king sees us. I scan our surroundings, seeing only elegant furnishings and no tools. "I don't have any clothes," I tell Anita, trying to dampen my fury. I need to find a way to get her to leave so that I can search the room and try to make a plan. "Look in the wardrobe. There's things for the children, too. I'll have a maid sent to help you get cleaned up," Anita informs me coolly. "I hardly need help bathing my own pups," I growl, "nor do I want anyone in this place laying a finger on them. They're for you, too." Anita snorts. "It won't look good if you go to a royal audience bleeding like a stuck pig. Besides, someone has to keep an eye on you. If you're half as clever as your brats, you certainly can't be trusted." I feel a rush of pride for my pups, even as I dream of lashing at her. True to her word, a pair of servant women in uniform enter a moment later, and my opportunity to try and figure out an escape vanishes before my eyes. I let the maids patch up the scratches and bite marks Anita left on my arms and legs, but I insist on caring for my pups myself. It's so strange to think that bath time used to be a hassle, but now I relish it more than anything. I never thought I'd get to wrestle my babies into a tub again, and they're so relieved to be with me they don't even complain. Within half an hour, we're all clean and sweet-smelling, dressed in clothes equally as fine as any of the designer pieces I would wear at home. I can't stop looking at my pups, hugging them and kissing them, asking them questions just to hear their perfect little voices. Our reunion is too short-lived, though, because before long, Anita is back, and we're on our way to meet the king. Jane. I've never met a king before. I'm not sure what I expected. A fancy throne? An old man in a crown and fur-lined cape? A golden scepter? King Aimon doesn't fulfill any of these expectations. Instead, I find a middle-aged man in simple clothing, seated in a private parlor in the palace's east wing. The pups and I are herded inside by his guards, but I stop in the doorway, not wanting to move any closer to our captor. The room is set up as if a tea party is about to be held, with a steaming china kettle and an array of snacks on silver trays. Normally, I would have my hands full having to hold the pups back from all the cakes and sweets, but they're all cowering safely behind me, not trusting this strange situation. The king rises to his feet as the door closes behind us. "Well, I can certainly see why you turned my feckless son's head," Aimon says by way of greeting. The words aren't a compliment. He says them entirely without feeling or emotion, and his face is an expressionless mask. "I'm pleased to meet you at last, Jane. You'll forgive me if I don't return the sentiment." I bite, keeping my pups huddled behind my legs. "Anita tells me you put up quite the fight trying to rescue your little ones." For the first time, a note of approval enters his voice. "I hope she didn't rough you up too badly." I want to tell him that Ethan will kill him either way, but I keep my mouth shut. We have to play this smart. I need to figure out what he's planning, and I have to make him believe we won't try to escape. It will be so much harder to get away if he's led on to our intentions. What does it matter? I question, wishing I could have this conversation without the pups present, but unwilling to let them out of my sight. We both know that any ransom you try to collect on us will only be for show, so our condition is irrelevant. What makes you say that? The king questions shrewdly. Because you don't need money. I declare, gesturing to our luxurious surroundings. The only ways you stand to gain here are politically. He nods. Eric always said you were clever. You must have a low opinion of women's intelligence if you think figuring out the painfully obvious shows intelligence. I proclaim bitterly. Now Aimon does smile, he cheeks splitting into a terrifying leer. If I didn't know better, I'd never believe you were an Omega. It's a shame Ethan robbed you of being Luna for so many years. Pitting me against my mate won't work either, I inform him icily. We've moved beyond the troubles in our past. I'm just trying to make conversation. Eamon shrugs, sweeping his arms to the couches and tea service. Won't you sit down? You all must be hungry. Why don't you just tell me what you want and be done with it? I counter. I'm worried about getting food into my pups, but I don't trust this man enough to eat or drink anything he gives us. You're giving me what I want just by being here, Eamon states coolly. Leverage against Ethan? I guess, wishing we'd arrived later. Maybe if he'd invited us to dinner instead of tea, there would be some knives about. To what end? To steal his pack, expand your empire? Eamon nods again. As I said, clever. And what is to become of us when you achieve your aims? I inquire, nodding towards my babies. Well, that would depend, Eamon muses, watching me closely. On what? I prompt him. Why, on you, of course. He chuckles. I should think that would be obvious. I only glare, still searching the peripheries of my vision for some sort of weapon or any implement that might aid in our escape. When I don't respond, Eamon continues. I had one heir worthy of taking over my throne when I die, but as you know, I outlived him. My second heir seemed hopeless, but I gave him the opportunity to prove himself, and he turned out to a traitor twice over. Where is Eric? I wonder aloud, thinking of Linda. He's dealing with the consequences of his treachery, Eamon announces bleakly. The point is that once your dear Ethan is out of the way, I'll finally have the empire I desire, but I won't have anyone to pass it down to. I glance nervously at Parker and Ryder, painfully aware of the threat they pose to Eamon as Ethan's heirs. Why is Eamon even telling me this? What does this have to do with me? Suddenly the thoughts click in my brain. Surely he's not suggesting what I think he is? There, I can tell you've worked it out. Eamon grins. You've already proven yourself capable of bearing an alpha's pups, and I admit that of the various women in my orbit, I find your spirit refreshing. He rises from his chair, coming towards us. Not to mention your smell. He breathes in deeply, his eyes beginning to glow. I've always heard about Omega's entracing sense, but I've never had the pleasure of experiencing one for myself. And you think I would agree to be your broodmare? I scoff. You must know your kind are incredibly hard to come by, and your current litter is proof of why alphas and omegas are fated thus. I'm sure I'll never meet another omega again, and I'm not so foolish as to pass up a golden opportunity. Don't worry, though, it's only until you birth me a healthy son. He shrugs. Then you and your girls would be free to leave. My girls, I repeat hoarsely, even though this is no surprise. What of Ryder and Parker? Eamon gives me an exasperated look. Do you really want me to say it in front of them? My maternal instincts roar to life as my wolf struggles to be let out. A feral snarl rips out of my chest and I surge forward. I'll tell you this much. If you lay a hand on a single hair on their heads, I will do everything in my power to destroy you. Not only will I not agree to your sick plan, but I will make your life absolutely miserable. Come now, Jane, Eamon encourages. Be reasonable. You don't have many options here. You can save some of your children or none at all. Is that what you want? The ground beneath my feet feels as though it's crumbling right out from under me. This can't be real. It can't actually be happening. It's too awful. What about exile? I suggest desperately. Eamon simply snorts. You know as well as I do that exile is only a temporary solution. How many times throughout history has a fallen or exiled heir waged war to reclaim their birthright or enact vengeance? The room is spinning now, and despite my prayers for this all to be a dream, I know it isn't. As horrible as this situation is, I know worse things happen to good people all the time. I've never been one of those shifters who fearlessly dives into danger, convinced the worst can't happen to me. I've always been painfully aware of my own mortality, of the world's cruel realities. For a moment I forget Ethan, I forget my own happiness. Faced with the very real threat against my pups, their precious lives become the only things that matter in my world. Let them go, I plead, my voice shaking. Let them go and I'll agree to stay with you. I'll do anything you want, just let them go. Eamon cocks his head to the side, studying me closely. You can't fool me into lowering my guards and giving you the chance to escape Jane. That's not what I'm doing, I tell him sincerely. I would die for my pups, and if you're telling me I have to choose between their lives and my own, I choose them. Amon's sharp eyes bore into me, and I think he realizes I'm telling the truth. He steps closer still, and poor Paisley whimpers behind me. I wish I could comfort her. I wish I could turn around and run out of here with all four of them. "Mommy, don't do it!" Riley whispers behind me. "Hush, baby." I scold gently, my voice thick with emotion, as I look back to Amon. "Well, King?" Amon chuckles, a hollow, humorless sound. He begins circling us as he speaks, his inner predator responding to my palpable fear. "Poor little Luna, don't you see it's not a choice between you and them? I have you all, and I'm going to do what I like with you and your precious pups." He stops before me, so close that I can smell his aftershave. "But you will do what I want and without complaint. Otherwise, I'll make things worse for your girls. If I were you, I'd make your remaining time with the boys last. They only get to live as long as Ethan does." Ethan. I only stop long enough to tie up the guards I fought, swipe their uniforms, and pick up Linda. I can't stop picturing Jane being loaded into the back of that van, the ruthless way Anita fought her, the frightened cries of my pups. The images play over and over again in my mind, driving me half mad with fear, fury, and self-loathing. I'm so angry with myself for letting Jane come along on this trip. This is precisely why I shouldn't have given in to my wolf. I never should have split us up either, but I didn't know what else to do given the gate situation. Goddess, I hope she's all right. I'll do anything, give anything, for her and the pups to be home safe again. As usual, my prayers are met only with silence, but I can only hope the goddess is too busy looking after my family to respond at the moment. I don't know how I'm going to get them back. I have no idea where they're being kept in the palace, but for once I might actually be able to track them in this rain-soaked kingdom. "I can't believe this," Linda is muttering next to me. "What are we going to do?" "We're going to keep our wits about us," I answer tersely, passing her one of the uniforms. "It's a good thing we had these disguises. Simon doesn't allow she-wolves to work as guards." "Bigot," Linda grumbles, pulling on the livery. "How Eric turned out so well when that monster raised him, I'll never know." I have plenty of thoughts about this, but I wisely keep them to myself. However, her words do remind me of our second objective, and I try to make my tone gentle as I say, "We'll try to find him while we're inside, but I hope you'll forgive me for insisting Jane and the pups have to come first." Linda stiffens slightly. "Of course they do, but I hope you'll forgive me if I don't jump for joy over the idea of leaving my mate behind." "I know, I'm sorry," I profess. "I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. It's okay," she sighs, looking truly forlorn. "For all I know, he's not even alive. You would feel it if he wasn't," I assure her. "It'll be all right, you'll see." "How can you be so sure of that?" Linda blinks up at me, seeming very vulnerable indeed. "How do you hold on to hope so tightly? Doesn't it ever seem like it's all too much?" "I have to," I shrug honestly. "I have to hold on to hope. The alternative means losing everyone I love, and I won't accept that." "Okay," Linda nods, straightening her shoulders. "So what's the plan?" Sneaking into the palace is the easy part. We spent all day watching the guards posted at the gates, so we know their schedules and routines, we know how they screen visitors and interact with one another. When their shift changes for the evening, we slip into the employee entrance, walking in as if we belong. The chaos of this afternoon has died down now, and even though the palace is still on high alert, the guards I fought are still safely tied up in a decommissioned public restroom, so no one knows that their uniforms have been stolen. One downside of Ayman having such a massive home is that securing it requires too many soldiers to possibly count. Unlike my modest penthouse, where I know every single sentry employed by name, the guards here don't seem to notice strangers are in their midst. This fact inspires a rush of optimism. If there are too many watchdogs to even know each other, I guarantee Ayman won't know the men in his employ either. Of course, this is also a big problem. It made getting inside easy, but it's going to make getting back out with Jane, Eric, and the pups almost impossible. I pick up Anita's scent first, and my wolf immediately demands to be let out so he can find and destroy her. I'm sorely tempted to let him, but I know attacking the trafficker will risk exposing us. I wave Linda on behind me, following her trail and trying to figure out how to sneak without looking suspicious. Her scent leads us to the east wing, and soon Linda and I are huddled outside a door, pretending to stand watch while really eavesdropping on the phone call happening inside. The king is thrilled. Anita is saying, "He actually tripled my reward when I brought him the mother with the pups, and promised a bonus if the scheme successfully puts an end to Blackwell." It takes all my willpower to remain silent and all my attention to ensure I don't accidentally growl and give myself away. Linda is looking at me with genuine worry, but Anita is still talking. I'm tempted to ask him to let me take the pups when he's done with them. He only needs them to lure Ethan, and after he's dead, there won't be any danger selling them elsewhere. Those kids could fetch a high price at market. There's a pause as the person on the other end of the phone says something. Then Anita scoffs. No, the Omega bitch couldn't even beat me with the element of surprise. And the king is going to be too busy breeding her to let her out of his sight. I guess he'd rather start all over again than rely on his failure of a son. He hasn't let him out of the dungeon since I turned up. I feel all the blood rush from my face as Anita reveals Ayman's plans for my mate. I'm relieved to know she's alive, but horrified to imagine what Ayman will do to her. I glance at Linda and see her looking equally shocked. I don't know if it's for the same reason or because we now know what has become of Eric. Either way, I've heard enough. We know that Anita is alone now, and if anyone knows where Jane is, it's her. I gesture for Linda to stay close and push my way inside the room. Anita is facing away from the door, and she doesn't sense my presence until it's too late. I pounce on her from behind, not feeling a single shred of guilt for the unfair tactic. Linda snatches up Anita's cell phone when it clatters to the floor, hitting the red end button on the call as I slam my hand over Anita's mouth before she can make a sound. I circle my other hand around her throat, squeezing her airway closed and relishing her panicked response. "Where are they?" I snarl in her ear, stilling her struggles without any effort whatsoever. Apparently, she's only strong compared to sweet little Omegas. Next to me, she might as well be a helpless pup. I feel a surge of righteous pleasure at this fact, and give her a vicious shake when she doesn't immediately answer. "Tell me now, and maybe I'll let you live." This is an outright lie. I have no intention of letting this woman live, and I don't feel a damn bit of remorse about taking her life. She stole my children, she's responsible for the enslavement and abuse of goddess knows how many others, and she laid her hands on my mate. As far as I'm concerned, every subsequent breath she takes is a gift she doesn't deserve. I loosen my grip on her throat only enough to let her. 4th floor, north wing. Anita chokes out, her feet kicking in the air. "Are you telling the truth?" I demand, putting all my alpha authority into the command. "Don't even think about lying to me." "It's true." She wheezes, her pupils dilated in panic, the second door on the left from the main stairs. I listen to the tenor of her tremulous words. They ring with honesty, and now there's only one question left to answer. "And Eric, you said he was in the dungeons. Do you know where?" She shakes her head frantically, and all at once her usefulness to us ceases. "If you were smarter, you would have held out," I inform her ruthlessly. "Now I have no reason to keep you alive." Anita's eyes snap to their widest point yet, and she begins sputtering, begging despite the fact that she's almost out of air. I growl and squeeze her throat with my full strength, crushing her larynx and crumpling the bones in her spine. The fragile column becomes like jelly in my hand as her head lolls over my fingers. Her life winks out very quickly then, and I wish I'd had the time to truly make her suffer. I drop Anita's body like a sack of bricks, and Linda and I leave as swiftly as we came. About halfway to the north wing, I pick up Jane and the pup's scents, and from then on I don't need to abide Anita's directions. I follow their trail to the exact door she described, but it sets off alarm bells in my mind that no guards are posted out front. Is Ayman really so overconfident? Surely he knows Jane will be determined to escape. I pause to listen through the wood and ensure we aren't about to head into a trap, my heart leaping in my chest when I hear the lyrical notes of Jane's voice and 5 beautifully beating hearts. They're right on the other side of that door. Jane. After our meeting with Ayman, I came back to the room with the pups and immediately began trying to figure out a way to escape. I think they were a little disappointed, and, if I'm honest, I am too. I wish I were able to simply hold them tight and give them all the love and nurturing they've been missing these last few weeks. But that will have to wait until we're safe. Then I can lavish my affection on them and pry the more difficult details about their ordeal from their lips. I'm afraid of what they might tell me, but I know we have to have that talk in order to heal. After scouring the room from top to bottom, I'm beginning to feel very nervous. I can't find anything that might help us break free. There are sheets I could tie into ropes once night falls, but we're too high up and it feels terribly risky with such young pups. The best weapon I came across were some particularly spiky spikies in the wardrobe. There aren't even razors in the bathroom. I even searched the walls, bookcases, and floorboards in case there might be some sort of secret passageways leading out of the room, despite how much of a long shot that idea was. I'm at a loss, and it's becoming harder and harder to keep my fear at bay. I was sick as soon as we got back to the room, and I'm not sure if it was because of Amon's plans for us, or the baby I might be carrying. I know Ethan is out there somewhere and probably knows that I've been taken by now, but the idea of him coming here after us frightens me more than trying to escape on our own. If he does, he'll be playing right into Amon's hands, but what other choice does he have? I have to find a way to free us before... My thoughts come to a screeching halt when the door handle jiggles, and the next thing I know, Ethan's scent is wafting towards me through the wood. He's here! Time seems to slow down as I watch the scene unfold. It takes Ethan less than a minute to pick the locks, but it seems like everything is moving in slow motion. The door swings inward, and Ethan appears dressed in a guard's uniform. He looks so powerful, framed in the doorway, and then the pups are whirling around, following my stunned gaze. Thankfully, Ethan puts a finger to his lips before they can cry out, but I'll never forget the joy on their young faces. A moment ago, they were drawn and pale, but now they light up like the sun itself. "Daddy!" Ryder, Riley, Parker, and Paisley whisper shout, taking off across the room as Ethan and Linda slip inside. Ethan pulls all 4 of the children into his strong arms, hugging them so tightly I can see they're struggling to breathe. Still, no one complains. They're all crying, including Ethan, and though I know the situation is urgent, I can't bear to steal this moment from them. "I'm so happy to see you. I'm so sorry it took so long," he's murmuring, smothering them in kisses. "Are you all right? Let me look at you." Ethan seems to be having the same problem I did, wanting to make sure they're all unharmed, but unwilling to release them from his arms. I'm sorry, I'm sorry," he says over and over again. "We've been trying so hard to find you." I realize now how much Ethan was shielding me from his feelings, swallowing his own fear and guilt to take care of me. I feel a rush of love so powerful that the room begins to spin, and as if he can sense my thoughts, Ethan looks up at me. Eyes shining, he offers me a brilliant smile. "What are you doing all the way over there?" "Mommy has lots of owies." Paisley tells him, "We haves to be gentle with her." Ethan's brow furrows and he immediately lifts the pups into his arms, expertly juggling them as he crosses over to me. He sets them on the bed, close enough for either of us to reach at the first opportunity, but turns his attention to me. "How bad is it?" he murmurs, taking my face in his hands. I grasp his wrists, offering up a watery smile. "I'm okay," I insist. "But Ayman?" "I know." Ethan sighs, gingerly wrapping his arms around me and kissing my hair. "I've already taken care of Anita. She let slip what he's planning. We have to get out of here," I whisper, reaching for the pups so they can join our hug. 4 warm little bodies press into our sides, and for one blissful moment, our family is whole again. My heart is soaring. I wasn't sure we would ever get to be together this way again, and if things weren't so precarious, I would probably be sobbing. My body is aching, but I don't care. I just want to stay wrapped up around Ethan and my babies forever. How are we going to get them out without being seen? Linda frets, scanning the room. If we had some sort of laundry cart or something, maybe we could hide them underneath some blankets. That's a good idea, Ethan praises, not releasing us. If we go down to the service corridors, we can switch out the guard uniforms for some servant's clothes and pretend to be cleaning. Even a garbage bin or something would work, as long as we can conceal Jane and the pups. Do you think we can try to get Eric at the same time? Linda questions eagerly. Ethan frowns. I think we might have to come back for him. We don't even know where the dungeons are or where he is within them. Okay. Linda nods, sounding disappointed. We'll be right back, okay? Ethan says, pulling away from me. Daddy, you're leaving? Ryder and Parker whisper in unison. I'm also shaking my head, not wanting to let him out of my sight. There must be another way. I'll be back so fast you'll never know I left, I promise. He murmurs, kissing me, then all four of the pups in turn. I love you all. It worries me that he chose those last words, as if he's preparing for the worst and wants to make sure he tells us while he can. We love you too, I reply, my voice catching in my throat. A small chorus of, I love you, and I love you, Daddy, follows my own proclamation. Ethan and Linda slip back out the door, and I can only pray that this isn't the last time I see them. The waiting is horrible. I spend the entire time pacing back and forth, with the pups huddled on the bed watching me anxiously. It's gonna be okay, Mommy, Paisley chirps after a few minutes. Daddy will fix it, you'll see. I know, Angel. I try to smile, pausing my pacing only long enough to give them another squeeze. I'm sorry, Mommy's just being impatient. Patience is a virtue, Riley announces saucily, repeating the same words she often hears from me. I can't help but chuckle and appreciate the moment of levity, but after a few moments, I'm back to pacing, unable to sit still while Ethan and Linda try to stage our rescue. Despite my nerves, they return within half an hour, wearing the colorful livery of the maids and footmen and carting a laundry trolley. I feel like crying when they come back through the door, and my wolf keens with pure relief. Come on, Ethan encourages. We have to hurry. The pups and I gather around the cart, and Ethan sweeps me up into his arms before I can attempt to climb inside. He carefully places me in the empty trolley, sking apologetically when I wince. Sorry, sweetheart, puppies incoming. One by one, the quadruplets are deposited around me. Cuddle close to Mommy, little ones. Ethan advises. You're going to have to be very, very quiet. That's right. We can't make a peep no matter what. I confirm. Nodding to Linda as she stands poised to cover us up with a fluffy white duvet. I'll see you on the other side. Ethan promises, stroking my cheek one last time before helping Linda arrange the blanket. The cart is rolling down the hall within minutes, and I can only hold my breath and pray that this works. We're going to have to run as soon as we're out. It will be a race to get out of the Southern Isles before Eamon can catch up to us, and I don't have the faintest idea what that will mean for Eric. I know Ethan promised to go back for him with Linda, but go back when? Immediately? Or after the pups and I are safely home? I hear the ding of an elevator, and we pause for a minute before setting off again, the squeaky wheels rolling beneath us, jangling along as we move through the palace. I wish I could see outside. I wish I could ease the feeling of dread deep in my gut. A whisper reaches my ears after what feels like an hour. We're going to load you into a service van. Just sit tight. The trolley tips sideways as we're propelled up a ramp, and another whisper floats through the blankets when we still. We're in the end game now, just a little longer. Just then a new but familiar sound reaches my ears, only it can't be. It almost sounds like someone is clapping. I know something is wrong when I hear Ethan curse, and then Eamon's voice raises behind us. Very nice, Ethan. Truly an impressive effort. You almost got away with it. My heart sinks, and that sense of dread blooms as I understand what's happening. We're caught, Ethan? No, it isn't real. This isn't happening. I was afraid our escape had been too easy, but I'm not sure what other choice we had. We were only 2 people, and doing this job right would have required an army. Maybe we should have taken more time to plan, rather than rushing in, but in the end, it was always going to be the same odds. Besides, we had a very small window after I knocked the guards out and stole their uniforms. We wouldn't have been able to use them as disguises tomorrow or the next day, after Eamon realized we had them. It was a blessing we'd been able to find Jane and the pups so quickly, and Linda's quick thinking truly had been inspired. I don't regret the way we went about the rescue. I only regret that we didn't succeed. This isn't the way I wanted it to end. In a one-on-one fight, I'm confident I could easily defeat Eamon. He's 20 years my senior after all. However, I don't trust the king to give me a fair fight. Right now, he's standing at the palace door, flanked by half a dozen guards on either side. He's wearing a smug leer, and my wolf howls in fury to think we came so close. How did you know? Didn't you wonder why there weren't guards at their door? He arches a brow. I have every inch of that suite under video surveillance. I knew the moment you stepped inside. Disappointment wells up inside me. The cameras must have been hidden incredibly well, but it does make sense now. He was probably planning this from the very beginning. The blankets in the trolley shift from beneath, and Jane pushes them to the ground, revealing herself and the pups. I glance at her terrified expression, and she shakes her head, silently begging me not to do what I must. I turn my back on her, fearing that I won't be able to go through with this if I keep looking at her heartbroken expression. Just let them go, Aimon. It's me you want. I demand. Ethan. No. Jane is no longer begging in silence. She's trying to scramble out of the laundry cart, wincing and whimpering in the process. Janie. I speak her name as a stern rebuke, plucking her from the cart and setting her feet on the ground before she can hurt herself worse than she already is. You knew this might happen. You promised me. I tower over her, letting her feel the full force of my power as I push the service van's keys into her hands. Take Linda and the pups and go. Ethan, I can't. She protests again, tears pooling on her dark lashes. You can. I insist, taking her shoulders. You have to. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Aemon interjects, gesturing to his guards. They swiftly circle us, and the king continues. You see, I have need of an Omega, and your daughters are integral to ensuring sweet Jane behaves herself long enough to give me an heir. You and your boys, on the other hand. He trails off, ominously. He's so cavalier about threatening my family, and rage sets my blood to boil. Have I ever hated anyone this much? Even Eve? My wolf claws at the surface of my skin, and for once, I don't try to hold him back. If that's the way you want to play it, I counter, stepping forward with a ferocious growl, then I might as well challenge you formally. You're outnumbered, Ethan. Aemon drawls, though I sense a note of fear in his low voice. Fighting me would be suicide. So what? I bark, stripping off my shirt. You're going to kill me anyway? You didn't really think I'd go down without a fight, did you? Aemon scoffs, signaling his men a second time, and I realize his plan. He's been counting on his guards being strong enough to overpower me, and only now that I'm in front of him is he beginning to doubt they can succeed. He also wasn't counting on Jane and Linda. Neither woman is particularly powerful naturally, but Jane is a mother whose pups are in grave danger, and Linda is a she-wolf whose mate is behind bars. Righteous anger and adrenaline can go a long way in such circumstances. I exchange a meaningful look with both of them, and while I wish there was time for me to tell Jane and the pups that I love them again, the element of surprise is the only advantage we have, and it's not even much of a surprise. I lunge for Aemon, shifting mid-pounce, and Jane and Linda dive for the guards nearest me, giving me enough of a head start to tackle the king. Aemon shifts just before I collide with him, and I sense more attackers closing in around us. His guards are coming to his defense, but they aren't fast enough. We tumble to the ground together, rolling in a blur of fur, teeth, and claws. I snarl and snap, slicing at the sensitive flesh of his underbelly with my sharp claws. Two wolves land on my back just as I get Aemon pinned, and I have to buck them off to focus on the vile man in front of me. If I finish him off quickly enough, then their allegiance will have to transfer to me. But as long as Aemon lives, his men will do whatever it takes to help him. I can see Linda and Jane fighting out of the corner of my eye, and I have to internally berate myself not to get distracted worrying about my mate. Aemon wants her alive, so his men will try not to hurt her. I also feel responsible for landing Linda in this mess, but I tell myself that the best thing I can do for them both is take Aemon down. He's more spry than I initially credited him, but the old king is still no match for me. The hardest part is constantly throwing off his men so I can actually focus on him. Every time I get him in the right position to go in for the kill, another massive body crashes into me, and I'm forced to start all over again. I whip my head around when I hear Jane yelp, and Aemon takes the opportunity to sink his fangs into my arm. I snarl, slashing my claws over his face as I try to make sure Jane is all right. She's crumpled on the ground a little ways away, a hulking wolf standing over her. The pups are crying out for her, but they can't escape the laundry trolley. Cursing myself, I push off of Eamon and tackle the wolf, threatening Jane, ripping into his throat before he even knows what's happened. As soon as he's down, I pause to check on Jane, nudging her with my cold nose and sighing with relief when she whines and blinks up at me. I try to send her a mental message promising to help her as soon as I'm able, swiping a kiss over her muzzle and diving back into the fray. Eamon is trying to slink out amidst the distraction, leaning on his guards for support as he tries to get to his feet. I roar and knock him back onto the hard cement, crashing my body into the guards around him to clear the way, and set upon him once more. Finally, I got the window I needed. I close my fangs around his throat, feeling his pulse racing between my jaws. Just as I bite down, pain slices through my spine as one of the guards sinks their teeth into the precious column of nerves. Howling with agony, I don't let the other wolf's attack distract me. I slice my fangs into Eamon's neck, hot blood pouring out around my mouth as I rip his windpipe clean out. It's over very fast in the end. It usually is. One moment the Tyrant King was whining and wriggling beneath me. The next, he's completely still as the light drains from his eyes. I don't feel any regret. At once the movement around us ceases, and I find myself falling to the ground with Eamon, even as the wolf on top of me finally relents now that his master is dead. Why do I feel so dazed? It's almost as if I'm being slowly submerged in warm water. The entire world has gone fuzzy around me. And though I keep telling myself to get up, my body doesn't obey. The next thing I know, Jane is leaning over me, bruised, alive, and naked as the day she was born. "It's okay, Ethan." She's repeating, tears dripping down her cheeks. "Just stay down. It's over. We're safe." She presses tender kisses to my furry head, repeating the same words over and over. "We're safe. An ambulance is on the way. Just hang in there. They're safe." I repeat to myself, if this is the end, at least I know my family is safe. As I waver in and out of consciousness, one final thought follows me into the darkness. I can't feel my legs. Third person. "Shh, you're gonna wakes him," Paisley whispered, scolding her brothers when they started to get a little too rowdy at Ethan's bedside. "When is he gonna gets up, anyway?" Parker frowned. "He's been sleeping forevers." "Mommy says we have to give him time," Riley reminded him, peeking up over the edge of the bed. "He looks really sleepy." "Well, of course he does." "Ryder," responded Riley. "Everyone looks sleepy when they're sleeping." "You know what I mean." Riley countered archly, "Like he needs rest." "Are you pups being good?" Linda's voice sounded at the doorway. She'd been checking in at the nurse's station when the pups disappeared from her side. Of course, it didn't take her long to find them at all. They'd been trying to sneak into Ethan's room all night, not understanding the hospital's rules about visiting hours. "Yes, Auntie Linda," they chimed in unison. "Are you sure about that?" Ethan's groggy voice surprised them all, and 5 sets of feet left the ground as they positively leapt into the air. "Daddy!" Ryder, Riley, Parker, and Paisley were instantly at his side, clambering around him in excitement. "Hello, pups." He grinned, still not awake enough to open his eyes. "I'm sorry if I scared you." "We weren't scared, Daddy," Parker insisted. Riley nudged him with her elbow, and he flushed. "At least not very scared." "You were so brave," Paisley praised. "We couldn't really see the fights, but we could hear you." "You were really mads," Ryder adds, his eyes going wide at the memory. "Are you all okay?" Ethan asked, reaching for them blindly. The pups went to him promptly, snuggling up against the bed and eyeing the narrow mattress as if trying to figure out if there was room for them too. "Where's your mommy?" "We're fine. Mommy too, but she's in another room," Parker explained. "Can we get in bed with him?" Riley asked, turning to Linda. "I don't think that's a good idea," their aunt cautioned. "The doctor still has to come give his post-op report." "Post-op?" Ethan repeated dazedly. "I had surgery?" "Yeah, I'm afraid they won't tell me any more details about what happened since I'm not family. And Jane's in a completely different ward," Linda shared. "She's okay," she added, sensing Ethan's sudden worry. "But she was pretty bruised up between Anita and the guards. They wanted to do some extra tests just to make sure she wasn't injured internally." Ethan grunted, his brow furrowing with concern. "They couldn't put us in the same room?" She'll be here as soon as they release her, Linda promised. You're just in different departments. Ethan grunted again, not seeming to care for this idea. Is there any news about Eric? He's here too, under observation, Linda explained. He's been in the dungeons for weeks being interrogated. He's very thin and worn down, but he said thank you for killing his father. Ethan chuckled. I'd do it again if I could. Knock, knock. A bright, unfamiliar voice prompted Ethan to peek one eye open. A doctor in a white coat was leaning against the doorframe, looking in on the scene with a somber smile. Are you awake, Mr. Blackwell? Mostly, Ethan murmured, absent-mindedly petting the pups. He was coming back to himself a little bit more with every moment that passed. Will I be released soon? If I could have a moment alone with the alpha? The doctor requested, looking to Linda. Of course, she agreed. Come on, kids, let's go see if we can find some breakfast. But we want to stay with Daddy, the pups protested. Oh yeah, more than you want? Waffles? Linda dangled the idea, knowing the children must be starving. They'd been up most of the night, and waffles were a sweet treat they didn't get very often. 4 little heads turned in her direction, and 4 pairs of eyes widened with intrigue. Waffles? Uh-huh, Linda confirmed knowingly, with butter and syrup, or, ooh, strawberries and whipped cream. It's okay, little ones, Ethan laughed. I won't be offended if you pick waffles over me. Are you sure? Paisley inquired, reaching out to stroke his cheek. Ethan caught her tiny hand and brought it to his lips. I promise. Go on now. As the pups skipped out with Linda, the doctor came forward. Ethan studied her expression, feeling a fresh wave of unease. The truth was that he'd been trying to piece together the events at the palace ever since waking. He felt very foggy, and his body was still heavily under the influence of anesthesia. Still, he remembered his last thoughts before passing out, and he'd been trying to move his legs all through the conversation with the pups to no avail. Tell me, he prompted the doctor. The surgery was on my spine. She nodded. I'm very sorry, Mr. Blackwell. His heart sank, and Ethan suddenly felt like his entire world was slipping away. You came in with a very acute spinal cord injury. You were bitten near your lumbar, and while the laceration itself didn't sever the cord, it did result in significant swelling and bleeding, enough to cut off the nerves your brain uses to communicate to your lower body. We went into the OR hoping to drain enough blood to reduce the swelling and repair the injury, but unfortunately, we were unsuccessful. And what does that mean exactly? Ethan questioned, fearing he already knew the answer. I'm afraid you're looking at a total loss of function from the waist down. There's a possibility that one day the condition can be reversed with physical therapy and additional surgeries, but in all likelihood the condition is permanent. The doctor replied gently. You're saying I'm paralyzed? Ethan clarified, the words feeling very strange and foreign on his tongue. I'll never walk again? I'm sorry, but yes, the doctor confirmed. Will I be able to shift? Ethan couldn't process any of this information now, but the questions continued pouring out of him. He had to know how bad things were before he could begin to wrap his brain around this. What about sex? I'm very sorry, Ethan. The doctor's apology was all the answer he needed, and he almost wanted to cut her off before she could finish, but he held himself back. Neither will be possible. Does my mate know? He choked. No. The doctor sighed. You're not legally married at the moment, so we didn't have the option without speaking to you first. Good, Ethan nodded. Not a word about this to anyone. On the other side of the hospital, Jane was getting some very different news. It's confirmed, Mrs. Blackwell, you're pregnant. Jane beamed so brightly the doctor couldn't help but laugh. Good news, I take it? The best news. Jane hiccuped, wiping tears of joy from her eyes. You have no idea what this means to me. I have some idea. The doctor smiled. But you have to start being more careful, no more racing into danger and fighting wolves twice your size. Trust me, that was a fluke. I don't normally do that sort of thing. Jane promised. We'll get you on some prenatal vitamins immediately. You're a little underweight, and I'd feel much better if you put on a few pounds before we release you. The doctor advised, eyeing Jane's chart. Oh, please don't make me stay until then. Jane begged. I promise I'll get really fat when I go home. I've been under a lot of stress, and it will be easier to take care of myself if my life can get back to normal sooner rather than later. Okay, but I want you to make yourself an appointment with your OBGYN as soon as you get home, the doctor cautioned, and you need to rest in the meantime. I don't know if that's entirely possible. I have 4 pups already, and my mate just had surgery, Jane shared. This baby needs you to take it easy, Jane, the doctor replied sternly. Every time you feel yourself getting stressed again, just remind yourself of that. Okay, Jane nodded, taking a deep breath. It was daunting to think about the mess waiting for them back home, but the idea that she and Ethan were going to have another baby, that they could go through it all together this time, made her happier than she'd been in a very long time. She was still grinning like a fool as she departed the office, already dreaming of the tiny life growing inside her. How would the pups react to learning they were going to have more siblings? Would Ethan want to get remarried? Oh, goddess, what if she was carrying multiples again? Could she really handle growing their pack? Remembering the doctor's words as her thoughts began to spiral, she focused only on the joy. Whatever else happened, she was going to have another precious pup, another love of her life. And speaking of the first love of her life, I can't wait to tell Ethan, Jane. I'm practically skipping as I move through the hospital's crowded hallways, eager to get to Ethan and tell him our news. I haven't seen him since he came out of surgery, and I'm also anxious to hear how everything went. They wouldn't tell me anything beforehand, but legally married or not, I'm his mate. I'm sure they would have told me if his condition was serious. The TVs at the nurses' stations are all playing the news on an endless loop. Headlines about King Amon's death were quickly followed by reports of Southern Islanders celebrating in the streets. It seems his own people hated him almost as much as we did. Details about his death indicate that Ethan and I were involved, but so far everyone is reporting that Eric is expected to take the throne. Part of me wonders if that will mean I have to say goodbye to Linda, but I'm so happy for them both. I'm just so elated this ordeal is finally over. We're all free to be with the ones we love at long last, to start fresh and forge new adventures with our families, hopefully without any of the danger and terror this time. The future is wide open and so bright, it's actually blinding. I can't see anything past this joy and hope. I'm still grinning when I reach Ethan's room, relieved when I find him sitting up in bed. You're awake, I exclaim, crossing the room and stealing a quick kiss before settling on the edge of the bed. How are you feeling? Ethan's eyes rake over my body, taking in every bruise and bandage with the avid attention of a worried mate. He doesn't respond to me until he's finished his perusal, but I'm surprised when he meets my smile with an expressionless mask. I'm fine, but Jane, we need to talk. I know, I have news, I announce, feeling positively giddy. Are the pups with Linda? As eager as I am to see them, I don't want to tell them about the baby just yet. They are, he confirms stonily. His curt manner and cold features send a river of ice through my veins. Is something wrong? I'm going to book flights for you and the pups to return home in the morning. Ethan replies. This doesn't make any sense. I can't believe that Ethan would let us travel without him after everything that just happened. What about you? Do you need to stay behind to help Eric or something? We can stay with you. No, you don't understand. Ethan states simply, after you've gathered your things from the penthouse, I'll arrange transportation to take you back to the Dark Moon Pack. Gather my things? I repeat, feeling certain he's confused. You mean from the Dark Moon Pack so that we can move in with you at the penthouse? No, Ethan corrects. I meant what I said the first time. Frowning that, I reach out to feel his forehead. Are you still drugged from the surgery? Ethan intercepts my hand before I can lay a finger on him. No, Jane, I'm perfectly lucid. Then, what are you talking about? I inquire, feeling the room begin to spin. This thing between us, it isn't working, Jane, Ethan declares, positively glaring at me. What? I squeak. Ethan, I don't understand. You disobeyed me, Ethan growls, his eyes glowing with his wolf. I told you to run with the pups, and instead you fought. You promised me you'd leave me behind. And you didn't. It made it abundantly clear that I can't rely on you when it matters most. Ethan, we were surrounded. What was I supposed to do? I exclaimed, jumping up from the bed. Why are you being like this? You were never fit to be Luna. Ethan snaps, looking truly furious now. I knew it before, but I let myself be fooled by my wolf. But I see now it was always a lost cause. We don't belong together, Jane. I feel sick. This can't be happening. I'm still half convinced that he's hit his head and lost his memory, but he's not acting concussed. He seems perfectly in control. You can't be serious, I protest. You've been after me from the moment I came back into town. You kept saying how much you wanted us to be together, how much you loved me. Why are you saying these things? Yes, I was interested in you when you came back to town, Ethan confirms, but everything since then has been a test to see if you can make up for the crimes you committed when you faked your death, and you failed. My knees feel wobbly all of a sudden, and I sink into the chair in the corner. What about the pups? You can't honestly want to live so far from them. You can have the pups. Ethan snarls. At this stage, it would be better if I started over with someone new. The pups already have so much of your defiance, I doubt they'll ever grow out of it. That was the last straw. I might believe Ethan doesn't truly want me, but there's no way he'd ever give up the pups. He loves them more than anything. Stop it now. What's going on, Ethan? I've told you. I tested you and you failed, he rumbles. I won't take the pups from you, but I can't have you in my life any longer. If that means losing them too, do be it. No, I'm not stupid. You're not telling me something. I insist, tears burning in my eyes. Why are you just sitting there like that? Why are you being so cruel? Don't speak to me that way. Ethan thunders, lashing his power out at me until I feel the urge to bow down before him. Be thankful for the pups. They're the only reason I'm letting you go, rather than making you my plaything again. What? I hiccup. You can't mean. If I had my way, you would be chained to my headboard and never released. He cuts fiercely. If you don't do as you're told and leave now, I might be tempted to change my mind and do just that. You promised. I whimper, hating how pathetic I am. You promised you wouldn't hurt me again, that you'd take care of me and we'd be a united front. I lied, Ethan hisses. I wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine. Now you know how it feels. You stole years of my life with your lies, saddling me with a sick pup and leaving me to raise her alone while you gallivanted around the Dark Moon Pack. Did you really think I'd let you get away with that? That I would ever allow a worthless Omega to show me up that way? I'm shaking my head, holding my hand over my mouth to hold in my sobs. Ethan, please stop this. Please tell me. I've said all I'm going to say, Ethan commands. Now get out. I don't need to be told twice. I run from the room with tears streaming down my face, not understanding how everything went so wrong so quickly. I've been such an idiot. All this time I believed Ethan's act, and all this time he was just testing me, trying to exact his revenge by making me fall for him just so he could smash my heart to pieces as punishment. I suppose he went through with rescuing the pups out of some delayed sense of duty, but the Ethan I know would never abandon his children for anything in the world. But it was all an act. He was pretending to be the man of my dreams to make a bigger fool of me, and he didn't give a damn if the pups were harmed in the process. A worthless Omega. That's all I've ever been to him. How could I ever have believed otherwise? I should have trusted my instincts and protected myself better. I knew it was a mistake to let him back in my life. Why didn't I listen to my better judgment? Am I really that desperate for affection? I find Linda and the pups in the cafeteria, and I barely manage to dry my tears before I walk in. I heave in a few deep breaths, wondering what on earth I'm going to tell them. I can't admit to them that Ethan is abandoning them. I can't let them know he doesn't want them. For their sake, I have to take the blame for this. I'll tell them we're going back to the Dark Moon Pack, just like I always planned. That was still the arrangement before they were kidnapped. They don't know about everything that happened since. They don't know everything changed while we were separated, and I'm not going to let them find out. I'll take them back to the home I made after I left Ethan, and we'll start over again. I survived Ethan once, and I'm determined to survive him again. He'll never know about the new baby, and I'll never trust any man ever again. Jane, 2 months later. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Paisley, Parker, Riley, and Ryder, happy birthday to you. A jumble of singing voices, both young and old, struggle to fit all four of the pups' names into the traditional song, and the group soon devolves into giggles. This is always how birthdays have gone with my babies, and this year the list of names is even longer now that Paisley is with us. Not that they seem to mind. They're surrounded by friends, decorations, and presents, about to dig into a scrumptious cake shaped like their favorite cartoon character. The quadruplets are beaming, kneeling up on their chairs to lean over the swiftly melting candles and counting 1, 2, 3. At once they blow out the flames, waving their precious heads back and forth to make sure they get all 5. Looking at them now, it's hard to believe how much has changed in so short a time. A couple of months ago, I wasn't sure if I would ever see them again, and now they're safe home in the Dark Moon territory, in the house where I raised Parker, Ryder, and Riley. Life is finally back to normal, and I'm back to struggling with my work-life balance and lamenting how fast time flies as my pups grow up right before my eyes. My business was in good hands with my CFO while I was away, and Le Louvre had a record-breaking quarter with all the press resulting from our adventures in the Cité de la Nuit. If you'd asked me to describe my ideal future a year ago, it would have been exactly this: my pups finally together, my business thriving, and freedom from the shackles of all the secrets and lies I wove to escape Ethan so many years ago. I even have a new baby on the way to soothe the sting of seeing my first 4 children grow up and need me less and less. True, they've needed a lot of love and support to heal from the trauma of their ordeal in the Southern Isles, but I know these days are fleeting. The more time that passes, the more they're going to set out and forge their own paths in the world. I can already see it happening as they move further away from toddlerhood and into true childhood. They even start school this year. I'm proud, of course. What mother wouldn't be? But I'd be lying if I said part of me didn't wish they'd stay this tiny and adorable forever. Still, I finally have everything I've dreamed about for so long. So I should be happy, shouldn't I? It shouldn't be a struggle just to get out of bed in the morning when I know that the day awaiting me will be nothing but bright. It shouldn't feel so bitter and empty to mark these incredible milestones with my family. It shouldn't be so unfulfilling to do the work I'm so passionate about. Yet, it is. I suppose at the end of the day, it's impossible to feel any kind of joy or happiness when your heart has been completely decimated. Sometimes I wonder if there's anything still beating in my chest, or if there's just a black hole swirling behind my ribs where my heart used to be. I feel like a hollow shell, a shadow of my former self. Of course, feeling so despondent just makes me feel guilty. Shouldn't my pups be enough for me? Why does Ethan still have so much power over me after all this time? Why in the goddess's name did I let down my guard with him, knowing what he was capable of? Why did I trust him, buy into his lies? He truly did get the perfect revenge on me for my crimes, slowly plying and massaging my walls down until I finally felt safe enough to be vulnerable with him, then smashing me to pieces when I was most exposed. It was a master class in breaking a person down to nothing, and even though I was on the lookout for such tricks, I still fell for it. I'll never forgive myself. A few hours later, I'm on the phone with Linda, filling her in on the party and the pup's progress, when the conversation inevitably turns back to my estranged ex. I can't believe him. I murmur, carefully listening to the pups' breathing, to ensure they aren't faking sleep as I stand in the doorway of their bedroom, watching over them. He didn't even call. I mean, I know he doesn't want anything to do with me, but I don't understand how he could do this to them. Especially Paisley. This entire situation still seems off to me, Jane. Linda muses. I mean, it doesn't make sense. It didn't at the time, and it doesn't now. Ethan loved Paisley more than anything in the world, and when you and the pups returned, I've never seen any man so excited to have a family. You forget that Ethan is an incredible actor, I remind her. He's a true chameleon. It's what makes him such a skilled abuser. He puts on such a good show for the outside world that no one would ever suspect him of wrongdoing. It's classic grooming. You say that, but you weren't there when he thought you died, Jane, and you weren't there when Anita took you. I was, she insists. That was not a man distraught over some evil plot falling apart. That was a man willing to do anything to get his family back. Oh, I think he cares about the pup's well-being. That, not to mention how bad it would have been for his reputation to fail. I just think he hates me more than he loves them. I reason. I mean, you've seen him more recently than I have. Did he tell you anything more different than what he told me? I haven't spoken to Ethan since that horrible day in the hospital, only communicating with his beta and assistants during the moving process. However, Eric's new role as King of the Southern Isles now means that my best friend lives thousands of miles away, and she was there through Ethan's recovery. No, she sighs. He was absolutely adamant that none of it had been real, and it was all just some test. But he also asked after you and the pups so much that it's pretty hard to believe his story. He probably just wanted to ensure I was suffering enough. I bite. And you're sure he doesn't know about the baby? How would he? Linda wonders aloud. Not being legally married really saved your ass on that front. Your doctor wasn't allowed to tell him anything. I know, I'm just making sure. I sigh. How is the new baby? Linda asks then, a smile in her voice. Good. I've got a checkup in a few days and I'll have my first ultrasound. The end of the first trimester is in sight. I share, feeling no small relief. I'm ready to be done with morning sickness and miscarriage worries. Though it does feel remarkably like I'm repeating history here. It's less scary this time around because I know if I can handle quads on my own, I can do anything. I just don't know how I got here. Well, when a man and a woman love each other very much, Linda begins, joking. Ha ha! I scoff, feeling a sharp sting at the mention of love. That might be how we explain making babies to pups, but I'm painfully aware that no love was involved in the creation of this child. Let's just hope it's not 4 this time. Linda adds, and I can practically see her expression complete with waggling eyebrows. Oh, goddess, don't even joke about that. I scold, 5 kids I can handle, maybe even 6, but 8 would kill me. Hey, you're the one who just said you could do anything. Linda teases, and I'm thankful for her humor. I desperately need something to lighten my mood today. Anything within reason, I amend, laughing. However, it doesn't take long for the laugh to become lodged in my throat, choked out by darker emotions. That's one of the worst parts of this entire situation. I seem to have lost the ability to laugh, as if Ethan hasn't taken enough already. It's going to be okay. Linda says, turning suddenly somber as she hears the shift in my emotion. And I'm so excited to come visit when your due date nears. It will be just like before. Thank you, I reply honestly. Linda had been an incredible help to me when the quadruplets were born, and I love her for offering to do the same now, when her own life is suddenly so chaotic. She's a queen for crying out loud. Have you told the pups yet? She asks softly. Not yet, I explain. I want to be out of the danger zone first. It will be hard enough explaining this to them. I don't want to risk having to explain if something ends up going wrong. With my luck, they'll hold that against me too. They still haven't forgiven you, huh? Linda murmurs gently. No, I confirm, my mind already spinning away into my memories of those first days after Ethan's rejection. They haven't. Jane. As I walk through the sterile halls of the hospital, my mind whirls with thought. Grief and despair are closing in fast, but I'm trying to hold on to my anger instead. Fury will keep me going enough to get through the difficult days ahead. If I let myself feel this, if I succumb to this agony, I might never recover. How am I going to tell the pups? I know they don't have any idea how much things have changed between Ethan and I, but this still isn't going to be a fun conversation. After all, I did tell them that Daddy and I would be taking them home. It's not going to be easy to walk that back. They were upset about the idea of being separated from Ethan even before the kidnapping, and now they need as much love and stability as possible. I don't want to break their hearts, and telling them the truth about why we're going home alone would do exactly that. I can't bear for them to know that Ethan doesn't want them, especially not after everything they've been through. That leaves me only 2 options. Either I can say that Ethan and I discussed it and agreed this would be best, or I can take the blame and tell them that I decided to take them away despite their father's protests. However, the more I think about it, the more I realize the first option isn't truly viable. If this was some amicable custody agreement, the pups would expect to be able to say goodbye to their father, to still visit him on occasion. It would imply shared custody. And that's impossible. In truth, the only path forward to protect them from Ethan's rejection is to make myself the bad guy. They know our history now. They understand I might have reason to take them away and cut off contact, or at least as much as any child can comprehend such things. The metaphorical knife that Ethan drove into my heart when he rejected me slides even deeper as I realize what I must do. I want to feel sorry for myself, as if it wasn't bad enough that my mate tossed me out like yesterday's trash. Now I'm going to have to lie to my babies, to tell them a story that will probably make them hate me. My stomach roils and I detour into the nearest restroom to vomit, wondering how I'll ever survive this. How can it be that living without Ethan feels so impossible now after I got along without him for so long? Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. I think stubbornly. If I start crying now, I won't stop, and then the pups will know something is wrong. My wolf is howling nonstop in my head, and despite that fact that I've been wishing for nothing but the ability to be a parent to my babies again for nearly a month, right now I wish I had the freedom to curl up into a little ball and weep. Instead, I flush the toilet, rinse my mouth and wash my hands, then stalk from the restroom with my head held high. I find the pups in the hospital's waiting area, gathered around Linda as she reads one of the picture books scattered over the coffee tables. They look up when I enter, and before I can say a word, they've leapt from their chairs and are charging my legs. "Mommy!" I kneel down to meet them, pulling their beloved little bodies into my arms and squeezing them so tightly that they're soon complaining. "Mommy, I can breathe!" Riley exclaims in exasperation. Having them in my arms, willingly or not, fills me with pure warmth, and I feel my broken heart flicker with life. "I'm sorry, angels." I apologize after a moment, releasing them. "I'm just happy to see you." Dawn listened to hers. Paisley instructs me, cuddling closer. I likes tight hugs. "Me too." I share in a whisper, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Can you squeeze me back just as tight until I can't even feel my limbs anymore?" Paisley giggles and tightens her hold, soon followed by the others who are only too eager to get in on the game. "Is that tight enough, Mommy?" Parker asks with a giggle off his own. I shake my head. Tighter, I can still feel my feet. All four begin applying so much pressure that I actually do begin to struggle for breath, but that might have just been Ryder's arms around my neck. "Perfect," I announce hoarsely, kissing them again. "Are you ready to go home?" "Yeah," they exclaim in unison. "Then let's go." I smile, rubbing their backs as I pull away. "We're going to get on the very next plane out of this place." "Yay!" They cheer, dancing around and pumping their tiny fists in the air. "So soon?" Linda asks, standing from her chair. "Yes," I confirm, trying to keep the emotion from my voice. "Ethan arranged it." "But surely he's not ready to be released?" she inquires, shocked. Sighing and trying not to feel annoyed by a perfectly reasonable question, I answer, He isn't coming with us." The pups, who naturally have been listening to every word, freeze. "Daddy's not coming?" Parker asks, cocking his head to the side. "No, he bought tickets for the 5 of us so we can get home as soon as possible. I'm not sure how much longer he'll be here." I confess. Linda's brow is furrowed in confusion. "You're not going to stay to see him through the recovery?" I hate feeling so frustrated with my friend when she's doing nothing wrong. Linda has no idea what's just happened, and unlike the pups, she knows exactly how attached Ethan and I became on this journey. It makes sense that she's confused. At the same time, I wish I could tell her to put a sock in it. "No." I reply simply, shooting her a pointed look to try and communicate that I'll explain later. "Then he's coming later?" Riley asks, cocking her head to the side, trying to wrap her clever little mind around these developments. For a moment I pause, grappling with the right thing to do here. If I tell them home means the Dark Moon Pack and that Ethan isn't coming at all, I'll have a quadruple tantrum on my hands, the likes of which I've never seen. It will be impossible to get the pups onto the plane. If, on the other hand, I wait until we reach our destination to break the news, I'll still have a tantrum, but the hard part will be over. Technically, Ethan will be returning to the Nightfang territory at a later date, so it wouldn't even be a true lie. Can I do such a thing? Can I blatantly trick my pups to avoid the hassle of traveling with a pack of severely distraught 4-year-olds? Is that the most selfish plan in the world? Then a new possibility occurs to me. If I tell them that we're going to the Dark Moon Pack and that Ethan won't ever be joining us, they'll undoubtedly try to go see him. They'll want to convince him to come with us, to overrule me. And what then? Will he break their hearts as badly as he broke mine? Will he tell them he doesn't want them? I can't take that risk. Yes, I confirm, before I can think better of it. Now hurry and get ready. The car will be here any minute. But we want to say bye to Daddy. Paisley objects. I'm sorry, there isn't time. I answer, hating myself more and more with every word I say. Linda's looking at me with blatant suspicion now. Gather your things, kids. I want to say goodbye to your mommy since I'm staying with Uncle Eric. She pulls me off to the side, lowering her voice to a whisper. Jane, what are you doing? You're not pulling a runner, are you? No, I snap back, more fiercely than I intended. I can't bring myself to look her in the eye, and I can feel the tears threatening. It's the opposite. She frowns. What? I'm not leaving him. I clarify, he's kicking me to the curb. Linda's mouth falls open in shock. No, not possible. You must have misunderstood. I didn't misunderstand, I hiss, despising her in that moment. Trust me, he was very clear. But the pups, Linda objects. Trust me, Linda, if you've thought it, I've said it. I counter, swiping angrily at my eyes. Now I love you, and I'll call you when we're home, but we have to go now. Linda gives me a hug, and I sweep the kids into a taxi and jet off to the airport. The trip is long and boring, and I find myself counting down the moments when I can lock myself in my room tonight after the kids have gone to bed and cry. It's so grating to be surrounded by so many people, and I feel like I'll unravel at any moment. Of course, this isn't the worst. The worst comes later when we're finally back in the Dark Moon Pack, and I have to break the news to the pups. They don't realize anything is off until the taxi pulls up outside my apartment building. I suppose all airports look alike to children, and they're really just along for the ride, following my directions and not overthinking the pilot's announcements or anything else which comes to pass. Paisley doesn't recognize her surroundings, but Riley, Ryder, and Parker certainly do. Mommy, what are we doing here? Ryder asks, his sweet face crumpled in confusion. Taking a deep breath, I reply, I have to tell you something. Jane, tell us what? Paisley asked. Mommy, where are we? This is my home in the Dark Moon territory, I explain. Come on, let's get upstairs to the apartment, then we can talk. I encourage. Are we here to get our stuff so we can move? Riley chirps excitedly as we enter the building lobby. I'll explain everything when we're upstairs. I promise, praying I can put this off until we're in the privacy of our own home. After everything we've been through over the last few months, the last thing I need is for my children to have a full-on public meltdown in the middle of the street. The pups continue to excitedly question me as the elevator carries us higher and higher, and I'm frankly amazed they haven't picked up on my somber energy. Either I'm doing a better job of hiding it than I thought, or their senses are so frayed from all their recent adventures that they don't realize how upset I am. We don't have any luggage. The pups were taken with nothing but the clothes on their back, and I left almost everything at Ethan's penthouse. In the coming days, I'll have to find a way to have it sent here, but for the time being, our homecoming is as underwhelming as a homecoming can be. When I unlock the front door of the apartment, Ryder, Parky, and Riley go racing towards their room. We're home! They cry happily. Come on, Paisley, we'll show you our room, Parker adds. We have so much to pack, Riley declares. I have to bring all my stuffies and the toys. She exclaims, we can't forget the toys. Slow down, little ones, I caution. You don't have to pack anything. All 4 pups stop in their tracks. Why not? Ryder asks, aren't we moving to live with Daddy? No, I state gently, we aren't. Then Daddy's moving here? Paisley guesses. But what about all my stuff at home? And the pack? Daddy's alpha. Daddy isn't moving here either. I confess, wishing I could somehow fast forward through all this, but knowing it's impossible. I don't understand. Riley remarks blithely, placing her hands on her hips. If we aren't going there and Daddy's not coming here, then you all are going to live with me here, I explain gently. And your daddy is going to stay in the Nightfang territory where he belongs. We'll have all of our things from the penthouse shipped here. but I'm afraid we won't all be living together. 4 adorable, confused, and disbelieving faces stare up at me. The boys look so much like their father that it's all I can do not to cry. Remember our horrible last conversation. But we're supposed to be together, Parker objects. We're supposed to be a family. I know that's what you wanted, I begin carefully. But what we want and what's possible don't always match up. You know that Daddy and I had troubles in the past, and I know you're sick of hearing that things will make more sense when you're older, but one day I hope you will understand why I made this choice. Paisley's lower lip is quivering. You mean we're not going to live with Daddy? That's right. I confirm, barely holding it together. You're all going to live with me. Does he know? Ryder suddenly inquires. Of course, darling. I share. He wasn't happy about it. You know he wanted to be with you more than anything in the world, but I just couldn't get past our history. I'm so sorry. So when are we going to see him again? Riley questions. I don't know. I reply honestly. Ethan hadn't given any indication of ever wanting to see the pups again. The bastard. But we didn't even get to say bye, Paisley bursts. That's not right. Daddy would never do that. He'd never go away without telling me. Sweetheart, this was my decision. I lie. I thought it would be best if we left without a lot of drama. The pups are looking up at me in utter disbelief, and I can see the gears working in their minds as they try to wrap their minds around this. This was always the plan, I remind them. We always said I was going to bring you home with me so we could all be together. But we're not together without Daddy, Ryder argues, his eyes welling with tears. Daddy and I don't do well together. I say again, this is for the best. I know it hurts now, but I hope you can We don't, Parker explodes, his face turning tomato red. This isn't right. You said you and Daddy were going to take us home. I know, I murmur, scrambling for any excuse for this deception. But that was just an expression. I meant Daddy would rescue us, and I would take you home. But Daddy needs us, Paisley adds. He needs me. I'm his cuddle bug. I know, sweetheart, this is just the way things worked out. I hate how feeble my excuses are. Daddy will be okay. This is your fault. Riley is looking at me in a way she never has before, as if I've committed a crime against her. You didn't want Daddy, but we do. I know, I gulp, feeling the knives skewering me dig even deeper. I'm so sorry. You're not, Parker accuses. If you were, you wouldn't have done this. The pups are quickly devolving into a full-on 4-way tantrum. They're all crying, their red little faces scrunched up with expressions of anger and betrayal. I know we're a heartbeat away from them throwing themselves on the floor, screaming and beating their fists against the ground. I also know there's no way of stopping it at this point. I hate you. They scream, not 1 or 2 of them, but all 4. Suddenly, I realize how silly I was for thinking I didn't have a heart left to be broken, because those terrible words ripped the remaining shreds of the battered organ to pieces. It's not the first time I've heard them from my children. What parent with little ones hasn't at some point or another? But it is the first time I've ever heard them from Paisley, and certainly the first time I've ever heard them from all 4 of my pups at once. Backing away, I leave them to their tantrum, knowing that if I don't extract myself from the situation this very moment, I'll collapse. They need time to cool down, and I need time to fall to pieces in the privacy of my room. It's so silly. I know they don't mean it, but it never ceases to amaze me how much hearing those words from my children hurts me. They don't even understand the full context of what they're saying, but to me it feels as if I've been punched in the stomach 4 times over. I have to lean my weight against the wall to support myself as I stumble away towards my bedroom, feeling so weak and broken that I don't think I'll ever be able to put myself back together again. My hand strays to my belly, where there's still one pup that needs me for every last function and want. One pup that can't decide it hates me, or deny my affection in my lowest moment. And as I wrap my arms protectively around my middle, I realize I really am reliving history. I'm doing to this new baby the exact same thing I did to the quadruplets, bringing it into a world without a father, one who doesn't even know it exists. How did we get here? I wonder inconsolably. How did I let this happen again? My wolf whimpers in my head. I don't have any answers. My life is crumbling around me, and there's nothing I can do to fix it. This decision was out of my hands, and now my babies hate me for something their father did. Part of me recognizes that in time they'll come to recognize that the parent who is present is the one who cares. But that's years away, and even then, I don't want them to feel abandoned or unwanted for a single moment. And that's the only way they'll be able to understand the truth of our situation. Right now, I wish I hadn't walked away from Ethan so meekly. I was too concerned with my dignity and pride, and for what? My dignity didn't do a damn thing to protect my pups. I wish I'd attacked him. I wish I'd fought. I wish I could make him feel a fraction of the pain that we are. However, deep down I know that's impossible. To suffer this way, you have to have a heart to begin with, even a fractured and collapsing one. Instead, I simply close myself in my bedroom and lock the door. I move into the bathroom and begin running a bath, hoping the water will cover the sounds of my sobs. As soon as the faucet begins running, I let myself break, finally giving in to the tidal wave of emotions that's been threatening to drown me since Ethan first rejected me. I sink to the ground as tears pour down my cheeks, praying for some way, any way out of this darkness, but knowing those prayers will never be answered. My only way out of the darkness is through Ethan, and he doesn't want me. From here on out, I'm on my own. I just hope I can survive it. Third person. Linda stalked into Ethan's brightly lit hospital room, confusion and anger warring inside her. She wasn't sure what to think after her conversation with Jane, but she knew she had to get to the bottom of things before it was too late. She pushed through the door without knocking, finding the alpha seated grimly in his bed, staring out the window, and looking as if the weight of the world was resting on his shoulders. "What the hell, Ethan?" Linda demanded. "Hello, Linda," he said blandly. "How's Eric?" "He's going to be fine," she remarked curtly. Jane, on the other hand. "I don't want to talk about Jane." Ethan snapped coldly. Linda blinked. She hadn't quite believed her friend until now. She thought Jane had surely misunderstood or that some terrible miscommunication had occurred with the alpha. She never imagined that Ethan had truly ended things with his mate. "It's true then?" she gaped. "You dumped her?" "You make it sound like we're teenagers." Ethan snipes. "Jane betrayed me. I gave her the opportunity to redeem herself, and she failed." "Bullshit," Linda countered. "You might be able to sell that bollocks to Jane because she's wounded enough to expect abuse. Your fault, I might add." She hissed. "If you want to talk about betrayal, that would be the place to start." "It's not bullshit," Ethan argued. "Jane and I tried to make it work, but when push came to shove, she let me down." "She let you down?" Linda repeated, completely incredulous. Of all the ridiculous, insane things to come up with, what did Eamon conk you on the head? Have you had an aneurysm? "This really isn't any of your business." Ethan ground out, showing more emotion as his frustration grew. "What happened between Jane and I is private. I understand you care for your friend, but she isn't innocent in all this. She lied, she went behind my back, and she broke her promises." "Ethan, you are more in love with Jane and more dedicated to your children than any man I've ever seen. You've been fighting for Jane since day one." Linda reminded him sternly. "Things change," he insisted stubbornly. Linda shook her head. "Not this suddenly, they don't. And even if things changed with Jane, I know you would never give up the pups, especially Paisley. You forget that I was there when you believed Jane was dead. I saw how devastated you were. I saw how devoted you were to your daughter. She didn't." "I love the pups," Ethan growled, "but I can't be with Jane after what she did, and they need her more than they need me." "You know the worst part about this entire situation?" Linda demanded. "It's that whatever the real reason is for this ridiculous farce, you're blaming Jane rather than taking responsibility yourself. It's fucked up beyond belief. Do you have any idea what that's going to do to her? How it will torture her to think that she cost her babies their father?" "Sometimes guilt is healthy," Ethan argued. "You are so full of it," Linda exclaimed, throwing her arms out in exasperation. "When it's warranted," Ethan continued, raising his voice over hers, "it can be a tool for growth, for taking responsibility, like you said." "Except it isn't warranted," Linda barked. "Jane's pups were in danger. Any mother in her shoes would have done exactly the same thing, and if she didn't run when you told her to, it was out of loyalty to you. She did everything right, and now you're punishing her for it. And worse, you're punishing the pups." That isn't what I want. Ethan rumbles, a haunted expression taking over his handsome features. Well, it's what you're doing, Linda reiterated. They need their father, and you can be in their lives even if you aren't in a relationship with Jane, which you very well know. Linda, Ethan sighed, exhausted by this debate. No, she cut him off. No, I don't believe this for a single moment. What's really going on? Nothing, Ethan hissed, his eyes flashing dangerously. Linda narrowed her eyes, noticing how still the big alpha had been ever since she entered. Despite the heated conversation, he'd hardly moved. It was a strange thing for such a powerful physical being. She stepped forward and plucked the chart from the end of his bed, her suspicions increasing when Ethan impotently reached out to stop her but did not seem able to do more. Her eyes flitted over the page, growing wider and wider as she took in the information. The words bounced off the page, shocking her to the core. Acute spinal cord trauma, paraplegic paralysis, permanent. Oh my goddess, she murmured, raising her fingers to her lips as she looked back up at Ethan with wide eyes. You're paralyzed? Don't look at me that way, he sniped. I can't stand the pity. This is why you ended things with Jane? Linda guessed, so she wouldn't find out? Ethan, I'm so sorry, but your pride can't be worth losing your family. Don't be stupid, Ethan snarled. I didn't do it because of pride. I can't be a true mate to her, or a true father to the pups. You know what happens to shifters with trapped wolves. I don't want to saddle Jane with caring for me like some invalid for the rest of her life. She deserves better than that. She deserves someone who is worthy of her, who can care for her and keep her safe, and so do the pups. Linda's eyes burned with tears. Ethan, that's crazy. She loves you. They all love you. Don't you think they'd rather have you in their lives in whatever way they can, rather than go on without you? You broke her heart, and when the pups find out, they'll be devastated too. They won't care whether you can walk or not. He shakes his head. You don't understand. It's more than that. As long as they're associated with me, they'll be a target for people like Anita and Amon. That was fine when I could protect them, but I can't anymore. I can't shift. I can't even piss by myself. Chaining themselves to me would make them vulnerable. It would put them all in danger. They'll get over the breakup, but they might not survive if they end up stuck with me. Anita frowned deeply. Ethan, I'm begging you, don't do this. Tell Jane the truth before it's too late. No, he grumbled, digging in his heels. And you can't tell her either. What? She gasped. I can't promise you that, not knowing the truth. You have no idea how badly this is going to hurt Jane. Of course I do, Ethan thundered. Do you think it was easy for me to be so cruel to her? Do you think I wanted to say those horrible things to her, after everything we went through to reach this place? I did what I had to, for her sake and the pups. I put their well-being above my own happiness because it was the right thing to do. I know exactly how badly this is going to hurt them all, but at the end of the day, that's what has to happen. They need to hate me, Linda, so that they'll stay away. As long as they stay away, they'll be safe. Linda looked as though she wanted to protest, opening her mouth to respond. However, Ethan cut her off before she could get another word in. Don't forget, you owe me, Linda. You knew that Jane was alive for all those years. You knew about the other pups, and you kept them from me. You watched me suffer in silence. Ethan, you barely even remembered I existed. She countered. It's not like we were friends then. Fine, Ethan accepted, a cunning glint in his dark irises. But if it weren't for me, your mate would still be locked in a dungeon being tortured. You owe me his life. You owe me your crown. Linda paled, realizing he was right. She did owe him Eric's life, and that was worth everything to her. Ethan, please don't ask this of me. Don't ask me to lie to Jane this way. It should be easy for you, he assessed. You've lied for her for years, and at the end of the day, this lie is for her own good. Linda shook her head, getting ready to refuse again. However, Ethan raised his voice again, putting all his alpha authority into his next words. Promise me, Linda. Promise you'll keep this secret, even from Eric. If he'd been anyone else, it might not have worked. After all, Linda was a Luna in her own right now, a queen who would soon ascend to her throne. However, Ethan was still more dominant than Eric, and he'd been her alpha for years. She couldn't withstand his power, regardless of his immobility. She bit down on her tongue to try to stop the words from escaping, But it was no use. They were ripped from her vocal cords by the force of his order, and she was helpless to stop them. I promise. Ethan. My family is gone. I watched the clock through the night, waiting for confirmation from my spies that Jane and the kids landed safely in the Dark Moon Pack. I sent a contingent of agents to the territory as soon as I purchased the plane tickets, ensuring my people would be on the ground before my family arrived. I've never had permanent spies in the Dark Moon territory before, but I certainly will now. I may not be able to be near Jane and the pups, but I need to know they're safe. I need to know how they're doing. My spies will allow me to watch them from afar, to live vicariously through their reports. Living without them seems like an impossibility. But then again, living without my mobility is never something I imagined happening either. I always assumed I might die in battle, and part of me wishes I had instead of having my wolf permanently trapped inside me. It's not that I think losing my legs is the end of the world, but for a wolf, the ability to transform is everything. A trapped wolf is bound to go mad eventually, especially without a mate. I know my future is terribly bleak, and I don't know how much time I truly have before the balance tips and I become incapable of logical thought. If I'm lucky, I might be able to hold myself together for a few years, and I have to make the most of the time I have left. The pack can't find out about my condition. If it were suddenly to lose its alpha with no plans or successors in place, the power vacuum could destroy the entire territory. I've got to figure out some way to hide this from my people so that I can put up a good front and make preparations for the eventual transition. I'll tell my beta Matthew the truth. I'll make sure he knows to look out for the signs so that he can put me down if I start to truly lose it and begin harming the pack. I'll find a protege to train to eventually take my place as alpha and trust Matthew to take my boys under his wing when they grow up. Making these plans, even as vague as they are, helps me avoid thinking about all I've lost. I don't regret any of it because my sacrifice means that my family is safe and sound, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't break my own heart to lose them or to see myself brought so low. This is not the ending I envisioned for myself, and it's going to take a long time to come to terms with it, if I ever can. I'm afraid that being away from my family will make me lose my mind faster, but I can't bear the idea of them seeing me that way, of saddling Jane with caring for me in that condition. Maybe I am more prideful than I admitted to Linda, and that may be something I confront in the months to come, but right now, I simply have to figure out how I'm going to pull this off. I put in a call to a medical think tank and research scientist in the capital, requesting an immediate consultation. They arrive at the hospital in record time, no doubt out of deference to the man who finally rid the kingdom of Aemon. I brief them of my situation, letting my surgeon explain the details and listening on with feigned disinterest as I try to ignore their sympathetic gazes. I don't think I would mind the pity if it wasn't a reminder of all the things I'm desperately trying to put out of my mind. I need some way to stand to appear mobile. I explained to the gathered specialists. It's imperative to the security of my pack that I appear strong, at least until a suitable successor can be trained and take over. Right now there is no one to take my place, and if I go back like this... I trail off, shaking my head. We understand, Alpha. The research scientist expresses gently, I'm so sorry to learn about your condition. There's no need for that, I tell her, trying not to sound too gruff. I don't need consolation, just solutions. We could get you some braces that would allow you to stand, my surgeon suggests, but I must warn you that they do damage the legs. My legs are useless, I remind him, so it doesn't really matter if they're damaged. They also wouldn't allow you to move. It would be very difficult to use them in any meaningful way. He adds, we may be able to help there. The doctor from the think tank jumps in, looking excited. If you can fit him with the proper braces, I think my robotics lab might be able to engineer an automated control system which would move the braces for the Alpha, essentially allowing him to walk and remain upright. Really? I exclaim, not quite believing there's truly a solution. Yes, and that would keep your limbs moving to prevent muscle atrophy, which will be very important for hiding the condition and potentially keeping you healthy in the event of a cure. The doctor continued eagerly. And what are the chances of that? I question, looking back to my surgeon. I mean, you said it was a possibility down the road, but talk to me about likelihood. What percentage are we talking about? My heart sinks when the surgeon averts his gaze. Alpha, it's true that long-term improvements can be made in cases like yours, but these things normally don't happen on a timeline that a shifter of your stature can withstand. What does that mean? I inquire, not quite understanding. Well, it's one thing with children, she-wolves and omegas, beings whose wolves are less dominant, less active. He shares. I've seen recoveries in some cases like yours after years of physical therapy and good luck, but the shifters who've experienced those successes have been able to retain a sound state of mind despite their wolves being trapped for so long because they aren't as strong. Basically, you're saying the stronger the wolf, the faster you go mad. I summarize gravelly. Yes, your wolf needs to be let out more often because it's the only way for you to burn off all your excess power and energy. The surgeon continues. So the chances of you staying sane long enough for a recovery are very low. How long do I have? I ask, fearing that I may have overestimated the amount of time I have left. All three experts are staring at the ground now, and my insides tie themselves into knots. I've never seen a case of an alpha of your strength in this situation. The surgeon murmurs, but if I had to guess, I'd say you have a year. I understand the necessity of your plan, and I think it's important to find a solution for the short term, but you need to prepare yourself, Ethan. You need to get your affairs in order. If we're lucky, you may have more time than that, but you know your wolf better than we do. Have you ever gone more than a few days without shifting? No. I confirm, wishing I could shift this very moment. When I get stressed or overwhelmed, the only thing that ever helps is releasing my wolf, going for a run in the light of the moon and burning off the tension. Suddenly, it hits me full force what the rest of my life will be. My wolf constantly clawing to be free, my body trying to give in to the instincts but ultimately falling flat. It's no wonder it drives people mad. My wolf is hard enough to contain in the best of times. The doctors can clearly see my emotions boiling up and preparing to consume me. We can give you a sedative to try and help keep your wolf docile. The researcher offers, but it will become less effective over time as you build up a tolerance. I nod, pain slicing through my chest. I would rather die now than experience the torture of slowly going mad this way, but I don't have that luxury. I can't leave my pack without a transition plan, and I hate to think of leaving Jane and the pups unprotected. I need to make sure they're okay before I go anywhere. I just wish I could be with them again. I don't want to think about my children growing up without a father, or Jane living out the rest of her life too scarred to ever trust anyone again, to ever find someone to love and care for her. That isn't what I want. Leave me. I order, suddenly, feeling myself on the verge of a breakdown. Now that the drugs from surgery have finally worn off and the true implications of my future are being made clear, I feel reality slamming into me like a steamroller, flattening me beneath its wheel. I want to cry. I want to scream and rant and rave. I'm never going to see my children grow up. I'm never going to hold Jane in my arms again. I'm never going to shift or feel the freedom of running through the forest. I'm going to have to rely on others to do everything for me, lose all autonomy, and eventually go out of my mind from the agony of my wolf being trapped inside me. It's truly too much to bear. Without thinking, I slam my fist into the tray table hovering beside my bed. I wanted to beat it, to take my fury out on it, but it smashes into 100 pieces at the first blow. Instead, I punch the railing of my gurney, denting the metal but relishing the sting of pain in my knuckles. I do it again and again, my hands into the steel until they're bruised and bleeding. The next thing I know, a pack of nurses and orderlies is there, trying to subdue me, but I'm roaring out my fury and fighting them off. It's not until a needle pierces my skin and a powerful sleeping drug is injected into my veins that they can finally stop my attempts to destroy the room. Darkness closes in, and for once I welcome it. I don't want to feel these things. I don't want to feel anything at all. I just want to go to sleep and never wake up. Ethan, this is crazy. You know that? Linda asks, watching as the doctors fit the braces onto my lower body. Linda, if you're not going to be supportive, you might as well go back to your palace, I tell her coolly. Eric was released a few days ago, and the couple is slowly settling into their life as the new king and queen. They're planning a mating ceremony and a coronation, as well as trying to launch an emergency PR campaign to get the kingdom up to speed on the changes in governance and conduct outreach to those citizens in need. Still, Linda visits me every day, and though she's not always the most supportive of guests, it does feel nice to have at least one person who knows what I'm going through. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be unsupportive, she replies contritely. I just think this plan of yours is a recipe for disaster. I mean, what's going to happen when people find out? If you have a better solution, I'd love to hear it. I gripe, and they're not going to find out. They will eventually. She reasons when it's all over, the truth is going to come out. I'm going to do my best to ensure that doesn't happen. I sigh. We'll come up with another story, a sudden illness or something. No one ever has to know about the deceit. Ethan, I wish you would reconsider telling Jane and the pups. Linda says for the 1,000th time. Linda, we've been over this, and I know it's difficult for you to keep this from her, but you know it's for the best. I argue. I just hope you'll encourage her to find a new mate after I'm gone. My wolf howls at the very idea, and I admit that the idea of another man going near my beloved mate makes me apoplectic, but I want her life to be happy. I want her to be loved, and I want my pups to have a father figure if I can't be there for them. I know this isn't what you want to hear, Linda begins carefully, but I think you pretty much ruined the chances of that happening. You know how hard it was for her to trust you, to let herself be vulnerable with you again, and then you rejected her. She was traumatized enough after your marriage ended. I don't think there's any coming back from this. All of a sudden, I'm reminded of Jane asking me when the hardship would end, if we'd be struggling forever, and what we had done to deserve so many trials and tribulations. At the time, I promised her for a bright future once the pups were safe. But now I wonder if she was right. Am I being punished for wrongs I committed in the past? Is this my repayment for stealing her agency when we were married? It doesn't seem fair. After all, I'm not the only one suffering here. Jane and the pups are paying the price too. I can't stand the thought of it. They're innocents. Even if I don't have a future ahead of me, I have to think that they will. I have to find a way to make that happen for them. That's why she needs you, I explain. Tell her I was evil. Tell her other men aren't like me. She has a fated mate out there somewhere. Encourage her to find him. She doesn't want anyone else, Ethan. She's only ever wanted you, and you destroyed her. Linda proclaims sadly. And I understand you're trying to protect her. I even respect what you're doing. I just wish it didn't have to be this way. And you think I don't? I snap, so harshly that the scientists around me flinch. Linda looks mildly shell-shocked, and I try to calm down. I'm sorry, that was too harsh. No, I'm sorry. I know this isn't what you want either. Linda apologizes, shaking her head and looking as though she might cry. Okay, Alpha, one of the researchers interjects. You're all strapped in. The system works through these transmitters we're putting on your wrists. You're going to have to practice, but anytime you want the braces to move your legs, you have to move your hands, and then the system will mimic the motion. To stand, close your hands into fists and straighten your arms to your sides, almost like you're pointing your hands at the floor. I do as she instructs, and suddenly my body is surging upwards. It's the strangest sensation. I feel completely disconnected from my lower half. I sway in place for a moment, and the people around me reach out to brace my impending fall. Slowly now, you have to go very slowly. The scientist informs me. Obviously, you can't feel the floor, so it's going to take some practice learning to balance. And how do I walk? I ask, wanting to reach my arms out to my sides to try and regain my equilibrium, but recalling the moving my hands controls the braces. Just swing one hand forward, slowly, like you might if you were walking naturally, she explains. I do as she says, amazed when the brace silently bends and straightens my leg, extending it out in front of me to take a step forward. It's really quite amazing. I move my other hand now, and before long I'm walking around the room in my hospital gown. Granted, I'm walking with the ungainly grace of a newborn foal about to topple over at any moment, but I can already tell that once I have some time to get used to the system, it will be the perfect fake. This is incredible, I express, looking to the scientists in awe. I can't believe you did this so fast. I mean, in terms of robotics, it's actually incredibly simple. The researcher from the think tank smiles. You should see the things AI is capable of these days. This is just a couple of basic functions. Well, it's life-changing, I state honestly. This is exactly what I needed. You definitely have to fit in some practice before heading home, Linda observes, but once you've got normal clothes on and everything, no one would know the difference. It's even silent. Thank you so much, I profess, smiling for the first time since this all began. I haven't had any good news in a while now, and I wasn't sure that there would be any way to actually pull this off. With the way things have been going, it actually seemed more likely that it would fail spectacularly. I can't express how relieved I am that we truly have a solution. Now, you can sleep in this if you want to be able to jump up in the middle of the night, but you have to remove them to bathe. Do you have someone at home who can help you do that? My surgeon asks, smiling despite her earlier warnings. Well, that's not ideal. I suppose I could ask Matthew, but I don't particularly want to put my beta in that position. Can't I put the braces on and take them off myself? I inquire. Yes, the researchers answer. It's more about mobility once they're off. I'll figure it out. I decide, knowing that I have a nice big bathtub at home that I can probably climb in and out of using my upper body. I suppose this will be an opportunity for my arms to get even more muscular. I'm going to have to figure out how to do a lot of things differently from now on. What happens if they break? Can the wrist transmitters get wet? Yes, they'll still function. The bathing issue is more about rust, the researchers explain. Neither they nor the braces should break, but if they do, we have an office in the Nightfang capital that can troubleshoot, do repairs, or give substitutes. Everything we do is covered by strict confidentiality, so if you need them, they'll be very discreet. Good. I nod, feeling as though the pieces to my plan are finally coming together. When will I be safe to fly? You can fly today if you like, but you can't do any heavy lifting or any rigorous physical activity. You're still healing from surgery after all. Good. I've been away for far too long. It's past time I went home, I announce. Lord knows what state the pack is in. Ethan, I wish you would stay a few more days. If you're going to be discharged, you can come stay at the palace for a bit. I hate to think of you just rushing off with everything that's happening. Linda frowns. I appreciate that, Linda, but putting off my return is only going to make things worse. I reason. I don't have any time to waste. At least stay one more night. Come have dinner with us so we can thank you for everything you've done, she requests. All right, I agree. It's late in the day to book a flight anyway, but first thing in the morning, I'm going home. Jane. My first Christmas with all 4 pups should be a joyous occasion. After all, every Christmas I've known since becoming a mother has been tainted by Paisley's absence. I've wanted nothing but the ability to bring her home where she belongs for as long as I can remember, and yet it takes all my strength just to get myself out of bed in the morning. 3 weeks have passed since we returned from the Southern Isles. We had all our things shipped from the penthouse in the first couple of days we were home. And though having all their favorite toys and possessions back helped the pups adjust, they're still furious with me for taking them from Ethan. It's amazing how such young pups can hold a grudge for so long, but they don't forget easily, and they wouldn't even talk to me the first week we were here. They've gradually warmed up a bit, though not without a good bit of bribery on my part, offering sweets or fun activities like ice skating and sledding. It was something of a shock to leave the tropics for the icy cold of the mountains, and Paisley seems especially unprepared, having never lived in such a cold climate before, but the winter activities have undoubtedly been a help in thawing their feelings towards me. Nothing is better than hot cocoa and warm hugs from Mommy when a little one feels frozen through, and I'd be lying if I said I haven't been using this to my advantage. It isn't easy to play cheerleader when I feel so completely hollow inside, But I also know that earning my baby's forgiveness will help fill the gaping hole in my heart. So, I'm doing my best. Today is no different. When the pups emerge from their room and blearily wander into the kitchen for breakfast, I greet them with a wide smile, hoping today will be the day they finally want to start their morning with hugs and kisses once more. I used to wake every morning with 3 cuddle bugs sneaking into my bed. Now I can barely get a hello from them, even though I stay up half the night trying to soothe their nightmares. Things haven't been easy for the pups after their traumatic adventure, and though they cry out for me when the bad dreams and frightening memories wake them in the middle of the night, by morning those feelings are long gone. "Hello, angels," I say brightly. "Are you ready for pancakes?" They exchange a few glances, then shake their heads. "We don't want that," Parker announces. "We don't like pancakes," Riley adds, offering me a haughty little sniff. I raise my brow. I've never known my pups to refuse a pancake a single day in their lives. I know that sometimes children arbitrarily decide they don't like things from one minute to the next, but I doubt that's the case now. This is certainly a protest against me. "All right," I sigh, praying for patience. "What would you like instead?" "I'm not hungry," Paisley pouts. "Me neither," Ryder adds. I have to fight the urge to roll my eyes. This is not the first time they've attempted to use a hunger strike to make their ire known. Luckily for me, they're still too little for this ever to last for very long. Tummies start rumbling sooner or later, and then their willpower goes out the window. "Fine," I shrug. "I already made pancakes for myself, so I guess I'll just eat them all alone." I extract a couple of golden brown discs from the stack I made and slide them onto a plate, carrying it to the table and sitting down to have breakfast. I can see the pups staring at me out of the corner of my eye, their little mouths hanging open in surprise. I pour syrup over the stack and cut off a small triangle, moaning theatrically when I pop it into my mouth. I can hear the pups scenting the air, and I even catch one low gurgle from Parker's belly. I try not to smile, reading the paper and sipping my coffee as they look on. As the minutes pass, they sidle closer and closer to the table, as if the pancakes are luring them in like fish on a reel. Every time I cut a new bite, they seem to be standing closer than before, until eventually they're gathered on either side of my chair, staring longingly at the pancakes on my plate. "Well, hello there," I say, feigning surprise. "What kind are those?" Riley asks softly, her eyes wide as she gazes at the golden cakes. "Blueberry," I answer nonchalantly, knowing these are their favorites. I almost ask if they're sure they don't want any, but in the end I decide to wait for them to ask. "They look really fluffy," Paisley observes, licking her lips. "They are," I confirm, taking a bite of bacon. "I made my special recipe. It's too bad you don't want any. The leftover batter won't be the same if it's not used fresh." The pups exchange another look. "Maybe we could just have a nibble," Ryder suggests. "You know, to make sure we still don't like themes." Parker adds, "That can be arranged." I agree, spearing a child-sized bit on my fork and offering it to Paisley. She chomps it down with great gusto, then sighs with pleasure. "Yummy?" I ask, fighting the urge to smile. "They're not bad," she allows, unconsciously leaning her warm little body into my side. "Can I try some?" Riley requests. "I'll tell you what," I proclaim, standing and moving back towards the kitchen. "I'll make you a few plates, and whatever you don't eat, I'll put in the compost. Sound good?" When I turn back, it's to find all 4 pups scarfing down the pancakes on my plate with their hands. They freeze when they catch me watching them, their eyes going wide as if they hope I might not see them if they don't move. I can't help but laugh now. I guess I'll get myself some more too. A few minutes later, I'm placing small plates in front of each of them, smiling as they dig in. "Angels, I know you're upset with me," I say for what is probably the 1,000th time. "But refusing to eat or talk about it will only make you feel worse. I wish you would just tell me what you're thinking so we can deal with it together." I've given this same lecture so many times I've lost count. It always comes back to the same thing. I love you, no matter what, and I just want what's best for you. "But talking isn't going to change your mind," Paisley counters. "You said so." "I did," I confirm. "But that's the point, sweetheart. Talking isn't always about changing things or changing people's minds. It helps just to express yourself, to tell someone you're cross with how you're feeling and know that they understand. It can help just to be heard and listened to. But you already know how we feel. Parker pouts, shoveling pancakes into his mouth. Slow down, I advise, and I know some of how you feel, but again, it's not about that. It's about you getting the emotions off your chest. But they're not on our chest, Riley argues. It's just an expression, I explain. It means that when you hold things inside, they gild up and get worse and worse, and letting them out can really help. I continue, reaching for Ryder, who's nearest to me, and breathing a sigh of relief when he doesn't automatically pull away. I wish you all would talk to me. I love you so much, and I know you're having a hard time with more than just me and Daddy. You went through a lot in the Southern Isles, and I know you must have felt a lot of scary things at the time, and it's important to talk about what you went through. I look around at their beloved little faces, hating how guarded they all are. Frowning, I put an offer on the table I've been trying to avoid, even though I know it's probably the right thing to do. But if you don't want to talk to me, I can find someone different, someone who will listen and work through all your feelings with you. Who? Parker questions suspiciously. It's what we call a therapist. They're a special kind of doctor who is an expert in emotions, and sometimes it's nice to have someone to speak with who isn't a part of your life already. They don't have any stake in the conversation except to help you, so you know it's safe to share with them, and they wouldn't be allowed to tell me about what you discuss. It would be totally private. I share. The pups shift uncomfortably. Do we have to? If you don't want to talk to me, then you need to talk to someone, I decide. We would talk to Daddy, Paisley remarks shrewdly, making my heart sink like a rock into my stomach. I'm sorry, but that isn't an option, I announce, hating this. They glare and cross their arms over their chests. Then we choose the therapist. Jane. Then he rejected me, I explain, sharing our story with the child psychologist I hired to speak with the pups. They're out in the play area of her office's waiting room while I brief the doctor on our situation. He told me to take the pups and go, but I didn't want them to think he didn't want them. My voice is shaking now, thick with emotion as tears well on my lashes. So I said it was me, and now they hate me. I sob, trying to pull myself together enough to finish. They hate me, they won't talk to me, and I know they're traumatized. They have nightmares every night, and they jump at every loud noise. They're not the same pups they were before they were taken. I'm very sorry, Jane. The doctor consoles me, offering me a box of tissues. I have little ones too, and I completely understand the desire to protect them from the truth. Do you think I was wrong? Would it have been better to tell them the truth? I squeak, blowing my nose. Look, I'm a big believer of being honest with your kids, even when they're quite small. But abandonment by a parent is one of the most traumatic things a child can experience. After everything they've been through, I don't think you were wrong to try and shield them from this, but you need to be prepared for the fact that they might figure it out on their own much sooner than you're prepared for. The doctor warns, if he's cut off contact completely, it won't be long before they start to ask why he isn't trying to see them, why he doesn't call, and you can take the blame for that too, but it will only work for so long. Pups are very intuitive that way. I know, and mine are smarter than most. I sigh. I just wish I could protect them without making them despise me. Of course you do. She soothes. Listen, Jane, are you in therapy yourself? I'm sure I should be, I confess, but I don't know where I'd find the time. I have a colleague down the hall who works with adults. We could schedule your sessions at the same time as the pups, so you don't have to carve out more time. And we're in the same practice, so we could consult on your cases and ensure we're all on the same page with the family. Of course, there are times that I'll likely request you to join the pups for a family session, but I think it's a good idea for you to seek counseling as well. This wasn't just traumatic for the pups. Okay, I agree. That sounds like a good idea. Great, shall we bring in the pups now? She inquires. Sure. I stand wiping my eyes and moving for the door. Should I step out? For now. The doctor nods. I want to take a moment to meet them and assess where we are, Then I'll bring you back at the end so we can talk about the plan moving forward. I stride out into the waiting area, herding the pups into the doctor's office, before taking a seat on the plush couches. There's a television playing some sort of soap opera, and I retrieve the remote, switching through the channels to see if I can find a movie or something more entertaining. I wasn't expecting to find a Nightfang news station among the offerings, and it takes me completely by surprise to see the local channel Ethan and I used to watch on the big screen. However, if I was taken aback to see the familiar news anchors and cityscapes, it's nothing compared to when Ethan appears on the monitor a moment later. He's giving some sort of press conference, and the reel at the bottom of the screen reads, "Alpha returns without his mate and pups, announces Split." If I thought I felt so empty that I'd lost the ability to care or be hurt by Ethan, I'm quickly proved wrong seeing this announcement. I turn up the volume, my heart hammering in my chest as I stare at his handsome features. He looks very dour, and his pallor seems almost gray. For one ridiculous moment, I worry that he's not fully recovered from surgery, but then I remember how cruel he was and mentally kick myself for being so weak. Jane and I successfully rescued the pups in the Southern Isles, and I'm pleased to report that the tyrant King Aemon has been defeated. His son Eric will be taking over the throne with his new mate, and we fully expect the empire to thrive and grow prosperous under their leadership. As for Jane and I, we decided it would be best for her to raise the pups in the safety of the Dark Moon Pack. Now that Paisley is well enough to join her mother and siblings, they will continue to be raised as they were before these terrible events occurred. Though it is not ideal, it is what we decided was best for our family, especially considering the threats that have become apparent here in Cité de la Nuit. "Alpha!" A reporter waves his hand in the air, and Ethan nods to the man, giving his permission to speak. "Do you believe the threats here in the Nightfang territory are a reflection of your leadership? Do you believe the Dark Moon Pack is more secure than our city?" "I believe the threats here in the Nightfang territory are a reflection of jealous and power-hungry factions seeking to steal the power I have accumulated leading this pack. The fact that I am a target shows just how valuable our pack's resources and influence have become, but I have protected our people for many years, and I neutralized these most recent threats as well. Our city is perfectly safe to most Nightfang wolves. My family is a special case, and Jane was already raising 3 of our pups abroad for that reason." "Alpha!" Another reporter called, "Have you and Jane split up? There was no mention of her returning to the Dark Moon territory before you went to the Southern Isles. That is between my mate and I," Ethan rumbles forcefully. "We came to an arrangement which suited our family best and ask for members of the media to respect our privacy at this time. Obviously, we and our pups have been through a great deal. We need peace, quiet, and time to recover. I may be a public figure, but my pups are not. I urge all of you to keep this in mind." "Alpha, are we to assume that Jane and that the pups might return to the Nightfang territory one day when things are calmer then?" Another reporter asks. "I will share any updates relevant to the pack if and when they arise. For now, once again, I urge you all to respect our privacy." Ethan grits out, "I won't be taking any more questions, but I appreciate your time today. I'm eager to get back to work after so much time away. I've got a lot of business to catch up on and want to assure all pack members that you are in good hands. Thank you." He steps away from the podium, and the broadcast returns to a pair of reporters sitting behind a tall desk. I shut off the television, sinking back into the cushions and resting my hands on my belly. I can't believe him. I can't believe he stood up there and told such blatant lies. "We decided," he said. "Jane and I agreed." When in reality, we decided nothing, we agreed on nothing. He made an authoritarian ruling and kicked me to the curb. Not to mention his nerve, pretending like he did this to protect our children, when everyone knows they'd be safest with him. He didn't want to protect them. He wrote them off, because he was so disgusted with me that he didn't even want to make an effort to see them anymore. Yet he stands there pretending to be the perfect alpha and father. It's enough to make me want to write a letter to the editor of the paper or give my own interview exposing the truth. Of course I won't. I couldn't without harming the pups, but I'll be damned if it isn't tempting. With everything else going on, I've barely even processed the fact that there will be a new baby joining our family in a few months. And what then? If Ethan finds out, will he want nothing to do with it as well? Will it be just another child tainted by my failure? Are none of my children ever to have a father? Suddenly, I feel so angry for my pup's sake that I want to scream. I never had any hope when I was pregnant with the quadruplets that we would be a complete family. I knew from the beginning I'd be doing it all alone. But this baby, for a heartbeat there, I thought we were going to do it right this time, that I'd be able to give my baby all the love and care it deserved from day one. So much for that. I should have known better. Dreams and wishes are simply recipes for disappointment. I have to stop thinking about Ethan. I have to simply focus on being the best mother I can be for my pups. It's almost Christmas, and we're all together for the first time. I won't let my traitorous ex ruin the thing I've been dreaming about for years. I'm going to do it right this time. Jane, come on, munchkins, we're going on an adventure. I announce, get your coats. The pups look at me suspiciously. What kind of venture? Riley asks. Their first therapy session had helped more than I expected. I don't know everything they talked about with the doctor, but I expect having another adult reassuring them that they were loved and safe helped set them at ease. They still aren't really talking to me, but they're not fighting me as hard as they were before either. The hardest part is still when they wake in the middle of the night, crying out in fear, then asking for Ethan when I go to comfort them. It's the worst with Paisley. She's never lived without her father before, and I'm trying to keep a special eye on her. She asks for him more than any of the others, and it seems most difficult for her to believe we can't simply call him and ask for a visit. The more time that passes, the angrier I become with Ethan for leaving our babies. It's one thing to hurt me, but another entirely to hurt them. I've decided to distract them any way I can, to try and make them feel like our family is whole without Ethan. Not that this is an easy feat. A Christmas adventure, I answer, coming back to the present. We were away for so long, we're very behind on decorating and baking and doing all the fun holiday things. What fun holiday things? Paisley asks, looking curious now. Well, for one thing, every year we go to this beautiful Christmas tree farm, then we go on sleigh rides and pick out a tree and cut it down ourselves. And every night there's a bonfire with hot cocoa and s'mores. I lower my voice to a whisper. Sometimes Santa even turns up. Santa? She exclaims, looking to her siblings for confirmation. Unfortunately, they're not beside her anymore, because the moment I mentioned the tree farm, they went racing for their coats. That's right, I confirm, offering her a big smile. It's going to be so much fun, you'll see. The pups quickly pile into the car, and as we drive up into the mountains, I gradually nudge them into the holiday spirit, playing Christmas carols and singing badly until they join in. Before long, the car is a cacophony of wrong lyrics and tone-deaf voices, and I feel better than I have since returning home. This Christmas will certainly be bittersweet, but the more we get out and do things like this, the more confident I feel that we can find some joy in the season. When we arrive at the farm, I double-check the kids' winter clothes before releasing them into the deep snow, and they bound away through the white powder like the excitable puppies they are. I have to speed walk to keep up with them. Riley, Ryder, and Parker leading the way to the horse-drawn sleighs, with Paisley racing along excitedly behind them. Maybe it's the pregnancy, or maybe it's as simple as finally seeing my children all together at this special time of year, but I feel myself near tears as I watch my littlest chasing after her brothers and sisters. She's not as fast given her heart and lack of practice trudging through snow, but she's every bit as excited, and her giggling laughter fills my heart with warmth. This is exactly what I needed. I realize I needed to see that everything we went through was worth it, that there's hope we can be happy again sometime in the future. I still feel raw and fragile to my core, and I know that the months ahead are going to be incredibly difficult, but as long as I remember to cherish these little moments, I think I can get through the worst of it. After all, I survived Ethan once before, right? The pups nearly collide head-on with the sleighs, thankfully wrangled by the drivers before they can try and clamber onto the horses. They spend a while greeting and cuddling the huge Clydesdales pulling the sleighs, asking the drivers what the horses' names are, and feeding them carrots before bundling into the old-fashioned vehicles. There are bells on the horses' tack, so as we set out through the snow, jingling chimes fill the air, and the pups' faces light up with glee. "Mummy, it's cold," Paisley tells me, shivering in her little boots in the seat across from me. "Come here, lovey," I encourage, pulling her into my lap. "You're not used to all the ice and snow, are you?" "No, I like it though," she says thoughtfully, snuggling closer. "It's fun to play in, it just gets cold after a whiles." "It certainly does," I agree. "What did you and your daddy used to do at Christmas, It's dangerous to bring up Ethan, especially with Paisley, but I want to try and make her feel as at home as possible with us, and that means finding out what traditions they had. "Well, Gamma and I used to bake, and Daddy always took me to meet Santa at the mall," she answers thoughtfully. "We'd decorate the tree together on Christmas Eve, then go to the festival in town. It was really nice." "That sounds lovely," I tell her, leaning my cheek against the top of her head. "Is there anything you want to do this year to celebrate? I don't know if I can make cookies as good as your Gamma did, but I can try." "Yeah, I love baking," she exclaims, looking up at me curiously. "Will Daddy come for Christmas?" All of a sudden, all 4 pups are looking at me hopefully, and now I feel like crying for a completely different reason. "I don't think so, sweetheart." "Why hasn't he called?" Riley asks. "Doesn't he want to talk to us?" "I'm sure he does," I proclaim, not sure if I'm telling the truth or a lie. "But he must be very, very busy with the pack. He was gone a long time. But he always makes time for me," Paisley insists, "and he would never miss Christmas." "I'm sure he doesn't want to miss being with you for the holidays." I assure them, "He loves you so much, you know that." The pups exchange a few glances, and I wonder if the therapist was right. Are they going to figure out I'm lying soon? As much as I hate keeping up the facade, I can't bear for them to know the truth. I can't let them find out they've been abandoned. The truth is, I asked him to stay away this year so that we could settle in as a family. It's our first Christmas all together, and we're still trying to get life back to normal. I thought it would be too confusing if he came. The pups are looking at me with wide eyes and deep frowns. Paisley has gone stiff in my arms. "You shouldn't have done that, Mommy." Parker scolds, crossing his arms over his chest. "You shoulda asked us." "Like it or not, I am your mother, and I make the rules." I remind them softly. "I have to do what I think is best for you, and you're not always going to like it. You sound like Dr. Nora." Riley grumbles, mimicking her brother's pose and crossing her arms over her chest. "Do I?" I ask, not surprised to learn their therapist might have told them something along these lines. "Well, she would know. She's a mommy, too." The pups are quiet after that, not saying another word until the sleigh stops at the edge of the tree fields. Together we clamber out of the sleigh and begin perusing the rows of stunning evergreens, trying to decide which tree to bring home with us. We continue searching for the better part of an hour before deciding on a huge fir tree, and the sleigh driver helps me chop it down, then carts it back to the horses. After the tree is safely tied to the roof of the car, we return to the main thoroughfare, gathering around the bonfire, drinking hot cocoa, and making s'mores. The pups have all but forgotten our earlier argument by this time, and when we meander our way through a forest of twinkle lights towards Santa's grotto, they're practically bouncing up and down as we wait in the line to sit on his lap, and I eagerly pull out my phone to take photos when it's finally the quadruplets' turn. They bound up to him at once, and the actor lets out a surprised, "Ho, ho, ho! 4 pups at once, my goodness!" Riley and Paisley climb into his lap while the boys stand beside him like perfect little gentlemen as I take photos. After I'm done, Santa turns to them and asks, "And what do you want for Christmas, little ones?" The pups exchange eager looks, nodding at one another before Parker looks up at the costumed man and says, "We want our mommy and daddy to get back together." The bottom falls out of my stomach when I hear these words, and my wolf begins swearing up a storm in my head. Well, fuck. Third person. Jane was kicking herself. She couldn't believe she hadn't foreseen this possibility. Of course, the pups would ask Santa to reunite them with Ethan, Santa was supposed to be able to provide any gift you wanted, even one's parents didn't approve. She watched with bated breath as the tree farm Santa processed the children's gift request, praying he wouldn't make a promise she couldn't keep. The last thing she needed was for this to be the year the pups found out the truth about Santa Claus. That would only add fuel to the fire. She could already see it playing out in her mind's eye, tearful accusations of lies and tricks on top of everything else. The Santa glanced at her for guidance, and she shook her head firmly. The pups were still gazing up at him in awe, waiting to see if he would make their dreams come true. "Ho now, that's an awfully difficult thing for my elves to make in the workshop." The man bluffed. "Isn't there something else you'd like? Some nice toys?" "No," Riley declared firmly. "We just want Mommy and Daddy to be together again." "I understand," Santa Claus answers gently, "but there are some things even Santa can't do." "Nuh-uh," Ryder insisted. "You can get around the whole world in one night. You have flying reindeer. You're magic. You can do anything." "Love is a different kind of magic, dear ones," he replies. "I'm very sorry, but there must be something else you want for Christmas." The pups shook their heads, and the girls slipped off his lap. Riley, Parker, and Ryder returned to Jane's side looking completely dejected, but Paisley stayed behind for a moment, whispering something into the old man's ear too low for the others to overhear. Santa nodded in reply, and Paisley gradually rejoined her siblings. "What did you ask him, Angel?" Jane asked, taking the pups' hands and leading them away through the snow. "Nothing important," Paisley replied cagily, exchanging meaningful glances with her siblings. Later, after they'd returned home and Jane was busy trying to situate the Christmas tree in its stand, the pups retreated to their room. "Okay, Paisley, what's up?" Riley asked excitedly. "What did you say to Santa?" "Well," Paisley began, raising her little hands to get her siblings' attention, "have you ever noticed that Santa smells different every year?" Riley, Ryder, and Parker stared at each other in surprise, realizing for the first time that she was right. "You're right," Parker exclaimed. "But how is that possible?" Ryder demanded. "He can't be a different person every year, can he?" "Actually, he can," Paisley corrected. "Daddy explained it to me once. He said that Santa is so busy in the North Pole getting ready for Christmas that he just doesn't have the time to visit every city in the world aforehand to find out what everyone wants, or even to read all the letters on his own. So he has thousands of helpers who go out and collect the letters and dress up like him to find out what pups want for Christmas." "No way," the others gaped. "I don't believe it." "It's true. I asked Santa today if I was right, and he said that's exactly how it works. The real Santa is up at the North Pole this very minute," Paisley shared. "That means that the Santa we met today might have been wrong," Riley whispered eagerly. "He doesn't have all Santa's magic, so he doesn't know everything he can do." "Exactly," Paisley confirmed. "Then we have to get to the real Santa," Parker decided. "If anyone can get Mommy and Daddy back together as him." Ryder frowned. "Are you saying we should go to the North Pole?" Ryder asked, not quite believing his ears. "Of course that's what we have to do," Riley cried, clapping her small hands over her mouth when she realized how loud she's been. "But we just got home," Ryder whined, "and we don't know the first thing about getting to the North Pole." "So," Paisley countered, "we didn't know how to read once either, then we learned. All things start out new, till they're not anymore. We can figure out how to get there." "But it's dangerous out there," Parker interjected, having second thoughts of his own now. "I don't want to get pup-napped again or get lost like we did in the islands." "That's why we have to plan really good," Riley nodded. "We have to be safes." "Maybe we could just write a letter," Ryder suggested. "Letters are always safe, except for paper cuts." Paisley and Riley exchanged thoughtful looks before nodding in agreement. "Come with us." They led the way down the hall, tiptoeing over the cool wooden floor until they were at the edge of the living room. They peeked around the corner, watching Jane struggle with the tree. Usually Eric always went on these outing with them, then helped her put the tree up after coming home. This was the first year she was trying to do it all alone. She was trying to hold the trunk straight while also turning the screws on the base. She shuffled around the tree, tightening the metal rods until they were digging into the trunk strongly enough to hold it up tight. However, every time she stepped back to look at her handiwork, the tree was listing over to one side or another, completely crooked. Jane would groan and try again, but after a dozen attempts, she was getting incredibly frustrated. Still, she kept trying, straightening and adjusting the trunk over and over again. Unfortunately, on her 15th try, she loosened the screws too much and the tree toppled back against the wall. Jane slumped onto the ground with a heavy sigh, burying her face in her hands. "Damn it!" she murmured, her voice thick. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" "Look at Mommy," Riley urged her siblings. "She looks so sad," Parker murmured, frowning deeply. Right on cue, Jane started to cry, and the pups suddenly felt very guilt for giving her such a hard time lately. "Oh no!" Ryder fretted. Before the other three realized what was happening, Paisley ran out of their hiding spot and into the living room. "Paisley, wait!" Riley called after her, but it was too late. "Don't cry, Mommy!" Paisley cried, throwing her arms around Jane's neck. Jane pulled the sweet bundle into her lap and the others slowly emerged. "I'm sorry, pups," she professed, trying to wipe away her tears before they could realize just how upset she was. "I'm okay." Riley, Parker, and Ryder were gathered around her too now, competing for spots in her lap until they were a veritable puppy pile. "Why are you sad, Mommy?" Ryder asked, squeezing her middle tightly. "This just isn't what I imagined, that's all." Jane replied vaguely, making the understatement of the year. Every time she'd pictured having Paisley home with them in the past, she'd imagined nothing but joy. She never expected having her pups together to be accompanied by so much pain, or that her friends would also be thousands of miles away too. She certainly never thought her babies would be so angry with her. Still, it helped to finally be snuggling them. "But it helps to have you in my arms. I love you all so much." The pups responded without a second thought. "We love you too, Mommy." Jane hiccuped, the tears she'd wiped away suddenly surging back to life. "Really?" "Of course." Suddenly, all four felt terribly guilty for the way they'd been punishing her lately. In the past, they'd had lots of talks about not saying unkind things you didn't mean, but this was the first time they understood just how badly their words would hurt someone. If their mommy could doubt how desperately they cared for her, words must be even more powerful than they knew. They were still angry, of course, but they would always love her. "You're our mommy." A little while later, they returned to their room while Jane started dinner, their spirits seriously dampened. "I think she's hiding something from us," Riley surmised. "She seems really upset, and I don't think it's just that we're mad at her. I think she needs Daddy too," Paisley guessed. "It's obvious she misses him." "We have to get to Santa." Ryder was fully on board with his siblings' plans after the scene in the living room. "And not just for our Christmas, for Mommy's too." "Then is decided," Riley grinned. "We're going to go to the North Pole and have Santa bring Daddy home to us." "We still have to figure out how to get there, though," Parker reminded them. "And we can't let Mommy know what we're up to. You know how she worries. She'll try to stop us." "I am kinda scared," Paisley confessed, quickly adding, "I think is the right thing to do, but there's a lot to think about. How will we get through all the ice? It's so cold, and there's polar bears and things." "Don't worry, we'll figure everything out," Riley assured her. "But we have to move fast. There's only 2 weeks to Christmas." "When are we going to go?" Ryder inquired. They all exchanged glances, then decided, "As soon as possible." Third person. "Okay, so how are we going to do this?" Paisley asked, sitting around a large piece of construction paper with her siblings. Ryder, who had the best handwriting of all four, had written Operation Santa at the top of the page. Other than its title, however, the page was entirely blank. "Well, we know the North Pole's at the top of the world, right?" Riley asked, waiting until the others nodded in agreement before continuing. "So if we just keep walking north, then eventually we'll have to get there." "Yeah, but that could take ages," Parker cautioned. "The Dark Moon Pack is north, but there's at least 2 other packs between us and the pole." "That's a good point," Ryder agreed. "So maybe if we travel to one of the other packs and start there?" "Yeah. But we can't take too long. We have to make sure we can get there and back before Christmas," Paisley warned. "Maybe we can get a ride back with Santa," Riley suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow, that would be amazing," Ryder giggled. "Okay, so what do we need?" Paisley asked, Really warm coats, snow boots, snacks. Maybe some fish in case we need to distract any polar bears. Parker mused aloud. Ooh, good idea. Riley nodded, starting a list on their paper. We should also take hot cocoa and marshmallows to help stay warm, Ryder added. I wish we knew how to ski. That would make getting there a lot faster. How about a sled? Ryder asked. If we make friends with one of the polar bears, they might even pull us. This is the best plan, Paisley praised, grinning. We still have to figure out how to get north first. Riley reminded them, it's going to be miles and miles before we get anywhere near the Arctic. We're too little to drive, Parker remarked thoughtfully. We can't drive a car, Riley agreed, but we could easily drive a sleigh. What if we ask Mommy to go back to the tree farm, just for the bonfire one night? She'd probably agree, and then we could take one of the horsey sleighs from the stables. That's stealing, Paisley protested, crinkling up her little nose in distaste. We'd only be borrowing it, Ryder reasoned. We'll leave a note promising to bring it back. Then we definitely need a compass, Parker added. I don't think horsies have GPS. Good point, Riley noted. Do you think we should leave a note for Mommy too, so she knows we're with Santa and she doesn't need to worry? I dunno. You know how mommies can be. They worry about everything, Parker countered. Remember what Dr. Nora said? Mommy would do anything for us. Yeah, if we leave, she might try to come after us anyway, Ryder agreed. She doesn't know how well we've planned everything. She'll think we're intuible. I don't want to scare her. If we get a good enough head start, then she won't be able to catch up, Paisley frowned. Okay, let's do it, Riley chirped. Ryder, you write the notes. Parker, you get the supplies. And Paisley and I will ask Mommy to take us for the bonfire. Deal? The others grinned. Deal? That night, Jane bundled up the pups and returned to the Christmas tree farm. She'd been hoping they would decorate the tree together that evening, but she was just glad the pups wanted to continue doing activities together. They'd been through such a difficult ordeal that she was willing to do just about anything to raise their spirits. Besides, they were starting school in the new year. She wasn't going to have as much time with them once they became kindergartners. When they arrived, they headed straight for the bonfire, and Jane retrieved ingredients to make s'mores before cuddling up with the pups in front of the fire. The trees surrounding them on all sides had been strewn with lights, and it truly felt like a winter wonderland. She tried not to think about Ethan, about how wonderfully he would have kept her warm if he'd been there with them. Instead, she focused on her babies, praying they didn't ask to go back and ask Santa to reunite their parents again. Have you thought any more about what you want for Christmas? She asked, gently guiding Paisley's hands to avoid sticking the marshmallow she had skewered on a stick directly into the flames of the fire. The pups shrugged, not realizing she'd overheard their conversation with Santa. They knew exactly what they wanted, but they also realized she wasn't going to get it for them. Jane hummed thoughtfully. How about one of those big, beautiful art sets they have in the craft store? She asked Ryder, stroking his hair back from his eyes. You love to paint. Maybe, he replied, his attention focused on his own marshmallow. The pups were determined to put their plan into motion, but they'd all agreed that there was always time for sweets. How about you, Parker? What would you think about a chemistry set? You could do all sorts of experiments. Mommy, you don't have to get us fancy things. Paisley insisted, Santa will take care of our presents. That's what I'm afraid of. Jane thought bitterly. She hated knowing she couldn't give the pups what they truly wanted, and it didn't help that it was the only thing she wanted too. She'd gone to her first therapy session the other day, and her doctor had advised her to acknowledge and address the fact that part of her fury with Ethan was because she still loved him so completely. She wanted him for Christmas too, and she knew they were all in for a disappointment. I know Santa is on the job. She tried to smile, but I want to get you something too. Riley, any thoughts? Riley peeked up at her with a sly smile. How about a pet bunny? A pet bunny? Jane exclaimed, internally thinking how adorable her mischievous daughter was. I don't know about that. You'd have to take care of it. She had to admit that a bunny was less work than some other pets, but she was pregnant and any new pet with a new baby in the house was going to multiply the work. Pets are lots of responsibility. The suggestion had gotten all of the children's attention, and they were now clambering around her. "Please, Mommy, we promise we'll take extra special care of it," Paisley begged. "We'll be so sponsible you'll never have to lift a finger," Ryder added. Are you sure you wouldn't rather have some new socks?" Jane teased. "So your feet will always be cozy?" "Mommy, no one wants smelly socks," Parker exclaimed. "What about a nice mop so we can always keep the house clean?" Jane joked. "Mommy, that's crazy," Ryder objected. "Mops aren't fun." "Yeah, bunnies are fun," Riley remarked pointedly. All right, I'll think about it," Jane agreed with a grin. "Now pay attention to your marshmallows or they'll burn." Jane felt 1,000 times better now that she had an idea for making her children's first Christmas together extra special. However, she was having an increasingly hard time sitting still by the fire. The baby was pressing on her bladder, and she desperately needed the restroom. "How about a bathroom break, little ones?" she suggested. "But Mommy, the s'mores are almost ready," Parker objected. "I know, but Mommy has to go." Jane laughed, truly amused to have the tables turned on her this way. "Can't you hold it?" Riley asked. Jane admitted. "Then just go, we'll stay right here," Paisley promised. "We won't move any muscles." "I don't know." Jane frowned, not liking the idea of taking her eyes off of her babies so soon after getting them back. Fortunately, there was another mother with small pups next to them, and she offered Jane an understanding smile. "Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on them." "Okay, Munchkins, be good, I'll be right back," Jane vowed, evicting Ryder from her lap so she could go take care of business. Little did she know that this had been precisely the opportunity the pups were waiting for. As soon as Jane walked away, they hatched their plan, making a distraction for the other mother by knocking her toddler's marshmallow into the fire. They felt badly, but they knew it was necessary. While she tended to her wailing child, they snuck off towards the stables. When Jane came back from the restroom a few minutes later, the other mother was looking around in shock and horror. Realizing that her 4 charges were no longer sitting around the fire, Jane stopped dead in her tracks, feeling her heart stop beating completely. "What happened? Where are they?" she hissed. "I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. I turned my back for one moment and they were just gone," she cried. "I'm so sorry." Just then the other woman's child piped up from the fire. "Mommy, what's this?" The little boy was holding a small folded piece of paper, and Jane gently took it from the child. When she unfolded it, she immediately recognized Ryder's neat handwriting. "Mommy, we went to the North Pole. Don't worry, we'll be safe with Santa and we'll get a ride home from the reindeer. See you soon. Love, Parker, Paisley, Riley, and Ryder." "Jane, I can't believe this. I can't believe this is happening." I take off into the snow, following my pup's scent and leaving my negligent babysitter behind. What was I thinking? I knew better than to take my eyes off of them, to trust anyone else with their precious lives. Did I not learn my lesson in the Southern Isles? What is wrong with me? Their scent is leading me towards the horse stables, and suddenly I realize what they must be planning. They must be thinking they can drive one of the sleighs all the way to Santa Claus. I don't have the faintest idea why they've chosen to go to the North Pole when there's a Santa Claus here in the grotto. Unless, of course, they figured this one isn't the real Santa Claus. As soon as I think it, I know this must be the case. Oh goddess, why is this happening? I'm cursing Ethan as I run. This is his fault. They want him, that's why they're so determined to get to Santa. I have half a mind to go back to the Night Fang territory and give him a good strong kick in the pants. If anything happens to the pups, I'll never forgive him, or myself. As I near the stables, I see the barn doors open, and a sleigh hooked up to 2 huge Clydesdales emerges. The horses set off into the snow, but so far they're still walking. "Stop!" I cry, causing the 4 tiny beings in the driver's seat to turn around in surprise. They try to lash the reins so that the horses will take off, but they don't seem to be strong enough. The horses are still moving faster than I am, but I'm still on 2 legs. I begin ripping at my scarf and coat, my inner wolf already at the surface amidst the threat to my pups. I chuck my outer layer into the snow, then let my wolf out, shifting mid-run. On all 4s, I dart after the sleigh, listening to the anxious cries of my pups as they urge the horses to speed up. Yeah, Riley cries while Paisley bounces in the seat next to her. Come on, horsies! Come on, horsies! I'm growling with anger now, no longer afraid for their lives, but furious with the little angels for running from me like this. The horses hear my growls and realize a predator is behind them, but it's too late. I speed up, leaping into the back of the sleigh before it can get away. Shifter back, I climb over the back seat and yank the reins from Riley's hands, pulling the vehicle to an abrupt stop. I clamp my eyes shut, gasping in deep breaths of air. It's over. I think frantically. It's over. They're safe. Well, for now, at least. I'm not sure if I've ever been angrier with my pups, and this is certainly the first time I've ever been cross with Paisley. Uh-oh, Paisley murmurs, looking up at me with wide eyes. Uh-oh is right. I hiss, trying to stay calm while we're still in public. I turn the sleigh around, guiding it back to the stables, as naked as the day I was born. I pull it to a stop by my abandoned coat and scarf, wrapping them around myself and turning back to the pups. Out of the sleigh, right now, I command. Mommy, you don't understand. Riley protests, her lower lip quivering. I understand perfectly, I growl. Now get out of this sleigh. One by one, the pups clamber down, and by now a few stable boys have emerged from the barn, confusion clear on their faces. I apologize profusely and wait for them to lead the horses away before turning on my pups. We're leaving right now, and if you know what's good for you, you'll come away without complaint. Thankfully, they do as they're told, and I'm able to keep a tight lid on my fury. The car ride home is silent. The pups are sulking, and I'm taking the opportunity to get my temper under control. I don't want to be so angry with them. I know that they were just trying to go see Santa, that don't understand the danger they were in, but my maternal instincts are only too aware of what might have happened, and it's getting harder and harder to push down my feelings. When we're finally back home, I line them up on the couch, not bothering to change clothes. I stand in front of them with my arms crossed over my chest. Well, what do you have to say for yourselves? We just wanted to see Santa, Riley tells me sullenly. And you ruined it! You better believe I did. I bite back. Do you have any idea what might have happened to you? Do you have any idea how far away the North Pole is? It would have taken you months to get anywhere close, and that's assuming you had the food and supplies to survive. What actually would have happened is that you would have gotten lost in the mountains with nothing to protect you or keep you warm. You're lucky. I stopped you when I did. You would have frozen to death by morning. I wouldn't normally be so blunt with them, but they have to understand how dangerous their actions were. Looking at their surprised faces, I'm pleased to see the information sinking in. They exchange odd looks. Really? 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 I confirm fiercely. I can't believe you would try something like that after everything you just went through. What's more, I can't believe you were so deceitful. You clearly were planning this from the moment you asked me to go to the farm. You planned on sneaking away from me, on stealing that sleigh. I'm completely ashamed of you. I did not raise you to be thieves. We were going to give it back, Ryder whispers, squirming nervously. You still lied to me. You tricked me and ran away from me when I explicitly told you to stop. I know you wanted to see Santa, and I understand why. No, you don't, Parker interrupts, glaring at me. You don't know anything. You wanted Santa to bring Daddy to you for Christmas to get us back together, I answer firmly, and I know you miss him, but there isn't a magical solution to this. These grown-up issues are serious, and I know you're unhappy. I know you miss him, but there isn't any way to just snap your fingers and fix this. Not even Santa has that power. We were trying to help you too. We know you miss Daddy, Paisley interjects. Why can't you just tell him you made a mistake? Riley adds, her little cheeks bright red. You tell us not to be stubborn, but you're just as stubborn as we are. Because I didn't make a mistake. I grit out. When you grow up, you'll see that just because something feels bad, it doesn't mean it's the wrong thing to do. In fact, sometimes doing the right thing can be the most painful. I don't expect you to understand that right now, and you know what? I don't expect you to like me or the decisions I'm making for this family. I do expect you to respect me. I lecture, hating how stern I sound. I'm your mother, I make the rules, and you will follow them, or you will all end up grounded until the new year. Grounded? They repeat, aghast. That's right. I confirm. I've never gone as far as grounding my pups, mostly because they've been too young previously, not to mention that their mischief hasn't ever escalated to this level. They're no stranger to timeouts and having toys taken away, but long-term punishment is a new concept. But it's Christmas, they object, which is all the more reason for you to behave. I growl. Santa is watching after all, and he doesn't reward pups that disobey their mommies. You don't want coal in your stockings, do you? The pups looked back and forth between each other, wearing identical sullen pouts. That isn't fair, Riley insisted. It's perfectly fair, and it's what's going to happen if you don't shape up. I announce, now go get ready for bed. But it's still early, Parker gaped. Yes, and you're going to go to bed early tonight. You've had more than enough excitement to warrant it. The pups slink away with their tails between their legs, and I sink down onto the edge of the coffee table, fighting back tears. All the progress I thought we'd made together just went out the window. I'm back to being the villain, and they're back to hating me. I don't regret punishing them. They scared the life out of me tonight, and this is part of the job. I just wish we could find a way out of this misery. I just want my family to be happy again. The question is whether we can ever be truly happy without Ethan. Jane, Daddy! The sound of my pups' frightened voices send me jerking upright in bed, suddenly and completely awake. I rush to their bedroom, flipping on the light, and finding all 4 children piled on one bed, tears running down their cheeks. Oh, my loves, did you have nightmares? I croon, immediately moving forward to comfort them. They nod, but instead of running into my arms, they tighten their ranks. Yes, but we don't want you. We want Daddy, Paisley cries. Pain slices through me, so powerfully it steals the breath from my lungs. I feel as though I've been punched in the stomach. No matter how bad things are between us, I've always been the one my pups turn to when they're frightened or upset. Well, Daddy isn't here, I say shakily. So you can have me or nothing. Then we choose nothing. Riley informs me through her sobs. I close my eyes so they can't see me cry, nodding as my insides harden to stone. Please don't be that way. You know I love you. I don't want you to be sad or scared. Won't you let me help? They stubbornly shake their heads, cuddling closer to one another. Fine. I sniff, turning for the door. Do you want me to leave the light on? They exchange glances. Do we have to go back to sleep? I glance at the clock. It's after 3 a.m., late enough that they could probably stay up and make up for lost sleep with an extra long nap. No, I suppose not. I can't stand this. Normally, I would cuddle them back to sleep and sing them lullabies. The fact that they won't let me comfort them feels like the worst rejection, and I'm trying very hard not to fall to pieces in front of them. We head into the kitchen, and I make them some warm milk, hoping they'll get drowsy and go back to sleep, but prepared to stay up with them if they don't. I'm exhausted myself, between the eventful evening and the baby quickly growing in my belly. It's getting harder to keep up with my pups every day. They sit at the table in utter silence, and I emit a belabored sigh. Do you want to tell me what you dreamed about? I don't expect them to actually share their dream with me, but after a few extended moments of silence, Parker speaks up. We were back at Daddy's apartment, playing in the living room. Then Eve and Nita and the King came in and kidnapped us. We were locked in a cold, dark room, listening to them talk about what to do with us. Eve just wanted to hurt us, but Nita and the King wanted to use us to get to you and Daddy. And you all dreamed the same thing? I ask. They nod, confirming my suspicion. This doesn't surprise me. The pups have always shared dreams for as long as I can remember. Well, the good news is that it wasn't real. I tell them gently. You know none of those people can ever hurt you or Daddy and I again. Eve is in prison, and Anita and the King are dead. The pups nod, leaning against one another for comfort, but they don't say any more. You know, when you were missing, I used to have dreams about you. At the time, I thought it was just my imagination in overdrive, but now I think it might have been the goddess trying to lead me to you. I had one dream about you racing down a river and fighting a huge snake. I had another where you were trapped underground, trying to get out. I always used to wake up screaming and crying, just like you did. I share. Did Daddy have dreams about us too? Paisley asks. I'm sure he did. I say honestly. but he never told me about them. I think he was worried it would make me more afraid, but sometimes it's nice to know that other people are feeling the same way you are. Daddy used to let me stay up and tell me stories when I had bad dreams, Paisley tells us, staring solemnly at her lap. Oh, what kinds of stories? I press. Stories about you, she whispers, peeking up at me. I can see how terribly conflicted she is. Of all the pups, she's the one who's stuck hardest in the middle. She had 4 years with Ethan. He was her entire world before I came along, and I was just a fantasy. I'm sure I'm not even coming close to living up to her fantasy, but... Will you tell us a story about Daddy? Ryder asks, looking as though he's not sure whether this will make me angry or not. Okay, I agree, hating to think my babies might be afraid of my temper. What kind of story? How about the first Christmas you spent together? Paisley requests. Okay, I concede, delving back into my memories. Well, the first year we were married wasn't very exciting. Not to mention it's not even the least bit appropriate to share with my children. We spent the entire holiday in bed together, making love in every possible way and position Ethan could think of. But the first Christmas we spent as a couple was actually a lot of fun. His parents didn't know we were dating. Why not? Riley asks. Well, we were 16 and Ethan's mommy and daddy didn't think I was good enough for him. We came from different worlds in a lot of ways, and we knew they'd try to make us break up if they found out. I explain, trying not to condemn Ethan's mother too strongly, knowing Paisley loved her. That's spikeable, Parker grimaced. Despicable, I correct gently, and Ethan and I never let it stop us. He was determined for us to be together no matter what they thought. You know we actually had to get married in secret? You did? Riley exclaims in awe. We did. I smile. But that first Christmas we were just kids and I grew up without a lot of things. My mom worked really, really hard, but we were poor, so I never had any presents. A lot of times we didn't even have food to eat. Riley, Ryder, and Parker have heard this before, but Paisley hasn't ever heard me speak about my childhood before now. Why not? She asks, her eyes wide with disbelief. Because not everyone in the pack is as lucky as we are now. Some people really struggle, and it can be impossible to change things when you don't have any money or any way to make more. I answer softly, wanting to make sure she understands that the privileges she's grown up with aren't universal. Your daddy knew this, so he always brought me extra food and looked out for me, and that Christmas he gave me my first ever Christmas present. You mean you'd never had presents afore? Paisley inquires, absolutely shocked. I used to get little things in my stocking from Santa, I reply, but I never had any big presents. I wasn't expecting to get any that year either. I figured Ethan would bring Mom and I some of his family's Christmas feast, but when he turned up at my door he was carrying an armful of gifts. He even had something for my mother. What did he get you? Riley asks eagerly. Well, there was a beautiful necklace, far nicer than anything else I owned. There were expensive chocolates and a pretty red dress, and you know that plush wolf that sits on my dresser? I prompt, waiting for them to nod before continuing. He gave me that too. It looks like his wolf, and he used to joke that it would protect me when he wasn't around. The more I think about these memories, the harder it is to keep my emotions in check. I can feel the pups watching me like little hawks, and I try not to let on how nostalgic I'm feeling. What did you get him? Parker questions curiously. I painted him a picture. I shrug. As I said, I didn't have money, so all the gifts I gave were things I made. I know that painting, Paisley chirps. Daddy used to keep it in his office, but he always used to catch me sneaking in to stare at it, so he moved it to my room. Is really pretty, she tells the others. Of a wolf playing in the snow. I actually knew this. I'd seen the painting in Paisley's room at the penthouse, but I didn't realize how it had gotten there. Well, there you go, I conclude weakly. That was our first Christmas. The pups are watching each other again, speaking their secret quadruplet language I can never understand. Won't you miss him this year? Paisley asks after a moment. Yes, I answer honestly, sick of lying and knowing they won't believe it anyway. Then why can't we be together? Ryder demands. Because it's simply not possible. I reply, gentle but firm. I wish it was, but there are some things we can't change, and this is one of them. I don't understand. Parker frowns. I know you don't, sweetheart. As I look around at my young children, I decide that I might not be able to fix everything in their lives, but I can at least try to call Ethan. I haven't let myself consider this possibility before, knowing I won't succeed and not sure my pride can take another defeat. But looking at them now, I realize I have to try. I know I'll probably come to regret it, but I'd regret it more if I didn't try every last recourse for my pups. So, this afternoon, when they do down for their naps, I'm going to suck it up and call their father for the first time since he rejected me. Jane, okay, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. I repeat to myself, staring at the phone in my hands with utter trepidation. The pups are sleeping soundly in their bedroom, and I'm getting ready to sacrifice my dignity in their honor. I'm not sure how Ethan will respond to my phone call, if he'll even answer when he sees my number on the screen. I'm half tempted to go find a payphone and call from a number he won't recognize, but I decide to try this first. Taking one last deep breath, I dial and hit the send button, raising the device to my ear. It seems to ring for an utter eternity, but eventually the line clicks and Ethan's deep voice sounds in my ear. Jane? The familiar sound sends a shiver down my spine. Hello, Ethan. I thought I told you not to contact me. Ouch, I know I expected failure, but that seems harsh, even for Ethan. Actually, you just told me to leave. You didn't say I could never reach out. I correct him hoarsely. It's only been 4 weeks, but it feels like an eternity since we last spoke. Those early days after I left with the pups had passed in a haze that still haunted me, and it feels so surreal just to hear his familiar voice. Well, I should have, he growls. I didn't realize I had to spell everything out letter by letter. I thought you were smarter than that. Will you just listen for a moment? I beg, hating how cruel he's being. He pauses for a moment. Is something wrong? Well, that depends on how you define wrong. I snap. Your pups are absolutely heartbroken without you. They don't understand why they can't see you. They're completely traumatized from the Southern Isles. Every other night they're having nightmares and begging for you instead of me. And yesterday they attempted to run away to the North Pole so they could ask Santa to bring you back to them for Christmas. Silence meets me on the other end of the line. I wait impatiently for a response, wondering if he's even still there. Ethan? I prompt after a moment. Is that all? He questions coldly. Is that all? I repeat, not believing my ears. Is that all? Ethan, they could have been killed. They stole a horse-drawn sleigh and were taking off into the mountains. They're desperate to be with you, and they don't understand why you're suddenly not in their life anymore. And now they hate me, so you're the only one they want. Why should they hate you? He snaps, sounding even harsher than he had a moment ago. You don't think I told them that you'd abandon them, do you? I hiss. I took the blame for you so they wouldn't develop a complex, and now they think that it's my fault they can't see you. Well, they're not wrong, Ethan rumbles. It is your fault. If you'd done what you were supposed to in the Southern Isles, we wouldn't be in this situation. My mouth falls open as his words steal my breath right out of my lungs. I can't believe him. I can't believe how badly it hurts to hear him speak to me this way. He wasn't even this cruel when Eve staged her attack all those years ago. I can't believe how badly I misjudged him, and I'm furious with myself for falling for his act. Still, I have to stand up for my children. So you don't even care that you're punishing the pups for my wrongs? I demand fiercely. You don't care that they're completely innocent and they worship the ground you walk on, especially Paisley? I don't understand why you're complaining, Ethan counters. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? You were planning to take her from me and cut off contact from the very beginning. That was before, I burst out, losing hold of my temper. Before what? He remarks boredly. This before you made me love you again, I exclaim. Why did you do that? If you cared this little about the children, why did you fight for me the way you did? Why did you make me love you if you didn't actually want us to be a family? We've been over this, he rumbles. You owed me for faking your death and hiding the other pups from me. You deserve to pay. You're nothing but a sociopath, I accuse, feeling maternal rage bubble up inside of me. It's one thing to punish me, to break my heart, but it's another to punish innocent pups. They didn't do anything wrong. They don't deserve this, Ethan. I protest, tears burning in my eyes. Then maybe you'll think twice before you decide to play with their fates again. Ethan snarls. All I did was give you what you wanted, Jane. And yeah, maybe I snuck a lesson in there for you along the way, but this was your dream ending. You made your bed, now go sleep in it, and never contact me again. He hangs up before I can say another word, and before I can stop myself, I hurl my phone against the wall, flinching when it strikes and bounces off again, clattering to the ground. I follow suit, sinking onto the floor and wrapping my arms around my knees, finally letting my tears fall freely. How could I ever have been fooled by that man? Not once, but twice. Suddenly, I'm remembering the teenage alpha who turned up at my door on my 16th Christmas, bearing food and gifts for me and Mom. I know how I fell in love with him. He'd been sweet, protective, and affectionate, nothing like the monster he was now. Where did that Ethan go? What happened to that loving, generous boy? Ethan, I can't accept this, I'd exclaimed, staring at the emerald necklace he'd bought to match my eyes. It was the first gift I'd opened, and already it was more valuable than anything I'd ever owned before. Sure you can, he grinned. I picked it out just for you. But it's too much, I insisted. Girls like me aren't meant for jewels and finery, and I'll never be able to get you anything near as nice. You are meant for every bit of decadence and luxury there is, little wolf. Ethan corrected sternly. Just because you haven't had it yet doesn't mean you don't deserve it. This is just a small token, and you have already given me so much more in return. You give me more every day. I open my mouth to object again, but he places his finger over my lips. Besides, if you refuse it, I'll be offended, he teases. Now open your other gifts. I tried to argue with every subsequent present, but Ethan always silenced my every protest, eventually ceasing verbal arguments and just kissing me senseless every time I tried to open my mouth. By the time I was ready to give him my own gift in return, I was half delirious with his affection. My skin was flushed and my eyes probably had stars in them, but I gradually found the courage to hand over the framed painting. It's not much, and it's nothing compared to everything you've given me, but... Ethan claimed my lips again. Hush. I watched nervously as he unwrapped the golden paper, then watched his handsome face transform as he took in the painting. He blinked in amazement a couple of times before looking up at me. You painted this? Yes! But if you don't like it... Again, I found my words stolen by Ethan's lips, only this time he didn't stop at my mouth. He took my face between his hands and kissed every inch of my skin. It's incredible, and I love it. He praised when he finally pulled back. You're incredible. You really like it? I squeaked. It's the best gift I've ever gotten because you made it and your heart is in every brushstroke. He proclaimed, Now I feel like I didn't get you enough. I just spent money. I didn't do anything like this. Ethan, if you try to give me anything else, I will throw an actual tantrum. I warned him, only half joking. Ethan chuckled. You see, the problem with you is that I like everything you do. I'd probably even like your tantrums. Trust me, you wouldn't. I laughed. I suppose only time will tell. Ethan joked. As I come out of the memory, I find myself crying harder than ever. Only this time, I'm not weeping for my own broken heart, or even for my pups. I'm weeping for that poor, naive girl I once was, the one who blindly walked into the arms of a predator and let him destroy her. Suddenly, I'm mourning for the life I might have had if I hadn't fallen for Ethan's tricks. Don't mistake me, I wouldn't trade my pups for anything in the world, and I would gladly suffer Ethan's abuse to have them again. But my soul is just so worn down and tired from the pain Ethan inflicted, and I hate what he did to that bright-eyed young woman. It's clear to me now that I did the right thing shielding my pups from the truth. I don't want Ethan to do to them what he did to me. I decide then and there that I'm doing crying over Ethan. This will be the last time, and then I'm never looking back. Jane. If I thought I was angry before, it's nothing compared to what I feel now. I've known maternal rage plenty of times since bringing the pups into the world, not the least of which was when Anita stole them from us and Eamon threatened their lives. Still, this mistreatment feels worse, because it's not coming from some dark foe, but from the person who is supposed to love and protect them most, second only to me. The more I think about it, the more I believe that the betrayal of a parent is the worst transgression a pup can suffer, and I hate Ethan for abandoning our children. I want to storm back to the Night Fang territory and beat him bloody, and the idea is so tempting I have to remind myself I have responsibilities here. I'm trying to get back into the swing of things at work, and I'm terribly behind on my La Louve duties. Not to mention that I'm devoting the weekends to trying to win over my heartbroken pups. They've barely spoken to me since I stopped them from going to the North Pole, and I'm continuously amazed at how determined their young minds can be. A trip to the Night Fang territory might make them come around, my wolf suggests. But what if Ethan rejects me the same way he rejected me? I think anxiously. I won't let him hurt them. He won't, my stubborn wolf insists. He loves them too much. I thought he loved me too once, remember? I respond bitterly. And he didn't seem to love them so much when he abandoned us. He certainly didn't seem loving on the phone. He didn't even care that they were in pain, that they were taking risks to reunite with him. That's different. He's angry with you, not them. They're his pups, the boys are his heirs. My wolf begs, then why is he doing this? He can forsake me. I don't care how cruel he is to me. But not the pups. Not my babies. I crying still, despite my promise to myself. It can't be helped, my hormones roiling on top of this fresh pain. Then take them back. She insists. You'll suffer, but this can't continue. The pups need him. Besides, if you keep this up, then eventually they'll figure out they've been abandoned. If you can make him take them back, then at least you can save them from ever finding out. You can convince him to let them stay, even if you have to go back to being his pet. Their happiness is worth any price. My wolf continues, and part of me wonders if she's just angling to be near him again. She's always been much weaker-willed than I am when it comes to staying away from our chosen mate. Of course, she knows my thoughts perfectly, and adds, they're miserable without Ethan. This isn't about you. All at once, I realize my wolf is right. This isn't about me. Not my pride or my hurt feelings. It's not even about my broken heart. It's about my pups. They need their father. Now that they've met him, I'm simply not enough for them anymore. It was fine when Daddy was just some abstract idea, but now that they know what it's like to have two loving parents, one won't do. Besides, I'm carrying another child now, and I don't want to repeat history. I don't want to let this child grow up without a father, too. When I lost Ethan the first time, I didn't have the ability to fight for us. Petra and Eve stole that from me, but I can fight this time. Not for myself, of course. It's clear that there's nothing left to salvage in our relationship. But I can fight for my children. I will always fight for my children. I would be letting them down if I didn't at least try to make Ethan uphold his commitment to the kids. We have to go back. The next morning I wake the pups first thing, wondering if I've lost my mind. Is it going to confuse them too much to be going back and forth this way? Am I making a mistake with this gamble? If I could go face Ethan on my own first and shield them from his fury, I would. However, I have a strong suspicion that their presence is the only thing that will convince him to rethink his decision. Besides, I was already afraid to take my eyes off the pups after the Southern Isles, and now that they've attempted a trek to the North Pole, there's no way I'm going to risk leaving them behind. "Mommy, why are we up so early?" Riley complains, giving me a sullen pout. "The sun isn't even awake yet." "I know, baby, but I thought you'd want to know what I've decided." I answer, trying to smile. All four eye me suspiciously, no doubt thinking that my last decision was a terrible one and feeling skeptical of my reasoning skills. "What scission?" Parker inquires. "I don't like your scissions." "Do I know my pups?" I think, resisting the urge to shake my head. "You'll like this one." I promise, deciding to spit out the words before I can change my mind. "I'm taking you to see Daddy." It speaks volumes that they don't immediately jump up with glee. Instead, they continue watching me with those same uncertain expressions, as if they aren't sure they can trust me. That breaks my heart just a little more. My babies have always trusted me with everything, my word, my advice, my safety. But you said we couldn't see him. You said we couldn't talk to him. Paisley objects. I sigh, absolutely hating this. Not only do they not trust me, but I'm giving them nothing but instability at the time they need stability most. They haven't yet recovered from their ordeal, and if it wasn't for their unhappiness, I would never waffle this way. I'm sure that fact is only making it harder to believe and confide in me. I know. I confirm. But I was wrong. I want you all to be happy, and you clearly aren't. I'm sorry about all of this. Truly, I feel terrible. My only relief is that the pups look somewhat chagrined to hear I feel badly. Their little faces fall slightly, and they exchange guilty glances. They might be angry with me, but there must still be some hope. I'm still their mother, and no child likes seeing their mother sad or hurt. "We're really going to see Daddy?" Ryder asks, as if he can't believe his ears. "Yes, Angel. As soon as you all are ready to go, we'll get in the car and go back to the Nightfang territory," I share. Still, they don't move. "Are we going to stay?" Paisley murmurs, looking up at me hopefully. "Yeah, is it just a visit or forevers?" Riley asks, wrapping one plump arm around her sister's shoulders. "Oh, goddess, I don't know how to answer that. I'd like to think Ethan and I can find a way to reach some sort of peace agreement and share the pups, but I don't know if this is actually possible. There's a very real chance he'll kick us to the curb at first sight, or throw me out and keep the pups for himself. I know it's not going to be easy, and I'm counting on his love for our children to save our future. I honestly don't know," I answer gravely, deciding that the truth is better than more lies or misleading information. "Why not?" Parker demands, looking flabbergasted that I don't have such an important answer. "Because Daddy and I need to talk things over. We have to come to an agreement," I explain. "You didn't need an agreement when you stole us," Riley counters bitterly. "I didn't steal you. I'm your mommy. You belong with me," I state simply, praying for patience. "And I am sorry for bringing you here instead of letting you go home with Daddy. But sometimes even the best laid plans can go awry. Do you know what that means?" "No," Ryder admits, frowning. "It means that often we try to do the right thing, which is good and important," I qualify, telling myself that this is as good a time as any to sneak in a lesson for my clever munchkins. But no matter how hard we try or how pure our heart is, things we didn't plan and never expected end up happening instead. And sometimes you can be trying to do the right thing and accidentally hurt someone along the way. The pups are still looking confused, but they slowly nod. "Okay, Mommy, we believes you." "Thank you." I breathe honestly. "Now let's go. We need to get on the road." The drive to the Nightfang territory takes all day and all night, but we don't stop except for food and bathroom breaks. By mid-morning the following day, we're outside of the penthouse. I'm practically hyperventilating on the elevator ride up to the top floor, but the pups are practically climbing the walls. They're so eager to see their father. We knock on the door, and soon I hear measured footsteps approaching. It doesn't sound like Ethan's usual walking gait, and at first I think someone else must be coming to answer our knock. Of course, a moment later the door swings open, and I realize my guess is incorrect. Ethan. At first I thought I was hallucinating. It wasn't possible that Jane and the pups were here. I assumed I was dreaming, that my imagination was putting their sense in my head, that I'd lost my mind faster than any of us could have expected. However, the closer I draw to the door, I know it's real. My wolf is racing around in circles in my mind's eye. Overjoyed to see his mate and our pups, happy for the first time since I injured my spine. No. I think, even as he dances and howls like a puppy. They can't be here. What are they doing here? Surely they didn't figure it out. Surely my beta or Linda didn't betray my confidence. I brace myself for the overwhelming emotions of seeing my family, as well as the confrontation I know is inevitable now. After rejecting Jane in the hospital, I thought I wouldn't have the strength to survive doing so twice, but now it's obvious I don't have a choice. I can't very well hide in my apartment while they bang on the door, and the truth is I'm beyond excited to see them. Being away from Jane and the pups after everything we went through in the Southern Isles has been nearly impossible. I've struggled every day not being able to see them and hold them, to feel with my own two hands that they're safe. The only way I've been able to manage my protective instincts is by telling myself that they're safer in the Dark Moon Pack. I'm barely breathing as I open the door, and then they're there in front of me, as if they never left. The pups are beaming and jumping up and down, and Jane is looking as though she's frightened and determined at once. I can immediately sense she's as on edge and agitated as I am, and I don't like her coloring one bit. She seems far too pale and as though she might have recently been sick. "Daddy!" The pups cry, throwing their small bodies at my legs. I catch them before they can connect with my lower body and feel the metal braces holding me upright, scooping them into my arms. Sweet goddess, how have I survived without this for a full month? They're warm and sweet and every bit as perfect as I remember. I swear my heart swells 3 sizes just being near them. For once, my wolf is perfectly content, and I'm fighting back tears of relief and affection. "Oh, my goodness, what are you doing here?" I ask. "Let me look at you." I pull back only far enough to study their young faces, especially Paisley. I love them all, but Paisley will always have a special place in my heart. She's the one who helped me survive losing Jane. She was the first, the most fragile, and the most closely bonded to me. I'm not surprised to see she's crying even as the others cheer, and horrible guilt consumes me as she sobs into the curve of my neck. "Don't cry, Cuddlebug," I croon, bouncing them gently. "I'm so happy to see you. I've missed you so much. I know I should probably be keeping up my cold act right now, but I can't help it. I feel like I've been drowning in darkness lately, and they're finally giving me some light at the end of the tunnel. Later, I'll find the strength to fight with Jane, to return to my pretense of cruelty, but right now I'm just letting myself feel this incredible joy and relief." "We missed you too, Daddy," Parker exclaims. "It feels like it's been forever and ever." "I know," I agree, kiss each of their precious faces in turn and settling on the couch. "What have you been up to? I want to know everything." "Daddy, it's cold in the Dark Moon Pack," Paisley shares, pouting and shaking her head glumly. "There's snows everywhere, and my face hurts when I go outside. I don't like it at all." "Poor Munchkin." I sympathize, carrying them inside. "Do you still have all your fingers and toes? Let me see so I can count and be sure." I occupy myself with kissing all of Paisley's digits, letting the sounds of her giggles fill me with warmth and repeating the test with the others. Of course, the kisses quickly turn to tickles, and before long I have 4 pups writhing and laughing uncontrollably in my lap. The moment is perfect, with one huge, glaring exception. I can feel Jane in my periphery, looking on in silence, her arms crossed over her chest. She hasn't spoken a single word, seeming to prefer standing on the sidelines and watching me like a hawk, as if she's afraid I might mistreat the pups as badly as I've mistreated hers. I can't say I blame her. It's taking all my willpower not to look at Jane directly. I'm not sure I can survive seeing how badly I've hurt her. I know it's weak of me, not being brave enough to face the consequences of my actions. But if I see her in pain, I don't know if I'll be able to do what's necessary to keep her at arm's length. It was hard enough in the hospital and on the phone. Seeing her in person is a torture of another kind. I hate the person I've had to become to protect my family from me, but what other choice do I have? I need her to hate me. Jane deserves better than to spend her best years playing nursemaid to a madman, especially when I've already stolen her freedom once before. Besides, she and the pups aren't safe with me, and not only because I can't protect them anymore. It's the people closest to me who will be in the most danger when my mind starts to go, I don't want to risk hurting them. My mind is overtaken with images of Jane and the pups cowering in fear when my temper detonates. Of them running away from me, Jane throwing herself in front of the little ones, begging me not to hurt them. I imagine not being able to recognize her amidst my psychosis. Of looking down to see my hands covered in blood when I finally regain my senses, and finding Jane's lifeless body at my feet. I'd much rather they remember you as a heartless bastard than lay a hand on them, and I thought I'd accomplished this until Jane called. I never expected her to take the fall for me, and I'm furious with myself for not guessing that she'd protect the pups from the truth rather than throw me under the bus. I have to find a way to make them all give up on me before it's too late. If I do, they can start over with someone worthy of them. They'll forget about me and they'll move on. They'll have a far better life than they would if they stayed. At the same time, I don't know if I can bear rejecting Jane again, let alone the pups. She seems to have brought the pups here thinking that I won't reject them the way I did her, that they'll be safe from my mistreatment even if she isn't. I understand why she thinks this, especially after what Linda said about her expecting abuse, But it makes me so angry to think she would subject herself to such harm. It doesn't make sense, because I know I would do anything for our children too. But love isn't rational, and I hate the idea of her being hurt even if it's a sacrifice for our babies. Worse, Jane doesn't know the real reason I rejected her. She doesn't understand that I don't have a choice. I have to push them all away for their own good. I won't do it in front of the pups unless she doesn't give me another option, but I have to make them leave. If only I could figure out how to stop hugging and cuddling them right now. All 4 kids are chattering away, snuggling into a puppy pile around me as they tell me about everything that's happened since we last saw each other, and all the while Jane stands by and watches. When they finally settle enough that they start to drift off to sleep, no doubt long overdue for naps after driving through the night, fueled by excitement, I extract myself from their precious forms and rise to my feet. I take Jane's arm just above the elbow, relishing this tiny touch and wishing I could pull her into my arms and never let her go. Instead, I pull her into the seclusion of my bedroom, taking a few steadying breaths before turning on her. Jane hovers near the door, overflowing with nervous energy. My wolf aches to comfort her, but I have to be strong. Closing the distance between us, I demand, "What the hell are you doing here?" Jane. I flinch as Ethan's harsh words slam into me. For half a second there, I actually hoped things might not be as bad as I was expecting. He seemed so thrilled to see the pups, I even wondered if I hadn't somehow concocted this narrative about our separation in my head. But no, the moment the pups went down for a nap, the warm, loving father disappeared. He's been replaced by the same heartless bastard who rejected me so brutally, who betrayed every promise he made me on our journey. You know what I'm doing here. I rasp a moment later, hating how badly it hurts to be in the same room with him. The Ethan I fell in love with hardly ever kept me out of arm's reach when we were together. His hands were always on me if I was near, and I always felt safe to reach for him too. The worst part is that he smells and looks as good as ever, and my pregnancy hormones are pulling me towards him like a magnet. My inner Omega is responding to his anger and dominance as ever, urging me to submit even though I have to be strong right now. I have to fight for my pups. The children need you. I was wrong before when I wanted to take them from you. I realize what a mistake that was. I told you never to contact me again. He snarls, positively vibrating with rage. And so you choose to turn up on my doorstep instead? Are you even listening to me? I cry, trying to keep my voice low to avoid waking the pups. Ethan, the pups are devastated. They're traumatized, and they miss you like crazy. I know you want to punish me, but please don't punish them too. They're innocent. They don't deserve this. I'm listening, Jane. Ethan bites back. And would you like to know what I hear? He's prowling towards me again, circling me like the predator he is and making my spine tremble with unease. I've rarely seen this kind of feral energy from him, and certainly never directed at me. The closest he ever came to being so aggressive with me was after Eve and Petra's plot, but then it was all anger and betrayal. This feels different somehow, wilder, almost unhinged. Please, I begin, feeling truly afraid of my mate for the first time. I hear a pathetic little Omega who thought she could get away with disrespecting and humiliating an alpha who should never have even given her the time of day. I hear a spoiled schemer who finally got exactly what she deserves and still refuses to take responsibility for her actions. I'm not doing this to the pups, Jane. You did this to the pups. He hisses, his powerful hands balled into white-knuckled fists. I know, I cry, trying with all my might not to fall to pieces in front of him. I know this is my fault, and I'm sorry. I take responsibility. I lied. I faked my death. I planned on stealing Paisley from you. I hiccup, feeling a breakdown looming very near now. So much for my vow not to let him get to me or shed any more tears over him. I'm on the verge of sobbing, but I don't care. I don't have any dignity left. There's no place for pride when it comes to protecting one's children. But I can't just stand by and watch them suffer, Ethan. I'll do anything you want, just please don't reject them too. I know you love them. So what, you want to make me the bad guy? He rumbles. You want me to take them back, knowing full well I can't possibly take you too, so that they'll hate me instead of you? No, I answer desperately. I just don't want them to hurt anymore. I want them to be safe, not taking wild risks to get back to you. It has nothing to do with me. They can hate me if they need to, as long as they're happy. So you would leave them all? Ethan demands. You would turn your back on them and walk away for good? The suggestion slices through me like the sharpest knife. I can't leave them. I immediately think. They need me. However, the more I consider the question, the more I wonder if it's true. Ethan's right. They're hurting right now because of me. I don't think he's being fair about me deserving this punishment, but if I'd never started a relationship with him again, if I'd listened to my instincts and never let them get to know their father, they wouldn't be so heartbroken now. They never would have been kidnapped. They never would have learned how terrible the world can be. Maybe they really would be better off without me. After all, I can't protect them. My pathetic fight with Anita proved that, just like her scheme proved, they'll forever be targets. If it has to be one parent or the other, they'd certainly be more secure and better provided for with their father. Ethan is watching me closely, and I know he's reading every thought as it runs through my head. His lip curls in absolute disgust, and I don't even get a chance to answer him before he gives me a look that makes it clear exactly how vile he finds me. You would? Wouldn't you? What kind of mother would even contemplate such a thing? He accuses. The more time I spend with you, the more selfish I realize you are. Do you even want them? Are you just trying to pawn them off on me so you can start over with someone new? Oh, goddess, I can't win. I'm a liar and a traitor for taking them from him, and I'm a monster for considering giving them back. I'm just trying to help them. I practically shout, tears streaming down my cheeks. I don't know what to do anymore. Just tell me what you want. Just tell me what to do. I sink down onto the floor, literally on my knees, begging now. I cover my face in my hands, sobbing and rocking back and forth. Stop that! Ethan orders viciously, sounding even angrier now. I can't stand to see your weakness. Don't you have any backbone at all? Of a sudden, I'm reminded of the first time he stood over me this way. That fateful day, I learned I was destined to become his pleasure slave. As the memory flashes in my mind's eye, I recall my wolf's advice before we set out, her words about going back to being Ethan's toy. I feel a sick sort of fascination with the idea. That would certainly be a punishment I deserve, and it would let me stay here with my pups. When we reunited, Ethan insisted degrading me had never been his intention, but now I'm sure he was lying. I have no doubt my demotion to Omega Slave was well calculated and thought out, not just some miscommunicated house arrest. It would certainly suit his sadistic streak, and the pups wouldn't have to know. They could have us both, and Ethan could punish me in the way he clearly loves most. Not to mention, it would let you be close to him. My wolf adds slyly. I feel absolutely sick to my stomach when I realize what I'm considering. How broken and fucked up does a person have to be to think this way? To consider shackling themselves to a monster? It would be for the pups, but that's not the full story, and I know it. My wolf still loves Ethan the way she always has. She'd let him do anything to her as long as she got to be near him. That's not the example I want to set for my daughters, and I'm so ashamed of myself for that secret desire. Why did I have to be born an Omega? Why can't I be as strong and powerful as I convinced people I was when I was pretending to be Elise Carrington? Before I can think better of it, I look up at him through red-rimmed eyes. I'll do anything. I say again, licking my lips and gulping in a deep breath of air. I'll pay any price. Ethan narrows his eyes, squatting down and snatching my chin between his thumb and forefinger, forcing me to look up at him. I'm sure he's on to me. He senses the direction of my thoughts, but if my station wasn't already low enough, he's not going to just decide on it himself. He's going to make me say it. He's going to make me ask him for it. What are you suggesting? I'm saying... I almost can't get the words out. I'm saying I'll be your slave again. I whisper, knowing I've officially reached rock bottom. Take the pups back. Let me stay with them. But punish me however you like. Make me your pleasure slave or chain me in a dungeon, whatever you want. Just take us back. Ethan. I couldn't be more shocked if Jane had pulled out a knife and stabbed me. I can't believe what I'm hearing. I can't believe what I'm saying. My beautiful, intelligent, passionate mate is begging on her knees, offering to become my slave again if I'll only reconsider rejecting the pups. The irony is unbearable. I rejected her in part to avoid shackling her to a mad man, and now she's suggesting that very same thing, only worse. As I look down at her, struggling to comprehend that this is really happening, my wolf tries to burst free, only to find himself hobbled and motionless, stuck within the steely confines of my skin. He doesn't stop, thrashing violently inside me, rattling my bones as he tries to escape. The pain is unbearable, both physical and mental. Eventually, my wolf gives up, receding deep inside me with a tortured howl. He knows we're paralyzed, but he keeps trying all the same. I think he's in denial, refusing to believe he's truly going to be trapped forever. At first, seeing Jane calmed him, and I thought we might actually get through this meeting without one of these agonizing episodes. But that was before he saw what we've done to her. There could not be stronger proof that I don't deserve her. Jane should be with someone who worships her, who is so good that they couldn't hurt her if they tried. I never should have fought Jane when she returned for Paisley. I should have handed over my precious daughter and let them run off into the sunset together. I was selfish, determined to get my mate back and refusing to do what was best for my daughter. And thank goodness Jane did return. If she didn't, I might have ended up screwing up our precious pup just as badly as I did her mother. My every instinct is to gather Jane into my arms and kiss away her tears, apologize for being so horrible, and promise never to let anything ever harm her again. But that's not a promise I can keep. I don't have the strength to protect her anymore. And I know the threats will keep coming, including from myself. They can't stay, but I have to find a way to help get Jane back on her feet before I send her away. I can't leave her in this state, so shattered that she'd sell herself to me like some cheap commodity. At the same time, I can't show her any sign of weakness. You should be ashamed of yourself. I growl, watching the words slam into her with visceral effect. I left the pups with you because I thought you were a good mother. I thought you were stable enough to care for them, but clearly I was wrong. Trust me, Ethan, Jane murmurs hollowly. I'm more ashamed of myself than you could ever be, and I've known for a long time now that I'm not a good mother. My wolf whines pitifully, but I try to retain my composure. I'll let you and the pups stay through the holidays. I announce coldly, until you can prove you're a fit mother, and the pups adjust to the idea of living in the dark moon pack, but you're out of your mind if you think I want you back in my bed, even as a slave. Jane clenches her eyes shut, tears spilling over her lashes. She whimpers softly with relief? Pain? I can't tell. After a moment, she looks back up at me, her green eyes shining with grief. What happened to you? What do you mean? I respond sharply, paranoia filling me. She can't know. Surely she doesn't know. I mean, what happened to that sweet boy who loved me even though I was an Omega? She weeps, shaking her head. What happened to the man who married me against everyone's wishes, who rejected his fated mate for me? Now that gets my attention. As far as I know, Jane never learned about my meeting with Nina. How do you know about that? You don't remember, do you? She asks, a note of irony in her thick voice. You were too drunk, but you told me about meeting her, about not having the tiniest interest in her because you already had me. Yes, well, if I'd been smarter, I would have taken her when I had the chance. I lie. I have no doubt she would never debase herself this way, even for her pup's welfare. I should have listened when people warned me about Omegas. Jane trembles but doesn't acknowledge my harsh words. You'll really let us stay? I don't exactly have a choice, I declare. If you're willing to sell yourself to me, who knows what else you might be willing to do. For all I know, you'll be out on the street offering your body to any alpha who will take you in. That isn't fair, Jane objects, showing a flare of anger for the first time. Good, I'd much rather have her anger than her sadness. I'm a successful businesswoman, and I'm only here because you're the pup's father. This isn't about money or protection. Well, it wasn't fair when you stole my pups from me and hid their existence either. I rumble. Why do you believe you deserve a luxury you didn't grant to me? Because despite my crimes, I gave you 4 beautiful pups who worship the ground you walk on. She reminds me. Is that worth nothing to you? You're worth nothing to me, I correct her viciously. How many ways do I have to say it before you understand? Jane yanks her body away from me then, backing away even as she glares at me. I can tell she wants to yell at me, to attack me even, but I'm sure she's afraid of saying the wrong thing, of making me change my mind about letting the pups stay. You don't have to say any more, she growls, moving towards the door. I understand perfectly. She turns on her heel and runs out of the room, and though she waits until she's down the hall and has closed herself in one of the guest bedrooms, the distance doesn't do anything to prevent me from hearing the sounds of her sobs. Suddenly, my fury and outrage over my situation surges out of me in a great torrent, and I find myself sweeping all the items from my desk. I wish I could roar and shout, but if I can hear Jane, I'm sure she can hear me. Making a mess of my office doesn't help ease my temper. I take no pleasure as papers, books, and technology go flying onto the floor. Not even the visceral crash as they land can satisfy my rage. My beta, Matthew, appears a few moments later, entering through the side door and looking over the mess with solemn understanding. Don't, I bark. I don't want your pity. I'm not going to offer you pity, he answers simply. I actually thought I might be able to give you a little hope. What hope? There is no hope for me, Matthew. How many times do I have to tell you? I hiss, glaring at my loyal beta. Your wolf is calmer with your mate nearby, he assesses coolly. I know things just went badly, but if Jane is around, you'll have more time. You might be able to hold on long enough for the doctors to find a cure. You know the chances of a cure are all but non-existent, I reply, slumping into my desk chair. Continuing to bring it up is simply cruel. But Ethan, it is possible, Matthew reminds me. The doctors said so. Lots of things are possible, I counter. Flying to the moon is possible, but the chances of me doing it are 0. I have to be realistic here. If I hang my hopes on a long shot, then we won't be prepared. The most likely outcome is madness and death. We have to assume that is going to happen. We have to be pragmatic and ensure everything is in place for that eventuality. I understand that, but being realistic doesn't mean giving up completely. You're not even trying to fight, Ethan, Matthew accuses. You're just giving up. That isn't you. What am I supposed to fight for? I demand. I don't have anything left. The best I can hope for is a few more months of misery. I don't want to extend my life if it's going to be like this. For them, he shouts, pointing to the door Jane just exited. For your family. Don't do this, Ethan. It's not too late. The pups still love you. Jane still loves you. And look at what I've done to her, I command. I don't deserve her, and the pups deserve better too. Maybe so, Matthew agrees, but you're the one they want. I stare at the solid wooden panel, wishing there was some way out of this mess. I despise myself, and I want to make this better for my family at any cost. Jane will understand if you tell her the truth. I can't do that, I insist. If she finds out, she'll never leave me. That isn't the goal. I'm no good for her even when I'm sane. I think we've already proven that much. For the pups, then, if you get better, you can still be in their lives, Matthew argues. You won't be a danger to them. They need their father. I know he's right. I know if there's a chance, I should fight for it. I just don't know if I could survive getting my hopes up only to have them dashed again. Then again, if I'm going to die anyway, it won't matter if I can survive it. All right, I agree. I won't give up yet, for them. Ethan. Christmas carols fill the air as I watch Riley, Ryder, Paisley, and Parker zoom around the skating rink, giggling and laughing as they play tag and stage races. Fairy lights and boughs of holly have been strewn around the edges of the rink, and the scent of apples and cinnamon waft through the falling snow from a nearby hot cider booth. My first afternoon back with the pups is the best day I've had since they were kidnapped, and certainly since I was paralyzed. It's true that I'm heartbroken over Jane, but being with my children again at long last is pure joy. Ice skating has always been Paisley's favorite Christmas pastime, but I've never seen her share the experience with anyone but me. It's magical to see her playing with the others, so carefree. In the old days, I had to hold her hand the whole time. She was never healthy enough to get rambunctious on the ice. Now, she has no problem keeping up, and I couldn't be prouder. That said, every few minutes she comes racing over to the sidelines to beg me to come onto the ice with her. She doesn't understand why I'm not out there with her like I always have been in the past. Unfortunately, my mechanized braces are great for pretending to walk, but there's no way they can handle ice skating. The movement is too smooth and the balance too precarious. "Daddy, please," Paisley begs, giving me huge puppy dog eyes. "We came all this way to seize you and you're not even skating." Daddy's still recovering from his surgery. I lie. "You remember how careful you have to be when you're healing." "But how much longer is it going to take?" she inquires. "I want to play with you." "I want to play with you too, Angel, and I will. I'm just not up to skating." I sigh. "Besides, you don't need me anymore. You have your brothers and sister." "Is not the same." Paisley frowns. "I never had to worry about falling before. You were always there to catch me. What if I falls?" "Sweetheart, you're healthy enough to fall now. That's a good thing." I promise, making my tone as gentle as possible as I continue. "You can't go through your whole life holding Daddy's hand. You have to branch out on your own, take risks. It's what growing up is all about." The truth is, I'd be thrilled to let Paisley keep holding my hand as long as she wants to. After all, those years when pups want to be that close with their parents are so fleeting. However, if I'm going to let them stay here, it can't just be for Jane. I have to take the opportunity to get my pups used to the idea of living without me. I have to teach her these lessons while I still have the chance. After talking with Matthew, I'm actually grateful that Jane did return. It's giving me the opportunity to do things right. To make sure she and the pups are really going to be okay after I'm gone. In hindsight, I should have done this from the beginning, but I didn't have the braces then. I didn't know I'd be able to pull it off. Although Paisley doesn't really seem to be buying my story. "Daddy, what are you talking about?" she demands. "I don't want to grow up if it means I have to stop holding your hand." "I know, little one," I confess. "None of us ever want to grow up, but it happens anyway." She narrows her eyes. "Daddy, you're being weird," I chuckle. "I know, I'm sorry, Munchkin. You and Mommy are both being weirds." Paisley continues, "Is something going on you're not telling us?" "Of course," I think wryly. "The pups have always been too smart for their own good. That's Jane's doing. Her genes were clearly stronger than mine when it came to passing down her brilliant mind. Usually I think it's a blessing they're so bright, but times like this make it very inconvenient. I'm searching for some way to answer her without giving up the game." Then, right on cue, Riley, Parker, and Ryder skid to a stop beside her. "Come on, Paisley," Riley urges. "We want to make a skating chain." Paisley continues watching me for a long moment, but eventually she turns to her sister. "What's a skating chain?" she asks, crinkling her nose. "Is when you hold hands and can't let go even if other people's are coming towards you," Parker answers excitedly. "You have to weave and dodge and try to stay together as long as possible," Ryder adds. "Okay." Paisley agrees excitedly, forgetting her earlier mistrust. As they skate away, I look back to the benches lining the rink, finding Jane watching me with a drawn expression. She hasn't spoken a word to me since we fought this morning, and her eyes are still red from crying. She's trailed behind the pups and I throughout this outing, her arms wrapped protectively around herself as if she's waiting to receive some sort of blow. I go to sit next to her, pulling my mouth into a hard line. "They know something is up. You need to pull yourself together." "Can you just give it a rest, Ethan?" she answers, glaring at me. "I'm trying, all right? I'm trying to do what's right. I'm trying to shield them as best I can, and I'd have an easier time keeping myself together if you stopped hovering over me this way." Goddess, if only I could, I think bitterly. It's one thing to keep up my horrible act to ensure she'll hate me, but it's another entirely to walk away from her when she's so raw and fragile. Part of me wants to feel hopeful like my beta suggested, to leave a window open for myself in case I get better and get a second chance with Jane. But I meant what I said. I'm no good for her. She's in this state because of me. Even if I do get better, I need to let her go. She deserves to find a better mate than me. I just have to make sure she's not so broken that she runs from him when he finds her. Look, it's going to make them more suspicious if there's too much distance between us, I argue. They might not know how close we got when they were kidnapped, but they know how things were before. I'm surprised you care. She bites. You didn't give a damn about their feelings when you rejected us. Now all of a sudden you want to make sure they don't find out we hate each other? I swear it's like you have multiple personalities. Jane, I admit I let my temper get the better of me in the Southern Isles. I was so angry with you I didn't think about the pups nearly enough, and I haven't since. I growl. But they're here now, and I don't want them to end up like you. So if that means putting on an act while you're in town, I'm willing to try. You're such a hypocrite. Jane snaps, clearly more angry or more confident than she was this morning. Now that she sees I'm not going to send them packing, she no doubt feels brave enough to fight back a bit. You see that I'm a mess, and you don't want the pups to end up damaged, but you don't acknowledge that the reason I am in this state is entirely your fault. Don't blame me for your mistakes, Jane, I scold. And whatever happened before, we have to find a way to move forward, and we can't keep lingering on the past. Well, if you think I'm going to go back to letting you paw me and be all over me when you're calling me a pathetic whore behind closed doors, you are out of your mind. Jane hisses. How can you even suggest such a thing? I'm not talking about that kind of act, I insist, though if I thought there was a way to do it without further tormenting Jane, I would. I merely mean we have to try and be civil. Kids pick up on so much more than we think, especially ours. If we keep going the way we are, they're all going to end up with complexes. Jane buries her face in her hands. So let me get this straight, she begins, forcing the words out through gritted teeth. I told you all this from the start. I begged you and tried to convince you not to leave them for exactly these reasons. And now you're going to come to me and pretend like it was your realization and your idea. If that's the way you want to view it, go right ahead, I mutter, knowing how bipolar I must seem to her. In truth, I feel a bit bipolar too. Then again, the kind of trauma we've been through can jumble even the stablest person's mind. Now do we have a deal? Or not? Before she can reply, I hear a tumble and a sharp cry in the direction of my pups. I whip my head around, expecting to see Paisley sprawled on the ice. However, it isn't Paisley writhing on the ice in pain. It's Parker, and he's bleeding. Ethan. Jane and I are both on our feet the moment we see our pup injured. My instincts send me flying onto the ice, but my braces keep me from moving the way I normally would. I barely beat Jane to Parker's side, biting back a growl of pain when the braces wrench my legs into painful contortions. I can't feel anything below the waist, but the sharp metal still digs into my abdomen, and the powerful pinch as they try to adjust to the precarious surface beneath my feet is nearly excruciating. I drop to my knees beside Parker, scanning his precious form for the source of the injury. Almost at once, I see a bleeding gash on his forearm, and though I'm relieved to see the wound isn't grave, I still feel a pang of sympathy for the child. Are you okay, buddy? Parker looks up at me, his dark eyes welling with tears as his face grimaces in pain. He's clutching his arm, clearly trying to put up a strong front, but obviously struggling. Daddy, it hurts. Jane is already on the ground beside him, stroking back his hair. Let Mommy see, sweetheart, she encourages gently, reaching for his arm. I watch her examine him, praising him for being so brave as she deftly studies the injury. The sight of his crimson blood staining the ice makes me feel sick to my stomach, despite the fact that I'm no stranger to blood and gore. It's always been the same with Paisley. Seeing her injured can cut me to the core while I barely blink at dead enemies on a battlefield. What happened? I press, my wolf anxious to confirm it was simply a skating accident and that there's no greater threat. He lost his balance. Riley answers for her brother, but when he felt his arm hit Ryder's skate. Tsk, poor darling. Jane croons. Let's get you off the ice. I bet there's a first aid kit here somewhere. I scoop up Parker before she can object, needing to feel him safe in my arms. The others follow us off the ice, and Jane disappears to find medical supplies. My wolf wants to follow her, not wanting to let her out of his sight. Unfortunately, there's no way around this, so instead I find a bench and settle with Parker in my lap while his brothers and sisters gather around us. Where'd Mommy go? He sniffles, looking around anxiously. She'll be right back, I assure him. She just went to find some Band-Aids. He's sniffling louder now, and I realize we're about to have a full-on breakdown. I want Mommy. Parker moans, letting his tears fall freely now. Apparently, the pain hadn't been bad enough to send him over the edge on its own, but Jane's absence on top of the discomfort was too much for the poor pup. "Is okay, Parker," Paisley consoles her brother. "Look, here Mommy comes now." Jane seems surprised to find Parker crying and reaching for her when she returns, but she takes him into her arms as easily as breathing. "Poor darling," she croons, stroking his hair as he presses his tear-stained face into her neck. "It's okay. I'm here. Mommy's got you." There's something almost serene about watching Jane comfort our son, the way only a mother can. If only all problems could be fixed as easily as they can when we're little, and the only medicine that will do is a hug from Mom. It's an important reminder of why I have to help repair Jane's relationship with the pups. Not only because she'll never recover if they continue to shun her, but because she's the only parent they can rely on now. They have to trust her implicitly. Jane is still cuddling and kissing Parker as she sits down, passing me the first aid kit. Luckily, all of their attention is focused on Parker as I kneel down, unsteady and graceless in the braces. As I begin cleaning the wound, pleased to see it's shallow and straight, the other children press closer, looking over my shoulder as I work. "Ooh," Riley exclaims, sounding more intrigued than grossed out. "It's all gushy." "That looks bad, Parker," Ryder adds solemnly. "Does it hurt lots and lots?" Paisley asks in a hushed whisper. Parker sniffles and shakes his head, downplaying the ache. "Not really." "That's my brave boy." Jane praises him as I unpack more supplies. Parker shoots her a disgruntled look. "Mommy, you're harassing me." Despite his words, he doesn't attempt to move a single inch from her arms, instead cuddling closer and leaning his head back against her shoulder. I find myself chuckling. Next to Riley, Parker is the most independent and proud of our pups. His sister has a truly wild spirit, but he wears the weight of being the oldest and strongest. I know that he, and not Ryder, is my natural heir. And though he's still very young, he's clearly already feeling the pressure to hide his vulnerable side. That's another thing I'll have to do. I think beginning a list in my head of all the tasks I need to accomplish before I say goodbye to my family for good. Help Jane find her strength again, heal her relationship with the pups, teach my boys that being strong doesn't mean destroying their soft sides. There's nothing embarrassing about loving and being loved, I tell Parker, seeing Jane's eyes widen in surprise over his head. Your mommy just wants you to know how proud she is, and she's right, you're being very brave. But Daddy, Parker begins, only to be cut off when I continue. No buts. How would you feel if you told one of your siblings you loved them, and they told you to stop because they didn't want anyone to hear? I ask, giving him a searching look. Parker frowns. I'd feel bad, like there's something wrong with me. Exactly. I nod. It's okay to feel embarrassed sometimes, but you should never feel ashamed of showing affection, especially not from your family. Your mommy loves you more than anything. Parker looks up at Jane as if for confirmation, and I feel a bitter twinge. A few weeks ago, they never would have doubted her. Now they need to hear it from me to believe it, and it's all my fault in the first place. It's true, she agrees solemnly. I love you 4 more than I love myself. All 4 pups lean closer now, and Parker's lower lip quivers. Sorry, Mommy. It's okay, Munchkin, she promises, smiling sadly. I'm going to embarrass you more and more as you get older. Paisley argues, we'll never be embarrassed of you again, Mommy. Thank you, sweetheart. Jane reaches out an arm to squeeze our youngest daughter. She looks as though she might want to thank me too, but she can't seem to look me in the eye. Instead, she peeks up from beneath her lashes, bringing her brilliant green irises up to my chin. At the last moment, she chickens out, lowering her gaze back to Parker without a word. I hate seeing her so diminished. And I can't imagine a greater shame than seeing those you're meant to protect cower from you in fear. Later, after the pups are asleep in bed, I find Jane standing at their door, watching Parker anxiously. Her gaze is loving and hawkish at once, and she's wearing the same expression I've seen in the mirror 1,000 times when I think about my family being hurt. She's barely let him out of her sight since the incident at the rink, though it was a minor injury. He's fine, Jane. It was just a little cut. I tell her softly, realizing the children's kidnapping must still be plaguing her, bad memories and past trauma playing on her emotions. I know that, she murmurs, still not taking her eyes off him. I just want to make sure they go down without any nightmares. She's mentioned this a few times before, the way the pups can't seem to sleep through the night anymore, the way they wait crying for me. Why don't you let me do this? I suggest, wondering if Jane has been sleeping herself or if she's been staying up all night to watch over the pups. You go get some sleep. Jane shakes her head. No, I don't mind. She insists, but I see a flicker of darker emotion in her eyes. It's as if she doesn't like the idea of sleeping one bit, but I can't tell if her fear is for leaving the pups unguarded or for herself. Have you been having nightmares too? I question, watching her closely. A flash of anger crosses her beautiful creatures. What do you care? She bites coldly. You're sleep-deprived, I cut sharply. It's no wonder you're such a mess when you're exhausting yourself this way. Now, if it's because of worry for the pups, then I'm telling you I will look after them while you rest. But if it's about your own dreams, that's another matter entirely. Jane looks at me for the first time all day. Why? Even if I have them, it's not like you can fix them. You never have nightmares when you sleep with me. I remind her sternly. Jane reels back, looking shocked. Are you saying you want me to sleep with you? Jane. I can't believe what I'm hearing. Ethan must not mean what I think. He must be suggesting some other solution, and I simply don't understand. There's no way he'd offer to let me sleep with him, and while I'd like to say that I would never contemplate cuddling up to someone who's been so cruel to me, the truth is that my wolf has no such pride. She wants me to climb right into Ethan's strong arms and never leave again. I'm saying that I'll stay with you if you need me to, at a distance, of course. He supplies simply, at a distance. I repeat in my head, of course. It would be crazy to think he'd ever want to sleep beside me again, that he would willingly touch me. I should have learned my lesson earlier when I offered to become his slave again. What a proud moment that was. That won't do any good. I finally reply, my tone rough and distant. Why not? Ethan inquires, clearly displeased with being refused. I clench my eyes shut, wishing I was big or strong enough to shake my former mate. His mood swings are every bit as wild and volatile as my own, and I'm pregnant. I don't know how to cope with this strange new Ethan. It's like the battle with Eamon unhinged him somehow. I don't recognize the man in front of me, and the only flashes of the old Ethan I can find are when he's with our pups. Because my nightmares are about you. I answer hoarsely, sharing a truth I fully intended to keep buried, so you being there would only make them worse. Ethan growls, and I fight the instinct to flinch. Then I'll give you a sleeping pill. He grumbles. Either way, you need to rest. Fine, I mutter glumly. Whatever you say, Ethan. That's what you meant by being civil, isn't it? That I just follow your orders and obey your every whim? That's part of it. He confirms, turning his mind to our earlier conversation. Parker was hurt before we finished discussing his proposal, that we pretend to get along in front of the pups. Does that mean you'll agree to my terms? I don't think I have any choice. I admit not bothering to mask my misery. I haven't had a say in any of this, so why should I now? Good. Ethan nods, as if he didn't hear the second part of my reply. This is my last Christmas with the pups. I want to make sure they remember it fondly. I jerk my head up. I know Ethan said he wouldn't change his mind about rejecting us, but part of me thought he would make an exception for the pups every once in a while, like the holidays. Please don't say that. I beg, please don't shut them out of your life for good. I'm not going to have this argument again, Ethan declares, pulling me away from the pup's door until we're out of hearing range. We can't keep going around in circles like this. We have to move forward with our lives. You love them. It sounds like an accusation, as if I'm indicting him for some terrible crime. Why is it so hard for him to admit? He's never shied away from showing affection before, and it's especially galling after the lecture he gave the pups earlier. I know you do. I can see it in your eyes every time you look at them. This doesn't have to be their last Christmas with you. Can't you just keep an open mind? You don't know how you'll feel in a few years. It's too soon to be burning bridges this way. I know that the pups need you more than they need me, Ethan asserts, pulling me away from Mum. And I won't have you in my life, so that's that. Ethan, they need both of us, I argue. That's why we're here, because I tried to go it alone and it didn't work. No, you saw Parker today. When he was hurt, he wanted you, because at the end of the day, your bond with them is stronger than mine will ever be. He surveys me closely. When you're back on your feet, you'll see I'm right. This is ridiculous. I don't know how he thinks I'll ever be able to get back on my feet without him. Losing him is the reason I've fallen so low in the first place. And just how are you planning on fixing me, Ethan? I snipe. Forcing me to sleep and telling the pups I love them won't undo the damage you've inflicted, especially if you're planning on disappearing again. You just worry about taking care of yourself. Ethan orders, I'll handle the rest. And what about the pack? Are you going to deprive it of its future leader? Parker is your heir, and Ryder will be a strong alpha one day, I reminds him. They can't learn how to run a pack from me. Leading is about instinct, he says simply. My father wasn't exactly an ideal role model, and I figured it out. They'll be fine. I'm not sure how it's possible for anything to surprise me anymore. I've come to expect nothing but harshness and neglect from Ethan, but this is too much. For a man who is obsessed with duty and responsibility, Ethan is being incredibly irresponsible. It simply doesn't compute. The more time I spend with him, the more I think I must be missing something. His behavior is too erratic, too out of character, and unpredictable. Yet I can't think of any reason why he might be doing this. What motive could he possibly have to abandon us, other than simple malice? What are you planning? I ask at last. How do you intend on making things better? Enough that the pups won't run right back to you when I take them home again. Ethan frowns. I'm going to phase myself out. I was reckless to cut ties so immediately. This time, we'll do it right, and that starts with giving them a happy holiday with their family. In the new year, they'll start school, they'll get into a routine, and eventually, when I start calling less and less, they'll stop expecting to hear from me. When they grow up, they'll realize you were the better parent for being there. You just have to get through it in the meantime. He makes it sound so simple, as if it's a matter of logic and strategy rather than emotion. Children don't forget that easily. I inform him. And I still don't understand why you're so determined to reject them too. It's not for you to understand, he replies. Just accept it, move on, and find someone new, someone who can be a better role model to them than I am. A bitter laugh spills from my tongue. Well, there's no denying that they need a stronger father figure. I snipe honestly. I don't want the boys to turn out like you, but you're crazy if you think I could trust another alpha enough to get involved with him. You've done a very thorough job ensuring that will never happen. Now, who's got a closed mind? Ethan counters. You don't know what the future holds, and you're still young. You might have a fated mate out there yourself. His words are positively jarring. I can't fathom Ethan supporting the idea of me being with another man, even if he doesn't want me himself. He's always been so possessive, fiercely protective, and now he's not only suggesting I find a new lover, but that another man might stand in for him with our pups. Red flags whirl through my mind, warnings and instincts insisting that something is wrong here. You want me to find my fated mate? I repeat, trying to probe deeper, to see if I can get a reaction out of Ethan or provoke him into revealing his motives. As you said, I love the pups. Ethan proclaims icily, I want them to have a good life, and if you can't provide them one without the help of a man, then yes, I'd support you finding a new mate. Well, that might be difficult, I muse aloud. Not many wolves are eager to take on she-wolves with pups from another man, let alone 5 of them. Ethan blinks, my words clearly not making sense to him. I hadn't been planning on telling Ethan about the pregnancy. I haven't even told the pups yet. Still, if I want to push him off balance enough to make him show his hand, I can't think of a better way. Besides, I can't keep the secret much longer. My scent is going to change soon, and then everyone will know the truth. Besides, at this point, it seems like nothing convinced him to be involved in our children's life, so telling him about the new baby won't risk anything. His brow furrows in confusion. 5? Ethan. Yes, Jane confirms, looking me in the eye for the first time. I'm pregnant, Ethan. The room is spinning. Everything has turned upside down and inside out, and I can't make sense of any of it. This isn't real. It can't be real. Jane can't be pregnant. History is repeating itself right before my eyes, only this time my mate hasn't hidden her condition from me out of fear. She's done it because I didn't give her any other choice. The first time was a misunderstanding, but that's not the case now. It isn't possible. I think again. I would have known there would be signs, symptoms. Even as I ponder this possibility, I realize there have been signs and symptoms. She never went back into heat again after the first time. She was so sick in the Southern Isles even after we disembarked from the ship, and her emotions have been so raw since she returned. What? I say inanely, not able to wrap my mind around this. What are you talking about? I'm pregnant, Jane repeats, tears shining in her eyes. I wasn't going to tell you after you rejected us, but I can't hide it any longer. How long have you known? I ask, my voice like gravel. I have no right, but I can't help feeling disgruntled that she kept this secret. Another baby, another child I'll be endangering if I let her stay. But another baby. I missed her first pregnancy. I never got to watch her body grow and change with the pups. I didn't get to help her bring them into the world, to see the miracle with my own eyes. This could be my second chance, the opportunity to do it right this time around. I suspected when we were still on the ship, she confesses, and I was fairly convinced by the time we tracked the pups down. I just couldn't think about anything but getting them back. You kept it from me all that time? I hiss, outraged that she was coping with this on top of everything else that happened on our trip. You had enough to worry about. She shrugs, tears spilling over her lashes. And I didn't think you'd let me help if you knew. You already didn't want me there. Then the doctors in the hospital confirmed it. I was coming to tell you when you sent me away. All at once, my cruelty towards my mate takes on new meaning. I devastated Jane at the moment she should have been happiest. I placed the burden of raising another fatherless child on her shoulders. You're damn right I wouldn't have let you help, I say before I can stop myself. You had no business putting yourself at that kind of risk when you're breeding. What were you thinking? I was thinking my children were in danger, and I had to do anything possible to rescue them. She snarls back, finally showing some of her old fire. And what about the child in your belly? I demand. You didn't think anything of putting it in danger. I didn't even know if it was real. Jane counters. Why else do you think I waited so long to find out? I couldn't do what was necessary to save the pups if I was walking on eggshells for an unborn child. You should have told me, I growl, pacing ferociously. You should have come to me the first moment you suspected you were breeding. Why? Jane exclaims, her face twisted in a pained expression. Do you even care that I'm going to have a baby, or just that I kept the secret and undermined you again? I care about you. I care about the baby. I want to shout. Instead, I scoff. And you wonder why I don't trust you. Do the pups know? Of course not, Jane is saying, wrapping her arms protectively around herself. I was going to wait until I was clear of the first trimester. I thought it would be hard enough explaining where babies come from. I didn't want to risk having to explain miscarriages too if something went wrong. This is torture. I can't stand hearing her speak this way, seeing her so timid and fragile. This morning, I didn't think I could possibly feel worse than when Jane offered to sacrifice her freedom to me, but it seems I hadn't yet learned the true depth of my despair. What kind of alpha does this to his mate? I shouldn't be allowed to be anywhere near her or the pups. If Jane is pregnant, then she's even more vulnerable than I knew. She won't be in any condition to protect herself or the pups from me, and there's no denying a day will come when this is necessary. But we still have a chance to get better. You decided not to give up, and this is exactly why we can't. My wolf insists. She shouldn't have to do it all alone, not again. It isn't right. I'm not giving up, I answer furiously. But we can't keep hurting Jane like this. We're no good for her, and one day we might be able to be near her again without being a threat, but we're never going to deserve her. Of course we do. When we're well, there's no stronger alpha. My wolf counters. Strength isn't enough. I realize far too late. All this time I've thought being the toughest wolf automatically made me worthy of my mate, but now I see that safety isn't worth anything if she's perpetually heartbroken. Just look at what my protection has done to her. Though you're right, she shouldn't have to do it alone. She shouldn't have had to the first time, and I'll be damned if I'm going to let it happen again. If anything, this news has made me realize just how right my beta was, though for very different reasons. I have to do whatever I can to get better, but not so that I can bring my family home. My initial instincts were right. As much as I abhor the idea, I have to find Jane a new mate, someone she'll be safe and happy with and who can be the father my pups deserve. If I can find a cure, then I can watch over my family from afar. I can give them a better life than they would have had if they stayed with me, and I can keep them safe in the meantime. It's always been my job to love and protect Jane, and though she may not understand it, I'm doing the same now. The difference is that I'm protecting her from me now, and this love feels deeper and more true than before. In the past, I never would have considered parting from her, but I can't be selfish anymore. I have to let her go. The plan is already forming in my mind, but for now, I have to make sure Jane gives up on me once and for all. Only then can she start over. Only then can she begin a new life. 5 pups isn't so much more daunting than 4. I announce, returning to our earlier conversation with forced pragmatism. Eric was in love with you and willing to take on the pups. I'm sure we can find another man to do the same now. That's it, Jane gapes. That's all you have to say to me? Never mind that I'm pregnant with your child. You still want to pawn me off onto another man? Don't sound so surprised, I mutter. You can't really have expected this to change anything. Jane shakes her head, swiping at her cheeks. You know I can't tell if I've lost my mind or if you've lost yours, she announces, her voice like gravel. I keep thinking it's you, but then people always say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, but expecting different results. I suppose it's my own fault for not learning my lesson the first time. You keep hurting me, and I keep expecting you to go back to acting sweet, despite the evidence in front of me. I hope that means you're going to stop trying to change my mind, I reply. I might not want you for a mate, but you're better than this, Jane. She shakes her head. You know, you're right, she agrees. I don't know why I've always given you so much power over me, why I've let my wolf convince me to give you second, third, and fourth chances. My weakness is my own fault, but I'm not going to subject my pups to your mistreatment. I'm not going to make them pay for my mistakes any longer. Good. I commend her, pleased to see she's finally reached her limit. Maybe offering to be my slave again was rock bottom, but apparently my disregard for our new baby was the straw that broke the camel's back. You're almost sounding like yourself again. She notches her chin up. Let's just get through the holidays, and then we can go our separate ways. Agreed. Ethan. That night, I lay awake in bed, replaying my conversation with Jane over and over in my head. For the first time since I got my diagnosis, I feel like I have a purpose again. It's taken me a while to reach this place, but Jane's return made it only too clear that giving up and pushing my family away wasn't working for anyone. What's more, being paralyzed has finally given me the perspective to understand that there's more than one kind of strength. And just because I can't protect them with my wolf, it doesn't mean I can't care for them in other ways. Above all else, I'm realizing that my possessiveness and determination to make Jane mine again was never about her welfare, but satisfying my own ego and selfishness. The wheels in my mind are turning swiftly now, overflowing with ideas for how to put my plan in motion. When I started making my list of goals, I intended to help Jane and impart lessons on my children in the brief time we have left together. But now I see that it doesn't have to stop there. Already, my wolf feels calmer, less on edge and erratic. I've been flailing and drowning for more than a month now, holding on to everything I felt I was losing and letting the pain rip me apart. But it's amazing how soothing it can be to simply let go. I'm still lying there, staring at the ceiling fan when my door cracks open and tiny footsteps cross my floor. Paisley's sweet scent wafts over me, and the next thing I know, her precious voice is whispering beside me. Daddy, are you awake? I might be, I tease, cracking one eye open. But you shouldn't be. It's way past your bedtime. Can I sleep with you? She asks anxiously, almost as though she's worried I'll refuse her. Of course, Angel. I agree, lifting the covers for her to crawl onto the mattress next to me. I've missed you so much, Daddy, she murmurs, snuggling her head against my chest. I don't like the Dark Moon Pack. But aren't you happy being with Mommy and your brothers and sister? I press, guilt assailing me once more. Paisley is quiet for a long moment. I loves them, she finally answers. But I loves you too, and you're all alones now. I don't like it. Mommy has Ryder and Parker and Riley, but without me you don't have anyone. That was the point, I think, Riley. If I'm alone, I can't hurt anyone. It's very sweet of you to worry about me, Princess, I tell her gently, running my hand through her soft hair. But it's a daddy's job to worry about his pups, not the other way around. As long as you're happy, I'll be fine. Daddy, of course, it's my job to worry about you. Paisley objects, lifting her head and shooting me a stern look. We've always been together and you needs me. You always says you don't know what you'd do without me. Whoops. Trust a pup to remember your words at the most inconvenient times. Paisley, I love you, and that means I want what's best for you, even if it's hard for me. Her green eyes are glowing up at me in the darkness, and I can't help but wonder if our new baby will be as perfect as our first 4. Will they still take after me? Will they luck out and get even more of their mother's genes? Now, I won't lie and tell you that it hasn't been hard for me to be away from you, but it's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. But I'm not asking you to make a sacrifice. Paisley argues. No one asked Edme where I wanted to live. No one asked Edme if I wanted to go with Mommy. But, sweetheart, you've been dreaming of having a mommy your whole life, I remind her. It's all you ever wanted, and I've always felt guilty that you had to grow up without one. I know, Paisley frowns, but I always thought that if I got a mommy, we'd all be together. No one ever told me that I'd haves to leave you. I'm sorry, I sigh, hating to see my little girl so sad. But you're going to need your mommy more than me the older you get. I could teach you how to be a pup, but she can teach you about being a woman. It's right for you to be with her. Daddy, I'm not going to be a woman for ages and ages, Paisley objects, sounding thoroughly affronted by this idea. It's going to happen faster than you think, Munchkin. I chuckle, tapping the end of her nose with my finger. Why do you keep saying these things? Paisley questions, sitting up and brushing my hand away from her face. You promised you'd never leaves me, but after you rescued us, you didn't even try to stay with us. And now it's like, I don't know, like you aren't you anymores. But I didn't leave you, Paisley, I inform her gently. You went with your mommy, and I let you go because I want what's best for you. But you're what's best for me, Paisley cries. Daddy, why are you doing this? Even as she says it, she pushes at my side, and her small hands collide with the braces wrapped around my body. I've been sleeping in them out of fear that I'll have to get up from bed in front of Jane or the kids. Paisley's young face scrunches up in confusion, and she pokes at the hard metal. Daddy, what's that? It's nothing, little one. I'm sorry this is all so hard, but everything always seems better after a good night's sleep. Just try to rest. I instruct, my heart racing as I try not to panic. She can't find out. If Paisley finds out, it will only be a matter of time before the others do too, and then they'll never leave me. Jane will be stuck with me out of hopeless love or misplaced duty, and they'll all be the worse for it. I don't even know if I can be cured yet. I'm determined to fight, but I won't be safe to be around until that happens. Unfortunately, Paisley isn't buying it. She's poking around the braces, feeling down my hip and over my legs. Daddy, what are these things on you? They're nothing important, I insist. Just something the doctor prescribed after my surgery. But the surgery was on your back, she protests, sounding increasingly suspicious. These things are on your legs. The more she pokes and prods, the more I can see her sharp mind putting the pieces together. You've been walking funny, she muses, gnawing on her lower lip in precisely the same way Jane does when she's thinking. And you wouldn't skate with me. Paisley, don't worry about it. I try to command, but I can see it's too late. Daddy, are your legs broken? Paisley asks, looking up at me with wide eyes. Damn it. You really are too smart for your own good, you know that? I gripe. That's not an answer. Paisley pouts. My legs aren't working right now, I confess. Which means my wolf can't get out either. Do you understand what that means? She shakes her head, her lower lips trembling. Does it hurt? I can't feel anything, I assure her, speaking only half the truth. I might not be able to feel my legs, but I can certainly feel my wolf's agony. How long till you're better? She asks, her eyes shining. Sweetheart, I'm going to tell you a secret. I decide, sensing this is a disaster in the making, but not seeing another solution. But you have to promise not to tell anyone, not your brothers and sister, and especially not Mommy. She nods hesitantly, and I smooth the hair back from her brow. I sent you and the others away with Mommy because I'm hurt, and I might not get better. I can't protect you anymore, and if I can't find a cure, well, it won't be good. My wolf will take over more and more, and since I can't let him out, I'll get angrier and start lashing out at the people around me. I sigh. That's why you had to leave, but your Mommy doesn't know. She thinks I'm just being mean. Why don't you tell her? Paisley asks, tears hovering on her lashes. Because if she finds out, she won't leave. I reply, feeling both dread and relief to finally be sharing the secret. It would put you all in danger, and I don't want her to waste her life on me. Shouldn't Mommy get to choose that? Paisley asks meekly. Shouldn't we? The alpha protects the pack, I remind her. That means making the choices that are too hard for anyone else to make. Daddy, Paisley whimpers, clutching at my arm now. Are you dying? I shake my head, hugging her close. I'm going to do everything in my power to survive, Paisley. I'm not going to go without a fight. You have my word on that. And finally, at long last, I truly mean it. Ethan. Well, doctor, what are my chances? I ask, bracing myself for more bad news. It's Christmas Eve, and I barely managed to slip away from the penthouse for this appointment. Still, after Paisley discovered the truth of my condition, I knew it couldn't wait. I'm determined to fight for my family, but I have to stay grounded. I have to prepare for the most likely outcome, and that means remaining cautious with my plans. I can't be confident I'll survive, but I can certainly put my plans into motion whether I succeed or not. I've already created a trust for our children, complete with college funds and living expenses, to ensure that the burden of caring for the pups financially won't be on Jane's shoulders. I've also created a considerable allowance for Jane herself. I know she's passionate about her work, but I want to make sure she has the freedom to enjoy her career, rather than feeling obligated to retain her business for the sake of economic security. My other efforts are less straightforward and will take more than a little deception. I'm relying on Linda and Eric to help, as well as Matthew and Paisley. Of course, Paisley is one of the main reasons I'm doing all this, and I fully intend her to benefit as much as her siblings, but now that she knows, she can also help me. It's amazing the difference a day can make. My daughter learning my secret had an impact on me I could not have foreseen. She reminded me of why I can't give up. And she made me feel as though I'm not alone in this for the first time since I first got the news. I'm ashamed of the way I've behaved until now, and I can only pray that it's not too late to turn things around for my family, if not for myself. Well, your condition isn't as hopeless as it seemed a month ago. The surgeon frowns, pulling my attention back to the present. But I have to tell you, Alpha, I'm still not seeing the kind of results which would warrant reevaluating your prognosis. In all likelihood, you still only have a year left. But it's better? I press. If only a little? Yes, he confirms, sighing gravely. But I have to caution you not to get your hopes up. We see these small improvements sometimes, but the extent of the larger damage is so great that minor changes don't really hold any weight. Is there anything I can do to try and improve my condition? I ask, committing myself to try any home remedy, exercise, experimental procedure, or medications he can offer. Actually, the braces are probably helping more than anything else. The physician concedes they're keeping your limbs moving and muscles engaged. Would it help if I did even more physical activity? I suggest. Perhaps I can also refer you to a specialist in the Shadow Pack. I know of a practice working on cutting-edge robotics procedures for spinal cord injuries. He shares, "Why didn't you tell me this before?" I demand, feeling suddenly indignant. "Because I don't believe in selling my patients miracles." He replies stiffly, "And that's what we're talking about here. It would take a miracle to cure you." "I've seen miracles happen," I announce coolly, thinking of Paisley's repeated surgeries and Jane's return from the dead. Maybe if more people believed in them, we wouldn't be so quick to give up on things. The doctor grimaces. "You're not the first patient I've seen through this process, Alpha. And you're not the first who's found a second wind when their decline happens over a long period of time. It's easy to feel like you might cheat fate when you can't feel the changes immediately. It's not that I don't feel for you, I just want to be upfront about setting expectations. Trust me, I've felt the changes. I've been struggling with my decline every day. How many of your past patients have been alphas? I inquire. None of your caliber. He admits. Then believe me when I say my wolf's strength is a burden, not a gift, not when it comes to being trapped. I relate. And I'd also ask you to consider how my powers might help me succeed where others have not. I might not deserve a miracle, but if anyone can conjure one out of thin air, it's me. I don't have another choice. When I get home, I'm elated to find the pups waiting for me at the door, bearing identical and thoroughly mischievous grins. Hello, my little monsters. I greet them happily, scooping them up into a 5-way hug. What have you been up to today, Daddy, are you even using your eyes? Riley quips in reply, gesturing behind us to the apartment. Following the direction of her hand, I gaze around the familiar space, realizing that they were very busy indeed. The entire penthouse has been decorated for Christmas, including a tall evergreen tree, stockings over the fireplace, garlands and string lights covering every available surface, and handmade strings of popcorn and cranberries. The air even smells like the holidays, full of cinnamon and nutmeg, freshly baked ginger cookies, and mulled wine. Oh my goddess, I exclaim, feigning shock. Elves must have broken into the apartment and decorated everything. Daddy, it wasn't elves, it was us, Parker replies indignantly. No, I gasp, but it's so beautiful. I move further into the apartment, looking for Jane. Did the elves at least help you, give you the supplies? There were no elves, Ryder giggles. Mommy bought the supplies and helped us. Do you like it? Paisley adds, looking up at me hopefully. I love it, I answer, kissing their sweet faces in turn. This place was pretty bland before you got here. You all saved me. I wasn't ready to welcome Santa at all. Of course, this isn't the only way they saved me, though they don't know it. Well, now you're ready. Riley nods, clearly pleased with herself, and rightly so. It was Paisley's idea. I believe it. I smile. She's always loved Christmas more than anything. I can believe we almost didn't spend it with you, Daddy. Paisley murmurs softly, her little face scrunched up in displeasure. I don't like seeing the stress on her precious features. She's already wise beyond her years after going through her own medical struggles. I feel terribly guilty sharing this burden with her, too. I know, what was Mommy thinking? Parker adds glumly. Hey, give your mommy a break, I instruct gently. None of this has been easy for her, and she only wants what's best for you. But Daddy, she didn't listen to us. Ryder complains. We tried and tried to tell her. She listened, little one. There's a difference in not listening and not agreeing. I advise. I know you've been upset this last month, but I promise you it wasn't Mommy's fault. When I look up, I'm surprised to find Jane leaning in the kitchen doorway, a strange expression on her face. She looks very pale, and her beautiful features are twisted in discomfort and something keenly akin to grief. Are you all right, Jane? I ask before I can stop myself. My instincts are to care for her, even when my brain knows I need to push her away. I'm fine, she murmurs hoarsely, and I realize she's recently been sick. Putting the pups down, I cross the floor until I'm standing in front of her. Morning sickness? I whisper, too softly for the pups to hear. Her glimmering green eyes rise to meet my probing gaze, and her features harden to an emotionless mask. I said I'm fine. She repeats coolly. My wolf is positively howling. It goes against every instinct I possess to let my pregnant mate fend for herself. I want to tuck her into bed and bring her cold compresses, give her foot massages, and run all over town to find foods to satisfy her cravings. I want to drop to my knees and press my ear to her flat belly, just to see if I can detect signs of our growing child. Maybe you should go lie down, I suggest. I can feed the pups dinner. It's Christmas Eve, I want to spend it with them. Jane objects, looking suddenly teary-eyed. If they'll talk to me. I'm cursing in my head, wishing there was some way I could care for her while still keeping her at arm's lengths. Before we can say any more, however, the pups call to us from the loving room. Mommy, Daddy, come here. We both stride over to the spot where our kids are gathered, and I'm painfully aware of how close Jane is standing to me. "What is it? Love muffins?" she asks. 4 toothy smiles greet us, and then 4 little fingers point to the ceiling above our heads. "Look." Jane and I do as we're instructed, and with a roiling stomach and leaping heart, I realize what the children have been up to while Jane and I were talking in the kitchen. "Now you have to kiss," Riley announces gleefully, and sure enough, hanging smack dab in the middle of us is a gleaming sprig of mistletoe. Third person. Jane could recall very few times when she'd been genuinely angry with her pups. Overwhelmed, frustrated, and annoyed? At her wits' end, even? What parent hasn't felt those things? But true anger? She could count on one hand the times her children had driven her to that point. After all, they were too young to have crossed many lines beyond temper tantrums and whining. However, when Jane realized her clever angels had lured her and Ethan into a trap, and they were now standing beneath a sprig of mistletoe, she felt her temper fraying rapidly. They couldn't have any idea about the larger implications of their scheme, and probably thought the entire situation was delightful. Still, Jane knew only too well how quickly things might turn ugly with Ethan, and she was furious with the pups for putting them in this position. She tried to take a deep breath, not wanting to lash out at her babies, but nearly beside herself with fear and frustration. Don't they realize how dangerous this is? She fretted, already knowing the answer was no. What if Ethan turned on them? What if he was cruel to her in front of them, or took it into his head to punish them? It all depended on Ethan, on whether he had enough of a heart left to quietly refuse, or if he decided to make a scene. So Jane stood there paralyzed, looking at her former mate with abject dread and praying he would show her mercy. Just walk away, she thought desperately, willing her feet to move. Just laugh it off and walk away. Jane started to turn around, but the next thing she knew, Ethan had lashed out and grabbed her waist with both hands. He tugged Jane towards him, and her lips parted in a surprised gasp. They were still open when his mouth descended on hers, stealing the breath she'd just inhaled. For all her intentions to flee, now Jane's limbs froze completely, going impossibly still, as if her body was waiting to react until it could decipher whether or not it was being attacked or embraced. Her mind went completely blank, all her panicked thoughts replaced by a thick and numbing fog. Somewhere deep down, she was aware of the demanding press of Ethan's soft lips, of his delicious scent filling her senses, his hands moving in slow circles on her back, and the kids cheering in the background. Still, it might as well be happening to someone else. It was as if Jane had left her body and was looking down on them from above. Is this really happening? She wondered frantically, studying the couple below her. I've been dreaming about kissing Ethan again for more than a month now. Have my fantasies come true, or is this just my imagination run wild? Ethan growled into Jane's mouth, and suddenly she was jolted back into my body. At once she reacted, her arms twining around his neck as she returned the kiss, letting her instincts take control. She tilted my head to the side, allowing him to slant his mouth over hers and deepen the kiss. Ethan's tongue dipped into Jane's mouth, tasting and teasing her the way he has 1,000 times before. Her wolf wanted to rejoice, but she was becoming increasingly aware that something was missing. The sensation of being in Ethan's arms was so familiar, and yet Jane still felt empty. She didn't understand why. Maybe because she knew it wasn't real, or that she'd become too broken down and hollowed out by his mistreatment to feel anything anymore. When Ethan first kissed her after they were reunited the previous summer, being with him felt like coming home at a long journey's end. His touch was electrifying and all-consuming. Now something felt wrong, but the more time that passed, the less Jane felt it was because of her fragile mental state. Ethan felt wrong. He wasn't holding her the way he used to. He wasn't kissing her as if he meant it. It was almost as though he was trying to hold her at arm's length, even as he claimed her mouth. He's over me, Jane realized at last. When he kissed me before, he still loved me, even if he was angry at me. But now the love has faded, and only anger remains. Jane didn't know why she was surprised. She supposed her wolf might have believed that if they could only get close enough to kiss him, the physical spark they had always shared would convince him not to end things, but that had obviously been a false hope. And here I thought I'd given up on him. Only when the pain of realizing Ethan was over her struck did Jane admit how much hope she'd still been holding on to, and how badly she wished things could go back to the way they used to be. Ethan hadn't been the only one letting his anger control him, but Jane's had been hiding a much deeper and much more painful truth. She was still in love with Ethan, and she was beginning to fear she would never stop. Ethan reluctantly released Jane, wishing he didn't have to so badly it hurt. When he looked down at her, he saw tears hovering on her lashes, and she shakily glanced at the children, who had lost interest in the extended embrace a few moments before and were now celebrating their victory by hunting for marshmallows to roast in the fireplace. "I knows they're here," Riley was saying, her little nose twitching with excitement. "I can smell them." "Shh, they'll hear you," Parker cautioned, glancing at his parents. "You know Mommy doesn't let us have sweets afore dinner," Ryder agreed, caution heavy in his voice. "But it's Christmas," Paisley objected, thunderstruck that exceptions wouldn't be made on such a special day. "You can have marshmallows for dessert," Jane called, swiping at a few stray tears which escaped onto her cheeks. "After you've had a nice, healthy meal," the four children groaned, chiding one another for being too loud and giving up the game. "See, I told you to whisper," Parker griped. "Thank you for not making a scene." Jane whispered to Ethan, "I'll talk to them about not doing this sort of thing again." Ethan's wolf wanted nothing of the sort. If anything, he wanted to encourage the children to give him as many excuses to kiss Jane as possible, but he knew it was a bad idea. He'd been dreaming about sharing a last kiss with Jane for so long it was hard to believe he finally got the opportunity to have one. How many times had he thought, if I could just kiss her one more time, hold her one more time? It was one of his many regrets about the way he'd handled things in the hospital. He'd tried to recall their last kiss before the rescue, and though he'd been glad the dangerous situation had made every kiss more meaningful, he wished he'd known it would be the last one. Unfortunately, the reality of finally having a last kiss now that everything had changed was more painful than he'd imagined. Now that Ethan knew it was the last one, he'd wanted to dive into it with complete enthusiasm. He hadn't considered the way he would have to keep space between them, so Jane wouldn't feel his braces. He couldn't hold her the way he wanted to, couldn't feel all her soft curves pressed up against him. Moreover, he hadn't predicted how reserved he would have to be to make sure she wouldn't feel his undying passion for her. Kissing someone while pretending you weren't madly in love with them was a tricky business, and he knew it wouldn't get any easier with time because he wasn't going to start loving her any less. He wasn't sure he could do it again. "See that you do," he answered coolly, turning away and heading for his bedroom. He needed some time alone, and he desperately wanted to cry. He hadn't allowed himself to cry over any of this yet, but having his family back was seriously testing the limits of his willpower. "Stop feeling sorry for yourself," he scolded fiercely. "You're not the one who's been hurt worst by all this. You don't get to pity yourself when you caused your family so much pain." Ethan shut himself into his room, wondering how on earth he was going to get through the next few days. It was true that his wolf had been much calmer and easier going since his family returned, but his emotions were another matter entirely. A small knock sounded on the door, and at first he thought it might be Jane. Instead, Paisley poked her beloved head inside, then toddled in without waiting for permission. "Hello, Princess." He greeted her. "Come give Daddy a cuddle, won't you?" Paisley didn't need any encouragement. She swiftly crossed the room and let Ethan scoop her up, wrapping her arms around him as tightly as she could and burying her face in his neck. "I don't like seeing you sad, Daddy," she murmured, nuzzling his skin. "I'm sorry, sweetheart," Ethan replied honestly. He hated to think his grim mood was causing the sweet pup stress. "I thinks you need us," she continued. "You need someone to help you and give you cuddles when you're sad." Oh, goddess, how he would love that. "No, Angel, I love you more than anything, but that's not a burden for you to bear. You've had to be so grown up all these years, it's high time you get to enjoy just being a pup." Paisley pulled back, pulling her young face into the sternest expression she could manage. "I wasn't asking, Daddy, I'm telling you. When Mommy and the other pups go home, I'm staying.